You know, it helps if you're not muted for the last few minutes, like an idiot. Hi, I'm Dan, your streamer for today. I'm eating a blueberry muffin. That's basically all I said so far. Oh, okay. You know, I've said this before. It provides me a small comfort to know that content creators have been doing this longer than I have, that have way more money than I have, that have much nicer equipment, more expensive equipment, much better equipment, even potentially teams that are working with them. At least one individual, if not multiple individuals, all working with them to make their stuff look good, sound good, and seem good. And it's a small comfort that I take knowing that I have sat down and watched a number of their streams or videos or whatever have you, and they are into the same fucking bullshit I do, whether it's technical stuff with software or hardware, or whether it's just being a goddamn idiot and forgetting to unmute your microphone. What now? And not to be clear, that's not saying that I'm any less of an idiot or anything like that. Let's just fix the hair. There we go. That looks a little better. Any less of an idiot for not having my microphone unmuted when I started the stream, especially when I have like a little, like a 5 minute, you know, setup to make sure everything's all good and working. A little behind the scenes tidbit. That's why I run the usually 5 minutes of the setup. One, because an ad typically starts to play in the first 10 minutes or so. Now, but the other big reason why I do that is behind the scenes here. I'm checking everything to make sure everything is working as intended. I have a checklist I go through. I just skipped the first part of the checklist, which was literally unmute your microphone. So in my head, I thought I was already unmuted, so I didn't even look at it like a goddamn idiot. Today, I'll play some Kingdom Come Deliverance. But first, we're going through all the codex. I've been making a point to trying to read the codex at the end of every stream and stuff, but I've missed it quite a few times. And some streams, it got close and I had to cut it off. So, codex has been left behind and it's been building. And I actually would like to read a lot of it. Whether it's just simply just explaining some medieval times shenanigans that are happening in front of me, or or it's something as cool as like find out some lore about a character. Let's do this. We're gonna go through the codex. So the Codex Extortis forbids such actions. Sidebar for another franchise. I love the difference between Galadriel, Gadriel and Leandros in Warhammer, and that Leandros is all that asshole that's like, but the book says we gotta do it this way. Whereas Gadriel is like, the book says we gotta do it, but fuck it, we ball. And I remember like when Space Marine 2 came out, how many people were just loving it and memeing with it of like, yeah, it's wild how much fuck it, we ball energy the characters in Space Marine 2 have. It's also really funny. It's the key difference is like Gadriel is not a fucking asshole. In fact, what he's saying or wanting to do or anything like that makes sense and actually works, whereas Leandros is just being a party pooper. So yeah, we're gonna read Codex. First things first, I'm gonna finish this muffin so I could just get something in me. Oh. Hmm. Pretty sure I already made the joke But first rule alchemy is what is it? Something that cannot be given unless taken. God, Full Metal Alchemist is so fucking peak. Yeah, total hot take there. Full Metal Alchemist is such a good show. Here's actually a bit of a hot take. I like both shows. Like both. Oh. Brotherhood's great. No misunderstand. The original show is also good. I haven't sat down and read the manga. I own the manga, floating around in my bedroom, but it's never sat down and read it. But I have seen the original version of the show in Brotherhood. I like both. The original show does have a better start than Brotherhood. The Brotherhood overall is better. Oh. Hmm. One second. Okay. Enough all this preamble. Now let's get to reading. I got my snack that holds me over until I get more food down the lane. Love how I say snack. Yeah, I know there are people that look at the muffin I just ate and they're like, "Holy shit, that's a meal for me." And meanwhile, I'm just over here just munching on muffins. Muffins. Are you the muffin man? All right. I don't have my headphones in because we're gonna do a lot of reading, and there's just ambient sound and music here and there. I think I'm not getting anything on the reading here. I'm just gonna let that though. I'm gonna let that chat roll for a little bit. All right. Well, like I said, we're gonna read everything. We're not gonna bother with the tutorials because all it is like basic combat and reading all this other shit. So I'm not gonna worry too much about it. All right. I'm using the mouse because it'll be easier to scroll. Because if I use the controller, it might accidentally read something or like say you read something. Now granted, some of this stuff I think I've already read. And let's take some of the stuff it has already been read. But I think what has actually happened more than with a few exceptions is I looked at something for only a brief moment and then went back to playing. So what the hell is going on here? All right. So that being said, let's start reading. Yeah, I should get one more sip of water. There we go. I gotta pace this stuff better. When I do, before I start reading, like when I do Mass Effect or other games with like expensive codexes, I'm gonna make it a point to sit down and read this stuff at the end of every stream. I'll make time for that no matter what, unless it's so like a monastery quest situation. Because fuck, man, I I'm having flashbacks to Dragon Age the Veilguard, where I waited until basically like the second to last or third to last stream of that one of the later streams, to just read all the codexes at once, and that fucking, oh man, that was a lot. All right. Fabrics. Fabrics were made from plant and animal fibers. Base fibers especially were used from the very beginning from willow and linden trees, as well as various grasses. Later on, particular plants were selectively cultivated to be particularly suitable for cloth production, such as flax or hemp. Hemp fiber is tough, rougher, and darker than flax, but unyielding, hence not too suitable for clothing and better utilized for ropes and string. Cotton was unknown in Europe until the late Middle Ages. The most widely used animal fiber was wool for its good insulation properties, high absorbency, flexibility, and ease of dyeing. It was combed or shorn from sheep. A highly prized and rare import from Asia was silk. Faith and devotion. Christianity was adopted in the Czech lands as early as 10th century, though certain pagan practices remained until later, especially in rural areas, blending seamlessly with rising Christianity. Some of the folk customs were later modified according to church instructions. Others continued unchanged, and yet others were eradicated completely under church pressure. In addition to a deep faith in saintly patronage, the saints, um, Wenceslas, Vitus, Nicholas, Ludmilla, Adalbert, etc., the Middle Ages revered the Virgin Mary and the various patron saints of the profession. One manifestation of medieval piety consisted of wayside shrines, constellation stones, or crosses, put up in large numbers in villages, at intersections and along the main byways. In royal cities and liege towns, it was important to collect holy relics, remains, and memorabilia to mark the saints. The cult of saints was encouraged, and cathedrals and churches gained prestige with the relics he held. It need not be emphasized that most of the relics were fakes, and that nobody took much issue with it. Devotion was shown in everyday life and accompanied everyone from the cradle to the grave by way of church rituals, occasions for worship, religious holidays, or regulations. For example, the numerous fasts or Lenten days. In some way or another, everyone believed in God. For complete atheism, we have to look to later centuries. Farming. Unlike today, when the land has long been given over to agriculture, the burgeoning of farming in the Middle Ages brought the need for new fields where there were only forests or untilled land. The timber from forest clearing was used for construction. The remaining roots, stumps, and scrub were burned in the ground, then leveled. The finished fields were cultivated by the three field system. A third of the land lay fallow for 2 years to recover nutrients. This was used for grazing livestock, which added manure. It was then returned to use and tilled, while in turn another third, which had been used for raising crops, was left to lie fallow. There was thus regular crop rotation to save exhaust in the soil. That's actually really smart. Stuff like this is always fascinating to me because, the stuff that we do today that we're like, they're whether it's just like the advancement in technology or knowledge or science that are kind of it's like accepted as like, oh, that's what we do. But it's always fascinating, like when people are doing stuff like this, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, insert time frame here, because it's always fascinating to see like how they start to figure some stuff out, or in some cases, how, like, things they thought were working or thought were a good idea, like bleeding, bloodletting. In the earliest times, plowing was done with a simple device called the ard, or scratch plow, where the soil was stony. Working it was very hard. The tiller had to keep watching the plow and use great force to push into the ground. Similarly clumsy and imperfect were the harrows of the time. After harrowing, any remaining clods of earth would be crumbled with a mattock or wooden mallet. This work was typically done by women and children. What, the mattock rifle from Mass Effect 3 and 2? I guess 1 now with mods and stuff. The most common crop, wheat, used to be full of weeds, and as such not very economical. 15 largest sheaves yielding only about 18 kilograms of grain, often even less. Harvesting often had to be done using only a sickle for cutting. After drying, the grain was threshed out. Vegetables and legumes were cultivated to a greater extent than today, grown in fenced gardens next to houses. These were mostly peas and lentils, but also vetch and beans, and around the villages, flax and hemp were grown extensively. Hops were grown in signorial fields for the liege lord's brewery. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to... There's stuff that I'm pretty sure I have read, and there's stuff that I haven't read, so I'm just going to read through everything, just so it's said I read through everything. Sure. Yeah. Lean a little more forward here. There we go. Feudalism is a political system based on land ownership which originated in the Middle Ages and followed on the decline of the Roman Empire. Its foundation was the feudum, a certain area, territory, land that the owner lent out to others. The ruler, either secular or religious, was the natural feudal senior, suzerain, sovereign liege, and those allocated his fiefdoms were his fiefs or vassals. The handover itself came with pomp and ceremony, during which the vassal promised allegiance and military aid or other services to his feudal lord. The contract would be rescinded only by the death of one of the parties or in the case of a material infringement. Not only could the liege have several vassals, but a vassal could have several liege lords. In the event of a war, one had to choose sides by contractual tenure. By one's contractual tenure. Feudalism also determined the relations of the poorest class, the serfs, who worked on the leased land, paid dues out of what they made from it, and provided for their master, his soldiers and officials, or for a monastery. It was called a quitrent, a source of wealth mainly for the nobility. Portions of the land were subleased, so the king's vassals in turn became the liege lord of his own vassals. Folk songs. Folk music, as distinct from church music, inclined to major scales and was more joyful and upbeat. In Bohemia and Moravia, it was for centuries a part of rural daily life. Most of the songs were passed down by oral tradition, while a few can be found in hymnals and chronicles. Some have been preserved to this day in variations. A lot of food. Food. In the Middle Ages, whether at a village or the royal court, the foodstuffs used were mainly those sourced locally. Vegetables, primarily cabbage, onions, parsnips, turnips, beets, and garlic, and to a lesser extent carrots, celery, parsley, cucumbers, and melons, legumes, peas, lentils, vetches, and beans, fruit, apples, pears, cherries, and plums, and berries, nuts, seeds, and cereals. Eggs, milk, and cheese were available all year round. Depending on wealth, availability, and the seasons, there was meat, venison, poultry, fish, and from abroad, spices, fruits, and condiments, including saffron, dates, figs, nutmeg, pepper, sugar, ginger, and cardamom. Food was flavored with oil, vinegar, salt, honey, and herbs. The most popular kinds of food in the 14th and 15th centuries were thick broth soups. purees, and sauces for dunking bread in. The bread was rye, with white bread only available at court. During feasts, there were fish dishes, using herring, for example, roast meats, sausages, minced meat, and black pudding. Desserts were made with almonds, marzipan, sweet purees with fruit boiled in milk or with added cream, jams, and preserves, baked, fresh, or dried fruits, and assorted cakes. In rural areas, gruel and porridge of various kinds account for the bulk of the diet. Meat was expensive, and hunting in the forest prohibited. All game belonged to the aristocracy, which was mostly compensated for by eating fish. Many ingredients that are common today were unavailable in the Middle Ages, such as potatoes, tomatoes, sweet corn, peppers, and rice, which later made their way to Europe after the discovery of America or the imports from Asia. A lot about the foreigners. Foreigners. Since ancient times, a foreigner meant not only anyone who came from outside one's town or village and was thus a potential enemy, but also any person without legal status. Foreigners were without legal rights until they paid a surety. This matter was handled by courts of law, and there was various regulations setting fees for running a business or renting a house. Foreigners were not allowed to acquire or inherit ownership of them. The Bohemian lands were long open to foreigners, relatively speaking, with a lively trade and cultural exchanges. First were the Celts, then Germanic tribes, and later the Slavs, but a large portion of the populace consisted of German speaking people. The Germans were mainly courtiers or worked entrepreneurs and merchants. Relations with the Germans were neutral at first, cooling off later, ending up with animosity against all things German, though that was still far removed from the strident nationalism of the 19th century. Worse relations existed between the Czechs and Germans on one side and the Jews on the other. They lived outside of society, which often, having got permission from the king for a handsome price, carried out pogroms against them. Plague and disease in the mid 14th century affected migration, and fewer foreigners came to Bohemia. During the Hussite Wars, most of towns had a majority of Czech citizenry. Only the main centers and Moravia remained largely German. Brunn, Jalava, Eglem, and Olomouc. The Czech language gradually permitted from rural society to the higher social strata. A fundamental change in how language and ethnicity was viewed came with the Hussite Wars, in which most Czech speakers identify with the Hussites, while most Germans supported Sigismund and the Pope. This was exacerbated by the foreign, often German, crusades summoned by Sigismund against the upstart Hussites. Forgery. In the Middle Ages, forgery of various documents was relatively widespread. Few people could read or write, so few people could judge authenticity of any record. Even gentlemen of high standing could seldom read and only dictate their documents to scribes, so there was not as much trust in the written word, which might contain falsehoods. Greater faith was placed on oral promises, oaths, and the other person's word of honor. Frescoes. Medieval frescoes were intrinsic to architecture and had both a decorative and educational function for the illiterate population, showing in simple terms the wealth and superiority of the nobles and detailing biblical stories or scenes from the lives of the saints. Extensive works of art were to be seen in the larger residences, monasteries, and churches or palaces, fashioned by specialized painting studios. Less significant buildings were decorated by local, individual artists. Painters in the Middle Ages did not tend to sign their work and thus largely remain anonymous to this day. Most of the paintings ever created by following were created by following strict, formally conceived designs and templates, so the styles of individual authors did not differ much. The aim was not originality, but to portray the particular scene masterfully. Furniture. At the beginning of the 15th century, Czech furniture was made of planks and boards using construction of varying intricacy. The timber used was oak, fir, walnut, linden, ash, larch, or spruce. The surface was created with beeswax or linseed varnish. By the end of the Gothic period, shellac varnish came into use. Staining was done by smoking, was using fermented cabbage water, or blanching with lime water. Tables and chairs had much of the same design with flat side panels or X-shaped boards. Crests were made in various sizes for keeping dry foods, garments, or other small items of property. Townspeople slept on beds with drapes. Village homes were very simply furnished. The peasants made their own furniture from split and dressed planks and posts. In peasant cottages, they slept on beds of hay or straw laid on the ground. Joiners and carvers decorated furniture with ornamentation. The most expensive furniture had metal elements, which served to brace and reinforce as well as having a decorative function. Most of the furniture in KCD is based on medieval examples from the 12th into 16th centuries. All right. One second. Let's just take a peek at something. Yeah. So the stream is not breaking on me. Okay. Gourds, sometimes called burgwalls, were fortified settlements of various sizes, established from the Neolithic period right through to the early Middle Ages. They were built using the natural terrain or the protection of waterways on islands or hills. Within the outer walls, there would typically be a central fort. Strongholds were mostly built from timber, with an outer palisade, stockade, and ditch or moat. This stronghold fulfilled a protective and strategic function in times of war and also served as a stopover on trade routes or as goods transfer stations. Gothic architecture. The early Gothic buildings in Bohemia drew inspiration from France and the Rhineland drew inspiration from France and the Rhineland. Among the earliest were the monastery of I'm trying my best here. Monastery in Predclastry by Tisnov, South Moravia, the chapter house in Ozek, North Bohemia, the monastery of St. Agnes in Prague, and many parish churches and monasteries such as those in Kolin and Krum in central Bohemia. Around 1300, Czech architecture diverged from its western counterparts. There was a burgeoning of Cistercian monasteries, e.g., in the Zlata Koruna and Visibrod in South Bohemia, and churches and castles, in Bezdis, North Bohemia. One momento. The High Gothic period was in full swing during the time of Charles IV and Wenceslas IV, with its rectangular windows and portals, rayonette traceries, and quadrupartite or sextupartite or cross-ribbed vaulting. The most significant building of that time was our University of Prague, St. Vitus Cathedral, Charles Bridge, Prague Old Town, and New Town Hall, stone houses in Prague, and the castles of Kudstein, Ost, and Kasperk. We find the first records of construction works fellowships, the most famous of those of Master Peter Parler and his family, and Matthias of Eris, who also worked on the reconstruction of Sasau Monastery. Oh, sorry, Matthias. New castles no longer served just a defensive function, but also intended to serve as sovereign residence. They were therefore more spacious and elaborate and had extensive gardens. Greetings. The basic form of greeting was bowing, with numerous variations depending on the occasion and the mutual status of the participants. A light bow with the hand on the heart would befit two noblemen of equal rank. A deeper bow was a more respectful greeting to a guest or someone of higher standing. The next level was to kneel on the left knee and bow the head in deference to rulers, barons, or high-ranking commanders, and express allegiance. The person would have to remain in this position until invited by a superior to rise. The most subordinate level was to bow while on both knees, an expression of complete subjugation, often combined with a plea, typically for mercy. Doffing headwear was a practice that came in with Burgundian fashion in the 15th century. Loyalty was expressed by kissing the rings of magnetes and prelates. It was not proper to kiss the hands of ladies, but they were given a deeper bow than their social rank alone would elicit. Particular forms of salutation also applied when addressing a certain person. You know, what is the Latin way to say it? Because I know, e.g., it's not necessarily, and it's for example, but it's exempli gratia. Exempli gratia. Is that how you say gratia? Let's find out.
And more vocabulary.
Go to the sound for a second.
And more vocabulary that many get wrong, so make sure to stay tuned. This expression, as well as how to say more interesting but often confusing expressions from Latin, and more vocabulary that many get wrong, so make sure to stay tuned to the channel. How do you say it? Exempli gratia.
Exempli gratia. And that's according to Julian Mikhail on YouTube. Exempli gratia. Got it. Exempli gratia. That's how you say it. Not exempli gratia. Gratia. Exempli gratia. Particular forms of salutation were applied when addressing a certain person. Exempli gratia in writing. For example, a townsman was to be addressed as honest, a baronet as esteemed, and a titular lord as highborn. In the countryside, people greet each other according to their nature, often mentioning the greetings and wishes of their good health, prosperity, and God's blessings, or making reference to Christian tradition. God bless, Christ be praised, etc. All right. Guilds and crafts. Medieval town society was made up largely of craftsmen and merchants who ensured its socio-economic growth. Based on their freeman rights, they could exercise their craft and had the right to market. In addition to privileges such as the protection of support for the town's operation, healthy care and food provision, it was their duty to pay taxes on every sale or transport of goods outside the town limits. In essence, the status of the municipality was dependent on them. Hence, it was important that they did not relocate and ply their trade elsewhere, passing their occupation on to following generations. In the space of 1 century, several craftsmen of the same profession would be active in a town. These artisans gradually began to form themselves into groups with political or economic rules or members' guilds. They had their seals of office and pennants bearing the guild crest granted by the monarchs. Each member of a guild had the support of others, and they all agreed on prices and the regulation of sales and the rules for apprenticeship and discharging their duties. No one without guild membership could trade in goods. Healing herbs. Herbs played an important role not only in medieval cuisine, but also as the foundation of healing arts. Knowledge about herbs was disseminated either by word of mouth between herb women in the country or between monks and scholars via ancient scripts. Many herbs can be taken in the form of teas, concoctions by prolonged cooking, infusions, and scalding water, as extracts, macerated, tinctures, alcohol leached, or steeped in vinegar, juices, or concentrates for gargling. Adding honey or sugar did nothing for the efficacy of herbal salves, but it did help the medicine go down better. In addition to ingestion, herbs were applied in the form of creams, ointments, poultices, or oils, emulsified and diluted in water. In certain cases, the advice was to sleep on cushions filled with dried plants. It was believed, especially in rural areas, that the properties of the herbs were affected by the particulars of when and how they were gathered, for example, on Midsummer Night, at midnight, etc., accompanied by special formulaic incantations or enchantments. Heraldry is the doctrine of characters and symbols depicted on coats of arms, governed by fixed rules, and the relevant know-how was privy to nobles and knights. It was a necessity because Europe at that time had so many noble families, they simply could not be memorized. By applying heraldic symbolism and rules, however, the wearer in his dynasty could be identified from his battle pendants and coat of arms. Simplified heraldic symbolism was also used on the arms and equipment of urban militias and the entire soldiers of a feudal lord. Hospitals and almhouses. Since ancient times, there were people studying medicine and trying to provide assistance to their fellows in the fight against disease and pain. The oldest medical practices have been preserved as documents in monasteries, which were the earliest centers of medieval medicine. The Benedictines were the foremost healing oriented order. Unlike the town physicians, they provide care free of charge. In the 11th century, hospitals underwent noticeable development, particularly thanks to the knightly orders devoted to charity and the building of hospitals and hospices for pilgrims. Care for the sick was entrusted exclusively to men, women, and nuns were forbidden from helping out in the infirmaries by the church council. The treatment of wounds mostly consisted of disinfection by means of a hot iron, flushing with water, or applying various ointments and balms. Bandages were of linen or canvas cloth. Open wounds and inflammations were traced with herbal poultices. Soldiers often had to be able to help themselves because the field ambulances were unable to follow on behind the military encampments fast enough. The wounded frequently failed to survive being carted around for several days in open wagons. Houses and dwellings. Houses and dwellings. The core of the medieval house, whether in a village or town, consisted of a village. Wow. Consisted of a kitchen, a hall, and living room, hearth room. All were on the ground floor. From the 15th century onwards, upper storeways started to be added. The walls were insulated from the outside with clay daub, which also gave the house some fire protection. Windows were kept very small to save heat. The grounds of the house were unusually fenced in. One second. I need to take a moment here. Oh boy. Just word sallying it up. As established, Dan doesn't speak English good, and it's my first language. And here I am attempting to learn other languages. There we go. Sorry, I just need to check on a thing before we continue. Let's give me a moment. Oh boy, we're already. It just keeps happening. I'm giving myself a moment here. All right. The grounds of the house, we were that. Forges. Let's see outside. Attached to houses were utility buildings, barns, stables, outhouses, forges, and woodsheds, or food granaries. Waste was taken outside the house, into the fields, or disposed of in cesspits. Outside the house would be toilets built over sewage pits. A typical village house was single story, with the front door lead in from the courtyard into a central space, off which was a living room and a chamber. The houses were built of wood on stone foundations. The jizba, or main room of village households, co- co- constitute the living space and kitchen, with an oven and hearth. Above the hearth was a smoke hole to the roof space. Other areas served as stores for cereals, tools, food in jars, or chests, etc. Lighting was provided by torches, candles, and pottery, candlesticks, and most of all by firelight from the hearth. The floor was compacted clay mixed with straw, leaves, or animal hair. The roof was typically thatched, sheafs of rye or reed straw, often doubled. In front of the house was a garden and a courtyard with farm buildings and poultry, pigs, and cattle. All right. Oh, that poor. Look what eating a sausage and drinking while riding along here. While I'm assuming she has to do the arrow work. Damn. Hmm. Hmm. Hunting was always a source of meat and furs, mainly for the lesser nobility. For the aristocracy, courtly hunting was more of a for enjoyment, being much cheaper entertainment than tournaments, while providing similar thrills. Hunting became a favorite pastime, and chasing game with dogs became almost a ritual. Hunting weapons were similar to those used in battle: bows, crossbows, spears, daggers. Dogs were used to track and chase down a game until the exhausted animal stood its ground in last defiance. Then came the moment for the hunters, up until then only following the sound of the baying hounds, to down the animal with an arrow or spear. Finishing it off on the ground was done with a sword or dagger. Falconry, hunting with a falcon, originally in the Orient, and other specifically trained raptors, goshawks, and sparrowhawks, were more of a fashion, a pursuit for both men and women. The poorer classes were not allowed to hunt in the forests, subject to strict penalties, with the exception of hare hunting. Mm, not allowed. Hygiene. From the 13th century on, waste was dumped behind the house or buried in pits. Toilets consisted of cesspits topped with a wooden superstructure, with a seat or just a board. There were water drainage systems and no lack of freestanding latrines or outhouses or at castles' privies. It was not uncommon for a latrine to be shared between several dwellings. In the inhospitable and badly heated castles, There were sometimes bathrooms with bathtubs or even plunge tools. Swimming was attractive not just as a means of cleansing the body, but also for pleasure. In private houses, a bathroom was a sign of luxury and high status. This did not mean that wealthier residents washed more often, just that they were more readily able to put on clean clothes. The most common acts of hygiene included hand washing, even the poorest homes affording a basin with a water pitcher or a suspended water cistern with a faucet. The cleanest people were villagers who would often wash in the stables or the river. The church was generally against cleansing the body, and so allowed the priests or monks to bathe only twice a year, at Christmas and on the feast of day of some chosen patron. In spite of this, there were public baths in each town where people went not just to get clean, but to socialize. Contrary to today's notions, the people at that time were not very prudish, and men and women shared the bathhouse together. Even the urban poor had the right to visit the baths paid for by the Mississippi. Okay, Inquisition. Um, the Inquisition was founded in the 12th century primarily as a reaction to the widespread Albigenism, Catharist heretical movement. Although it was originally intended to serve as an instrument for disciplining the clergy, later, after the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215, its main mission was to combat heresy. The Papal Inquisition in the 1230s was directly subordinate to the Pope and thus became more or less a separate power because it was answerable only to itself and the Pope. The Inquisition's main tasks were to seek out heretics, interrogate them, and convict them or redeem them, and to deliver the unredeemed to secular power for punishment. The term Inquisition is derived from the Latin inquisitio, to investigate or inquire. When an inquisitor arrived in a diocese, he would usually report to the bishop and subsequently serve a solemn mass and make a sermon. He would then hear reports from the people about heresy. Heretics were allowed a period of grace, usually 10 to 30 days, in which they could get themselves up and beg forgiveness. The inquisitor would then assess the reports he had received and convene the actual trials, which should either confirm or overturn the accusations. Although in general awareness, the Inquisition is frequently associated with cruel procedures, fanaticism, and profound fear of the inquisitors, in reality, the intention of the Inquisition and its work was focused on rationalizing and legalizing trials of heretics and suppressing the practice of trial by ordeal. Therefore, Inquisition trials were based mainly on testimonies in the interrogation of the accused. The latter, however, had almost no rights and could be subject to torture. Sometimes informing on people to the Inquisition was used as a means of solving personal disputes, and it was then up to the Inquisitor's judgment to decide how to deal with the complaint. However, the Inquisition process ensured that accusations made against the accused by persons known to have a personal conflict with him or her would not be taken into account. The Inquisition trial took place, and any information revealed during it was not to be made public. In addition to this principle of secrecy, the trials also upheld the principle of writing everything down and keeping records for the needs of the Inquisition. These records were later checked by other persons, also present at the proceedings, to prevent from manipulation of testimonies. In KCD, we try to stick as close as possible to actual trial, but took artistic license, for example, with the principle of secrecy. Since we allowed Henry to play an active role in the proceedings, we also sped up the entire process. Okay. Again, I like when they specify that, hey, this is the part where we took some liberties from. One, we wanted to have Henry participate so that we could have some fun stuff with that. But two, a bit more importantly, this shit took a long time. Boring as fuck. I will return momentarily Yeah, I'll be right back. I just got a text message. I gotta go check on something. I'll be right back. I will turn this on so that way in case the music plays. All right. Apologies for that. It is go and help grab something for my father in the kitchen while he's just taking it easy today. Either. There we go. All right. That was the Inquisition invective. Oh. Although the more educated, or okay, let me sure I wasn't muted. Although the more educated or higher born try to keep invective and vulgarities out of their speech, swearing has been part of the vernacular since time immemorial. Profanity was not only verbal, but often appeared in written form and documents that sought to defame and humiliate those addressed. Some of the slurs arose by corrupting foreign language expressions, often were derived from animals and their attributes. Often used as insults were onomatopoeic, onomatopoeic words. Onomatopoeic. Okay, I said it right the first time, I think. Words. Articulated noises or metaphors, words derived from adjectives, attitudes towards work, criminal offenses, political stances, professions, psychological malice, or people's names. The worst kind of insult questioned the honor of the individual, such as swear swords. Swear words quite often led to court cases or duels. It was common practice that anyone not prepared to defend their honor would indeed lose it in the eyes of those around. All right. Jews. The Jews settled in Moravia and Bohemia probably even earlier than the 10th century. Initially, they were considered foreigners who the Romans had banished into exile. Jewish traders in the Czech lands settled largely around long-distance trade routes. In major centers, which in the early Middle Ages were Umlich, Brno, Zujomo, and the central Elbe River environs. Most lived in Prague, however. Records tell of about 120 houses in a demarcated Jewish quarter of the old town. They were under the legal protection of decrees by Wenceslas II and subsequently Charles IV. Over the centuries, however, the flourishing of their activities as merchants and financiers gave rise to protests from many elements of society, in particular the Catholic Church. The Jews had indeed imported valuable gold and used it to barter for horses, furs, or slaves. Their rights became progressively circumscribed. They could not buy land or houses, had to live in specially designated ghettos, were allowed to lend money at interest, usury, and to trade only where they were not in competition with locals, and were prohibited from working as craftsmen or farmers. The segregation of Jews were also underlined by enforcing labeling. They had to wear, for example, a yellow circle or yellow ribbon on their garments, or a specifically shaped hat. The women had to have a yellow ribbon in their hair, and the men mandatory beards. No help came from the church, which traditionally laid the blame on them for being the killers of Christ and for adhering to pagan rituals. In the Middle Ages, Jews were considered the king's own and under his protection, so that the townspeople were inclined to commit a pogrom, set fire to the quarter, and massacre the inhabitants. They would have to pay the king hefty reparations. Some kings looked forward to such pogroms as a good source of income. Others protected their Jews. For example, Wenceslas IV granted the Prague Jews the right to their own town within Prague, with its own wall and 6 gates. But even this failed to protect them from the pogrom in 1389, when the king was traveling abroad. After his return, he levied the ultimate punishment on the organizers of the pogrom, which called further attacks for some time. though they made a comeback with the Hussiite movement. Um, Kitchens. Medieval kitchens differed in the countryside, the city, and at court. In earlier times, everything was cooked outdoors, while later, at the time of our narrative, stove hearths were built, which served for heating the home as well as cooking. Some kitchens had an open fireplace indoors, with the smoke drawn off by small windows and fume hoods. When we speak of the so called smoke kitchen or black kitchen, this was largely a feature of taverns, mills, presbyteries, and manors, which which go its name which got its name from the smoke blackened walls around. That's a typo. Knighthood training. The physical training of a boy to become a knight began before he was 7 years old. He had to know how to run, jump, and climb well, and also to be able to swim. He strengthened his arms by throwing hefty rocks. Over the years, boys had to become proficient in spear throwing, archery, unarmed wrestling, and horsemanship, pairing with a shield and attacking. Their training also encompassed joining the hunt. The seven knightly skills, according to the classical tradition, were horse riding, swimming, archery, fighting with a sword, and unarmed, hunting, as well as playing chess and composing poetry. Similarly, burghers practiced combat with different types of weapons, which came into its own, especially in town defense. The towns, more than anywhere else, spawned sword fighting and archery fellowships, where swordplay would be taught initially according to the so called German school, the truth. Later on in the Renaissance, dominated by the Italian and Spanish schools. Shooting fellowships were devoted to archery with bows and crossbows. With the development of gunpowder, firearms came into play. Land army. The territorial army or provincial militia drew on nobles, princes, lords, squires with their retinues, the garrisons of clerical dignitaries, bishops from the 1344 and on, even archbishop, the militias of royal towns, village bailiffs, and custodians. It served to defend the land and was called up as needed by the monarch. Language and literature. In the late 14th and 15th centuries, both Czech and German were spoken in the Czech lands. German first appeared after German colonization and made its way largely into the towns and upper classes and literature, low poems, and bureaucratic language. Czech had evolved from Old Slavic and was spoken by the poorer residents, becoming an official language only during the reign of Charles IV. Apart from these two languages were Latin, the language of books, chronicles, learned treatises, official deeds, and documents. Latin was the language of the church and the Bible, and served as the medium of international communication. The development of the Slavic language and its emancipation was the domain of the monasteries, including Sasau, from the early Middle Ages on. The preacher Jan Hus was one of the pioneers of fostering the Czech language. As for literature, Czech found its due place from the early 14th century in various genres: spiritual and secular lyricism, love stories, epics, and dramas. Among the oldest examples were legends. An example about Judas and Iscariot, Pontius Pilate, and the lives of the saints, knightly epics, chronicles, and satires. Apart from official documents in Latin, correspondence was written in Czech from the end of the 14th century. Hey, Tally. That's my favorite art of Tally. I believe it was done by the Mass Effect 2 concept artists. Yeah, that's my favorite artwork of Tally. without a mask. Liturgical items. Church fixtures and fittings comprise the liturgical devices used in church services as statues, paintings, and frescoes, which serve to enlighten the uneducated populace in simple terms with biblical stories and religious observance. Pulpit, the raised platform from where the priest gives sermons or readings. Altar, where the sacrifice of communion is consecrated. This could be in the main or side aisle, often highly ornate. Ciborium, the receptacle for the Eucharist, the transformed sacred host. Chalice, the Eucharistic goblet for the wine, transformed into the blood of Christ. Paten, the shallow bowl or plate used to hold the sacred host, body of Christ. Monstrance, the ornate casket to hold the Eucharistic host. Liturgy. Religious services in the Middle Ages were held quietly and in Latin. A medieval mass differed from today's in its language approach in the relationship between the priests and the congregation. People stood or moved around while the priest said the liturgy alone, without servers, without a sermon, and without communion. He stood with his back to the congregation, facing the main altar at a distance from the faithful. The sermon was held quite apart from the Mass, in keeping with a special rite in between services of worship. Holy Communion, the Eucharist, was available to the common folk only at Christmas and Easter. The inaccessibility of the sacred ritual, along with the disgust of the state of the church, later led to the revolutionary Hussite reform movements, which opened up both the Mass and the Eucharist's rites to the wider populace. Locks. Locks and keys in ancient times were made of wood, later metal. Progress came with the year 1000 with the invention of automatically falling latches and a wider use of key locks. Fixed locks were supplemented by padlocks protected by a metal casing. In the Middle Ages, there was also plug lock systems in use, as well as more advanced designs with a turning key. According to architectural finds, locks were commonly used in the country, even though ordinary latches were typical. The richer townspeople and nobility had their locks richly decorated. As late as the 14th century, locks were fitted to the outside of the door. Monastery hierarchy. The Benedictines were a decentralized order. All the monastery communities were independent, and the respective were headed by an abbot. His representative at the monasterial level was the prior. The smaller organizational units were in turn called priories, with the prior at the head. The abbot frequently traveled on the king's or pope's business or to arrange the business affairs of the order, and could thus be away for extended periods. At such times, the prior would stand in for him. Among the occupations at the monastery were watchmen, bell ringing circuitors, whose task was to patrol the entire monastery during hours of mandatory work, study, and prayer, and ensure that there were no idlers and everyone maintained their order and silence. The various administrative sections of the establishment were entrusted to obedientaries. The preceptor or cantor was responsible for training the monks in ecclesiastical singing and conducting services. The procuring of food, beverages, and fuel for the community and its guests was the job of the general bursar or steward of the monastery cellars, the brother cellarius, while accounts and administration were down to the provost. The infirmarium gave shelter and cared for any alien monks. In the monastery of St. Procopius at the time of Abbot Peter, 1377 to 1405, an example at the time of our game, there were about 30 months. Their names in the game derived from the surviving records of brothers actually there at the time. Interesting. Indeed. Money! And currency in the Middle Ages took the form of coins minted in the Denominations corresponding to the quantity of precious material used, gold or silver. In Bohemia, the silver prog groschen long served as legal tender. The decimal system was not in general use. One groschen divided into 7 pennies, and those in turn into 14 hellers. Similarly, counting and circulating was done in dozens, 12, and 3 scores, copa, 60. However, since this would be rather confusing for us today, the smallest unit value in the game is 0.1 groschen. Fair enough. Again, I appreciate them going, look, it just would be confusing to try and deal with what the bullshit they were doing back then. So, hey, we modernized it. We explain here how it actually was done, but this is why in game it's easier to understand because that's how we do shit in the modern time. Around the year 1400, the quality and hence the value of the groschen dropped significantly, with other metals being added to the silver. This was to do with over-exploitation of the mining deposits of those valuable metals around Kuttenberg, Central Bohemia, and Jilva Iglo and Moravia, and a shortage of goods for exchange with foreign countries. Economic and financial problems at the time led to the growing anti-Semitism, a rise in crime, and ultimately the collapse of the CZ currency. Counterfeit coins were in circulation alongside genuine ones, despite the fact that counterfeiting was one of the most serious crimes. It was punished by burning at the stake. Jeez, that's brutal. Coins were circular and marked with the crown or the crowned head of the monarch on the obverse, and in Bohemia, the Czech line in a square on the reverse, substituted by an eagle in Moravia. Smaller silver coins were minted right up to the Hussiite Wars. The mint employed 2 mint masters to vouch for the precious metal quality of the coins under mortal oath. The prices of goods and articles varied locally and changed frequently. Morgue. The morgue was a simple building of wood or stone built near the church in a corner of the cemetery. It was the place where biers and coffins with the deceased were put. Here the family kept vigil over the body of the departed and prepared it for burial. Municipal finances. Towns and cities always had to look after their budgets, so they collected taxes, customs duties, tolls, and ungelt goods tariffs. It was common for a tax was paid twice a year, and the amount depended on the assets of each respective citizen. Another source of civic revenue, revenue money were monies made by the city council or the city court for the making of contracts, documents, records, and other ongoing activities. Fees and taxes were paid by the city residents based on their business, levied on products sold or services provided. The treasury also collected money for interest payments, fines, building funds, loans, and various forms of letting and rentals to serfs. Written records were contained of all revenues. The city council paid out some of the money for the purchase of real estate, paid the nobility for defense and security, invested in schools, civic cultural development, churches, administration, and the salaries of city officials, construction, operation, and maintenance, and the upkeep of municipal buildings. Music. It's a big guitar, man. Until the 11th century, music and singing were mostly liturgical. Oh my god, let me just. Liturgical. There we go. Liturgical. Though also associated with everyday activities. In the world of religion, there were the Gregorian chants, taking their name from Pope Gregory the Great, or musical forms with Latin singing unaccompanied by instruments. used in the rites of Roman Catholic Church. The Middle Ages were not averse to singing, but a difficult time for musical instruments, since the church frowned upon any kind of music other than vocal. For centuries, therefore, the instruments of old continued to be used, and no new ones were invented. Instrumental music in its own right gained prominence only in the 14th century in the Ars Nova, or New Art period. The concept of an original musical work or composition was as yet unknown. Music arose mostly from improvisation, and musical works were learned off by heart and spread by oral transmission. That is interesting to know. We Wow, I got 28 more to read. So I am over halfway through. Ah, sorry, just need to stretch for a moment. Oh, that was a good stretch. Ooh. All right. And on the bright side, with like the separating of the characters one, a lot of these other ones are gonna be a lot shorter. Okay, and we're only an hour and a half in, so if I keep this pace, I think I could get this done within 4 hours. I could probably get this done in the next hour and a half, depending. Probably next in 3 hours for sure. Hopefully. Oh, might even be 2. Might even be now. No. No. Names and surnames. The period up to the 13th century was characterized by Slavonic names, mostly of pagan origin. Common people would keep names short and simple, like Odilin, the robust, Dobros, the good, Chavel, the praised. Names were also given according to place of society. Compound names such as the Drahomira, who values peace, excuse me, Boleslav, more famed, more fabled, and Ludmilla, dear to the people, were reserved for royalty and the nobility. Christian names were derived from Latin: Paul, Sylvester, Florian; Hebrew: James, Daniel, John. Hey, there's me, Daniel, Hebrew name. In Greek: Andrew, Nicholas, Peter. Once Christianity took over completely, only names belonging to Christian martyrs were permitted. In the towns and the countryside, the prevailing names were John, Peter, Margaret, Catherine, and Anna, while the nobility retained the privilege of using names like Sophia. Oh, really? That's a noble name. Elizabeth, Jacob, Ulrich, or Hermanen. Additional by names added information about the location of the family seat, seat, social or religious standing, or about relationships with relatives. For example, Divius Z. Talmberka and KCD Divish of Talmberg, John Pasek Perkishania, Hans Kapan of Perkising, Honus Z. Perkising, Sin Honish Perkistine, son of Henry. In addition, sometimes an epitaph would be used. For example, Jon Zordik, Hannekin Hare of Valdek, Jon the Younger of Yurik, etc. The growing population and the limited number of first names gave rise to the surname as we know it today. The surname was derived from the place where the person lived. Like in English, for example, Hill, Woods, Forest. From their occupation, coachman, miller, smith. From their physiognomy or appearance, ruddy, small, brown. Or were patronymics, derived from the father's forename, Davis Littlejohn. Or metronymics, derived from the mother's forename, Marriott Beat. All right. Nobility. The nobility, aristocracy, were the highest level of feudal society beneath the monarch, with the power and legal privileges um, commensurate with their landed title or family crest. They were directly answerable to the king, and the lands in their possession were only leasehold, for which they had to pay the king dues and were obligated to provide a military assistance in the events of war. Noble status was heraldry, as were the associated land rights and responsibilities. The land came with its inhabitants who had to pay their liege lord rent and labor on his farmland lands. The oldest Sizek families include the lords of Buziek, you know, an example, the Zayek Hair family of Hasenberg, of Benishov from Duba and Kuron, the Ronau from Lipia and Daba, and the Rosenbergs. In the 14th century, the Sizek title Pan Lord was reserved for the wealthy members of the higher nobility who had the right to elect the king, and then the territorial diet or landtag, but later spread to the lower nobility. Church dignitaries, members of town councils, and eventually common burghers becoming the equivalent of Mr. English as it is today. A nobleman didn't have to be didn't have to be educated person. Often it was quite enough that he had a military upbringing. He had his subjects, the servants, to take care of administration and physical work. His main duties were the collection of taxes, managing the militia, and all heraldry functions. A seigneur or lord of the manor in Sizek Zemman was a provincial nobleman of local origin, long established in any given territory. A baronet of Lakia administered numerous estates. Yeomen who formed the lower nobility had no property of their own and served the higher nobility. Nobility unquestionably influenced the medieval arts, since they were often sponsors of artistic works, thus applied not only to architecture, painting, and sculptures, but also to fashion, accessories, hairstyles, and furniture. Okay. There was something. Hope everyone's doing all right so far. On the bright side, once I get to this, what I'll probably do, since I'm getting through the grand majority of it all, what's probably going to happen is either the next session or two, which apparently, by the way, I've been told that I'm not as close to the end as I thought it was. I thought it was like only 3 hours away. Apparently there's a good, depending on how it goes, there's a good 20, 30 hours left, especially with all the side content that I intend to do. So, it's just that it's the point of no return, because you're kind of locked in doing this stuff, whatever it is. You're locked into doing whatever it wants you to do, but you might be able to stop and do some other stuff along the way. But it's one of those things where, unlike the rest of the game where you're kind of just free forming, doing whatever you want, it very much goes, no, you're doing this for a little bit. Or basically, you're doing this for the rest of the game. Yeah. 1 second. Before we read paganism, let me check something. Little something. Okie dokie. Bada boopy. Bada bob. Apologies for that. Just had to check on a little email that I just got done getting received. Okay, that's fine. All right, back to it. Back to it. Back to it, yeah. Back to it now. Back to it. Back to it. Back to it. Paganism. You know what we could really use right now? I feel like I know you guys could really use it. Oh, hang on. Port message. Friend of mine got baby. Friend of mine is having his baby today. It's got the baby photos. That's adorable. Okay. Really quick, my dad's gonna want to see this. Sorry. Like I said, friend of mine just had his kid born, was sharing the info to everyone inside. I convey it both verbally but also showing it. Um, let's see something really quick. Um, okay. Sorry about that. Let's go ahead and continue. I was gonna try and pull up some music, but there's a very good chance I'm either gonna get something that isn't completely Kingdom Come. This way, saying that, or would have to jump through some other hoops. So, yeah. Well, let's continue. Paganism. Pagan ways survived in Bohemia even after the adoption of Christianity, mainly in the form of the folk traditions and customs. These contain elements from the cultures of the Celts, Germans, and Slavs, the respective influences intermingling over time and becoming more and more adapted to Christianity. Some customs kept their original form. Yeah. Exempli what was it again? Exempli gratia. Exemplo gratia. Um, Exempli gratia. Exempli gratia. That's the word I'm looking for. There we go. Exempli gratia, folk superstitions and rhymes. Others gave way to church pressure completely. Paganism in the Slavic countries survived in motifs adorning jewelry and objects, and folk medicine in the form of holidays. The winter and summer solstices, the Mardi Gras, I was reading that weirdly, my bad. The Mardi Gras, Easter, Walpurgis Night, Midsummer Night, All Souls, Advent, and Christmas. All were modeled on original pagan celebrations, but were renamed under Christianity and modified in content. Pennants and banners. In the heat of a medieval battle, where most of the combatants had the same or similar equipment, the pennant or banner was often the only sign differentiating friend from foe. Pennants also helped lift morale and to organize the various units during troop movements. Around 1400, pennants and banners took the shape of extended triangles, upright rectangles, and squares. Flags were fashioned from colored canvas or silk, and the depictions or emblems were painted onto them, most often the coats of arms of the respective feudal lords. Cavalry carried small pennants on their spears, and craftsmen who were members of the guilds who had their own banners. The guild banner was emblematic of the profession and was shown at public ceremonies and at military or other ostentatious events. The banner of the Sizek lands dates back to the 13th century and depicts gules, a lion, gules, a lion rampant cueille forchi argent. Example, a two-tailed silver lion raised on its hind legs on a red background. Pilgrimage. Religious pilgrimages were an important part of the Christian world. There were a number of reasons for embarking on a pilgrimage: the pursuit of forgiveness of sins, curtailment of purgatory for the soul of the pilgrim or his loved ones, requests for the healing or other divine help, expressing thanksgiving or profound piety in an effort to deepen it. The destinations of pilgrimages were places connected with Christ's life and work, or places where saints had lived or were interred. The most important pilgrimage site was the city of Jerusalem and the place of the Holy Sepulchre. The most frequented sites in Europe were Rome, the seat of the popes, associated with the work of St. Peter, and the city of Santiago de Compostela, and the relics of St. James. In Bohemia, the most important pilgrimage site was Prague, where the remains of several saints were interred over time, the most important of which was the country's patron saint, Saint Wenceslas, who was laid to rest in Saint Vitus Cathedral. To carry out a pilgrimage was to undergo a strenuous and often hazardous journey, whether by land or by sea, and was a significant achievement for an individual. Providing shelter and assistance to a pilgrim was considered a moral deed. Naturally, the development of the pilgrimage became linked to commercial elements, especially around pilgrimage sites and inns along the route. Often it was possible to recognize pilgrims by their specific attire, which we could see in many illustrations. Is seen of a cloak, a staff, or a scrip, or a satchel and badges. A common motif or symbol of pilgrimages was St. James' shell. It was believed that such a shell brought back from a pilgrimage was blessed and therefore had supernatural powers. These shells were sometimes placed, for example, in the bottom of a well to ensure water purity. Oh, pillory. The pillory would be located in the middle of the square, and it was here that the lesser punishments were meted out for transgressions such as perjury, slander, or various frauds. It was typically a wooden or stone pillar to which the convicted were tied by a chain for a specific time, hours, or even days. They were then punished by the whole community, being spat on, insulted, mocked, and pelted randomly on a daily basis. Prayer. The earliest prayers were dedicated to the Virgin Mary, Hail Mary, in Latin, Ave Maria, beneath thy protection, subtuum presidium, with a rosary and numerous litanies. The prayers followed the pagan formulations, which were modified with the adoption of Christianity to fit the new doctrine. In addition to the Marian prayers, the more frequently chanted were the Lord's Prayer, the Credo, Declaration of Faith, and the Angel of the Lord. Litanies were dedicated primarily to Christ, but also to other saints. The priests would incant, and the people respond, Kyrie eleison. The monks knew and used many more prayers relating to the daily cycle. Hermits and others who dedicated themselves to God in solitude recited the scripture and psalms. During the liturgy, the prevailing language is Latin, with some prayers or songs in a vernacular, exempli Gratia, Lord be kind unto us, or Saint Wenceslas. All right, we are almost there. We're getting there. Roman Catholic Church. In the pre-Hussite period, the church had extensive estates, sometimes exceeding in value the property of the nobility or even the king himself. The church also collected various taxes and fees, which led to conflicts not only between the church and the secular world, but within the church itself. In addition to the clergymen, priests and their helpers, oh boy, ecclesiastical el- ecclesiastical ecclesiastical establishment was also represented by votaries, archbishops, church officials, clerics, and monks. Altogether, the church nourished and employed about a tenth of the population. High running costs and failure to ensure either the physical or spiritual well-being of the populace, coupled with the numerous woes of wars and pestilence, led to a radical weakening of ecclesiastical ecclesiastical power and loss of confidence in the church as a institution in the 14th century. It brought the first signs of a Reformation movement, as well as many alternative heretical sects and renewed interest in old pagan traditions. Mass was at the time more of a social occasion than a spiritual one, bringing people together. They would enjoy themselves, even flirt or make deals. This changed with the Hussite Reformation movement and the return to true devotion. Declining trust in the church was encouraged by the first Zech translations of the Bible, thanks to which the ideas actually contained in the Bible could finally spread by word of mouth, even amongst the illiterate population. The spark of revolution had been struck. All right. Safe conduct. The safe conduct document was issued by a member of the highest social tier to guarantee the bearer's safety. Most often, it gave protection in a particular territory during the journey, and sometimes the bearer was also provided with an armed escort. For example, Jan Hus received a letter of safe conduct from Sigismund of Luxembourg when he went to the Council of Constance. He did indeed survive the journey in good health, though the safe conduct did nothing to save him from being sentenced by the ecclesiastical court there to burn at the stake. Damn. Schools. School based tuition developed only at the end of the 11th century, mainly in the monasteries and churches. Basic instruction, held in Latin, encompassed the 7 liberal arts: the trivium, grammar, Latin, rhetoric, dialectic, the quadrivium, mathematics, geometry, astronomy, and church music. During the High Middle Ages, there were 2-tier Latin schools for boys. Girls were only very rarely educated. Indeed, education in general did not carry the weight it does today. Most noblemen and wealthy burghers were illiterate, hiring scribes and scriveners as needed. Later on, the towns came to host centers of secular education, with the ultimate flowering thereof being the establishment in 1348 of an international format university in Prague by Emperor Charles IV. Slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse, or shambles, was located on the edge of town. This was the only place that animals could be slaughtered, with butcher stalls springing up around them. The cattle was examined by the guildmaster only if he vouched for their health could they be slaughtered and sold by the butchers. Butchering elsewhere was punishable by a fine. Sources of light. The main source of domestic light, after sunset, consisted of fire pits or fireplaces. If that was not enough to light up paths or dwellings, cloth or tallow torches, oil lamps, lanterns, candlesticks, or candles were used. Ceramic, oh my god, ceramic is what I'm trying to fucking say. Oh boy. Again, I don't speak English good. Ceramic or metal oil lamps were bowl-shaped, sometimes with an ear-shaped handle. In them was a wick steeped in oil, later on supplemented with wax. In the richer homes, there were chandeliers with candles hanging on chains from the ceiling. In villages, there were simple lamps, burning tallow instead of vegetable oils, and torches made of split lumber. Tallow candles, stanks, smoked, and dripped. They had to be constantly wiped, and the tallow collected for reuse, and therefore they were mounted on candlesticks with a bowl at the base. In Central Europe in the Middle Ages, beeswax was considered an extremely precious commodity, and also made its appearance as a means of exchange among other guilds, payment in wax. Saint Wenceslaus's crown. After the coronation of Charles IV as King of Bohemia, a new and singular ceremonial jewel was fashioned, the crown of Saint Wenceslaus. It was made from the old priestly crown, and the monarch himself dedicated it to Saint Wenceslaus. No Czech king was ever allowed to wear it, but could borrow it for his coronation for a fee. The crown is of pure gold and gemstones and pearls, kept in a strong room with 7 locks above the chapel of St. Wenceslaus in Prague Cathedral. Let me check. I just received a text about. There's people memeing in the chat about the baby. The keys are held by the leaders of the Czech state, the president, the prime minister, and the archbishop of Prague, etc. There is a legend that the crown is worn on the head of anyone other than the rightful Czech king. The wearer will soon die. It is reported that during World War II, the Nazi Protector for Bohemia and Moravia, Reinhard Heydrich, put it on and died shortly afterwards at the hands of assassins. The story is probably apocryphal, but certainly interesting. That little bit right there, that's someone inserting that in there, be like, oh, that's interesting, you know. That I'm the way it's worded and the way it's phrased, that feels like whoever was tasked to write the codex and stuff like this, they just put that little tidbit in there to be like, you know, maybe there's some superstition to it, maybe there's something to it. Yeah. Tiths. A tithe is the name for a compulsory tax levied since ancient times. It was paid to the parish priest or other religious institution. The term tithe, the tithe, come from the Old English and means 1/10. The amount of the tithe being 1/10 of the value of the harvest. The inhabitants of monastery estates had the misfortune to be taxed twice by the church. Once in the form of tithe, the second form as a mandatory levy for their occupation of church land. Oh man, we're talking about toilets, and Hexkit is not here today. What a shame. They're missing out on their favorite conversation. Pooping. Are you pooping? Toilets. In the countryside or during wars, people went outdoors to relieve themselves to the cowshed or the dung heap in the yard. Houses of a higher social standing had a little hut built by the dung heap. Excuse me. At night, the chamber pots were used, tucked under beds, and were emptied on the dung heap in the morning. You're telling me you would use your chamber pot and you would put it underneath your bed? You put your shit underneath your bed? It's nasty. That's nasty. In the castles and in wealthier homes, we would find a privy, a toilet located whenever possible in one of the heated rooms and a oriel on the first floor. There wasn't necessarily a door, and inside was a bench seat with a round hole. Not uncommonly was it in the banquet hall itself, so one would not have to depart, and could even observe the goings on at table from the privy. Privies used to be in a niche cut in the wall, with a sloping vent shaft leading to the outside of the building. And in either case, the fecal matter would fall freely along the castle walls into the ditch or down a slope. Privies were gradually upgraded and flushed with rainwater. They might also have a flap added that discharged the excrement once the flap was released by a foot lever. Despite this, up to the 16th century, it was common practice to empty chamber pots out of windows onto the city streets. That is nasty. I know about that part, but oh. Town gates. The city gates, there were always at least two, served to watch over the comings and goings of the city dwellers. And tolls and duties were collected there from traders for goods brought in and sold. The ground level housed the armory and storage facilities. The highest level featured an astronomical clock or town clock. The gate tower was typically a rectangular tower of greater or lesser height with a passage through a drawbridge over a frontal moat. The walls of some cities also included a water gate, through which the townspeople made their way to the water supply. There were also dedicated gates for the executioner and his henchmen for unclean people, as well as Jewish gates. After closing time, it was only possible to enter a city with a special permit from councilors. Anyone who failed to make it back in time had to spend the night outside the city walls. The gate was locked with a key that was kept overnight with the bailiff or the head of the city council. Okie dokie. Towns and cities. In the Middle Ages, the merchant settlements and villages on major trade routes or around castles became the first towns. They were founded by specialized businessmen called allocators. Their task was to seek out settlers to prepare and arboration the land and to build a community. The ruler set down the rights and obligations concerning the locators and settlers, exempli gratia, the level and method of collecting taxes and benefits, town privilege rules of self government, capital justice rights, trading, market rights, and the 1 mile right, extending to 1 mile beyond the towns. And brewing and handling beer, brewing rights. Newly established settlements and cities were often exempt from taxes for a certain period. Hence, many Zizek villages were often called Lotia or grace period. Okay. Towns were of a different type. Royal, seigneurial, mining, and dowry, which belonged to the queen. Seigneurial towns were divided to ecclesial, secular, feudal, and those of the royal chamber. Apart from the feudal settlements, towns were mostly rectangular in layout, with streets perpendicular to a central square featuring a rathaus, town hall, market, and a church. Until the 14th century, the main streets and squares of the largest towns remained unpaved, uncobbled. Waste was emptied directly into the street, or thrown into waste pits dug around the houses, despite the fact that sanitation had existed since antiquity. Antiquity. Gutters of rammed earth carried sewage and rainwater alongside the streets, and an unpleasant smell remained hovering over the town. Settlements were surrounded by wooden palisades, and from the second half of the 13th century, there had to be at least 2 gates through it. In KCD, we constructed the towns based on a range of medieval designs, mostly larger and wealthier than they were in reality. Good to know. Good to know. I need to step. uh, that's a joyous occasion. Okay. I need to step away for just. Wait. I don't. My dad was like, "Hey, can you come out here for a moment because he's in his garden right now?" And as I'm about to go, okay, I get. Never mind. Nope, never mind. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. That's an adorable name. Happy. Yeah, him and his other half, they're gonna be good parents. I believe in them. I have faith. Let's check on some things here, some things there. You know how the things need to go. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, and a little bit of that. I mean, doing this for 2 hours already. Holy shit. Nope, we're on the tail end of this. Let's take okay. Travel and merchants is where I'm at. Mm-hmm. I'm seeing like okay how extensive some of this stuff is gonna be. Okay, that's fine, bro. Let's just take a quick peek to see, and it's gonna be about the same. So, like I said, it's gonna be here for a bit. Oh, oh yeah. Travel and traveling merchants. Travel was dangerous in the Middle Ages, but necessary, especially for traders. The roads differed by their purpose. Trade routes had river fords, bridges, inns, signposts, milestones, and so on. Pilgrimage routes were without such luxuries. A person was able to cover about 20 to 30 kilometers per day by wagon. Wayfarers would overnight at inns near road junctions, their goods stored in a depot. In times of instability and chaos, the kind of which the KCD story takes place, traders and travelers would often be waylaid by marauders, which led to traveling in groups with a hired armed escort. Bohemia imported canvas, silk, and other textiles, weapons, wine, salt, seafood, saltwater fish, southern fruit, spices, and other exotic and luxury goods. Goods exported included wheat, butter, wheat, butter, honey, beeswax, beer, malt, freshwater fish, cheeses, and other local products. Trial by ordeal. Apart from resolution by municipal or territorial courts of justice, up to the 14th century, it was common, though unofficial, in Bohemia to turn to God's judgment or trial by ordeal. Guilt or innocence was proved by appealing to God. He had to judge guilt or innocence. A typical ordeal was to be put to a test by fire, hot water, poison, or dueling with the counterparty. The trial often ended in injury or even the death of the accused or the accuser. All right. Home stretch for general. All right. And what I'll do is when I get done with this tab, I'm going to take a very, very short break. Basically, I'm going to go grab a sandwich and probably going to grab some, make up some tea potentially just to make the vocal cords a little easier. Although I'm not like pushing my voice or doing any crazy voices or anything like that, so it's not straining. Plus, past couple months of streaming, doing a lot of talking, a lot more talking than I normally do, and doing like voices and stuff like that has actually helped this out a lot. University. One of the oldest universities in Europe was Prague University, later Charles University. Founded in 1348 by Charles IV, students could study here at the arts, theological, medical, and later on law faculties or schools. The arts faculty the arts faculty broadened basic religious education and taught grammar, rhetoric, dialectics, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music. In the early 15th century, more than 1,000 students were taught here and were also provided with college accommodation. A total of 80% of the students at the University of Prague came from abroad, mainly from Hungary, Austria, Poland, and Germany. The medieval university allowed one to graduate with a bachelor's or master's degree or doctorate. conditional on passing a spoken viva voce examination before a commission. Some disciplines were studied for far longer than today, even more than 10 years. After passing the final examination, the student received a diploma. From the earliest times, the university was headed by a rector, assisted by deans of the various faculties, followed by members of the university council, and below them the numerous tutors, professors, and cantors. Among others who lectured at the university was a preacher and reformer, Jan Hus. Venoms and poisons, a fairly common method of dealing with social political issues. The most common used poisons were the alkaloids of henbane, datura flower, devil's snare, hemlock, or of toadstools, mixed in the food or drink. Among the most popular drugs were those inducing abortion, aphrodisiacs, analgesics, antiseptics, digestives, laxatives, narcotics to induce sleep or with soothing effects, and tonics to revitalize and give sustenance to the body. Where was that? Sorry. Part of the text chat. Want to make sure I didn't miss anything super important. One of the worst cases of food poisoning that impacted the wider rural society involved rye infected with a parasitic ergot fungus. Before the source of the poisoning was discovered, thousands of people could be affected, which often led to accusations against some local witch, since ergot in a sublethal dose brings on delirium and hallucinations. Indeed, quite often the underlying cause of witchery, superstitions, and allegations was nothing other than intoxication by psychoactive substances sometimes used in the making of lotions and potions. Village. Bohemian villages underwent a significant transformation at the turn of the 13th and 14th centuries. Farmers became entitled to inherit their farms, and wagons and wages and trading began to have clear-cut rules. The village ground plan itself changed from erratically scattered homesteads towards organized plots, geometrically arranged, affording plenty of space for roads in the market. The number of houses ranged from 20 to 25. The hub of the village was the common or public space, which served as a social, cultural, and economic arena. The limits of the township were fenced or walled. Water mills. By the end of the 14th century, most royal towns had an average up to 7 mills, water-powered forging mills, wash mills, sawmills, water pumps, bellows, and foundries and smelters, and for beating hemp. Each mill consisted of 3 parts: the engine, the transmission system, and the work equipment. The driving mechanism or engine was a water wheel, and the gearing or transmission system consisted of many gears to convert the force from the slow-moving mill wheel to fast motion. Work equipment differed according to the particular function of the mill. At the heart of grain mills were millstones, a lower stationary bedstone, and an upper rotating runner. The grain was ground between the two. The mill had to be well situated. The current had to be neither too weak nor too strong. In the Sizek climate, the strength of the current in the river varied greatly with the seasons. This meant the miller also had to build artificial mill runs and weirs with which to control the flow. Weapons. Weapons made of wool, stone, bone, and antler served mankind since prehistoric times. Initially, given the materials, the weapons of choice were pointed for stabbing: spears, knives, arrows, etc. Later, with developments in metalworking, bladed weapons began to emerge: daggers, axes, and swords. In addition to these two traditional types, We also distinguish blunt weapons, thrown weapons, hand firearms, artillery, and booby traps. In the Middle Ages, there were also plenty of lances, halberds, and crossbows. Rural weaponry was often derived from farming tools. From the 14th century, Europe began deploying cannon using gunpowder, long known in China, and firearms in general began to make slow inroads. Surviving records of the use of small arms in the Czech lands date back to the reign of Wenceslas IV. They were used in 1398 during the siege of the Archbishop's mansion in Kiev near Prague. Windmills. Windmills became prevalent in Europe between the 11th and 14th centuries. The most suitable environment for their construction was to be found in the foothills of mountains, on plains, and in coastal landscapes, where strong air currents abounded. They were generally wooden post mills standing on a characteristic conical trestle log base. They would be rotated, it should be what we said, around the central stake to face into the wind. As a rule, the mill had 4 vanes, sails set in a rectangular cross mounted on the front wall of the building. As the wind lent into them, they would turn to move a wooden gearing and transfer a torque to the millstone located in the first floor. The disadvantage of windmills was their frequent need for repair and maintenance, and they were often struck by lightning. When operating, they vibrated intensely, making working in them neither pleasant nor safe. Witchcraft. In the Czech lands, any practices, especially by women, connected with magic that were intended to harm rather than help, were regarded as witchcraft. In the early Middle Ages, witchcraft was differentiated into white magic, beneficial and associated with healing, and black magic, curses, hexes, and abuse of magic for inquidious purposes. Magic encompassed divination, necromancy, alchemy, herbalism, entrenched pagan customs and rituals, which had originally constituted an integral part of medieval society. By the end of the 15th century, efforts to eradicate witchcraft culminated in senseless witch hunts and persecution of anyone involved with magic. The persecutions peaked around the end of the 16th century, when hundreds of people fell victim to the zeal of the witch hunters. Many superstitions and half-truths have been arisen concerning witchcraft, as well as the Inquisition, though only a few are grounded in truth. Although many were convicted and condemned during the period, most of those accused of heresy or witchcraft got off unscathed. On the contrary, it was often those who had denounced them with acquisitive intent and whose accusations proved to be false who were punished. More people fell prey to lynch mobs and fanatical self-proclaimed inquisitors than to institutionalized witch burnings. Ooh. Women in the Middle Ages. In the medieval purely patriarchal society, the man was the head of the family, with the roles of women determined by the relationship to him: daughter, sister, wife, mother, or widow. Girls had a short childhood, according to municipal documents, reaching the age of majority between 12 and 15 years of age. Boys, in terms of territorial law, became grown-ups at 15. Men spent most of their time at their craft, trading, or swordsmanship, depending on their station in life, while women attended to housework and family. Only a widow could obtain permission to conduct trade or a craft activity, with the help of journeymen, of course. Village women did not leave their homes very much or wander the vicinity needlessly. Some rules about venturing out were dictated by social class, while townswomen and noblewomen could venture beyond the home only when accompanied by their spouse or servants. The wives of artisans, merchants, and peasants could walk about unaccompanied. The domestic activities of well-to-do women included embroidery, cleaning, childcare, shopping, and playing musical instruments. Village women spent their time working in the fields or pastures, beekeeping, weaving, spinning, preparing food, knitting, and sewing. During the High Middle Ages, the ideal of beauty was a thin, pale woman with long blonde hair, small rounded breasts, relatively narrow hips, and a narrow waist. The most important thing was, of course, health and fertility. A woman in the Middle Ages would, from the beginning of sexual maturity, be pregnant virtually every year. It was not unusual for one to be a mother 3 or 4 times over by the age of 20. Births were complicated and aftercare inadequate, so the risk of death in childbirth was great. Girls were afforded less attention than boys, but when it came to honor, the contrary applied. Old maids, seduced daughters, and unmarried mothers brought the family shame. While boys inherited the livelihood, the parents of girls had to accumulate a dowry with which to compensate the bridegroom. All right, last one. Woods. Forests belonged to the king, especially along the border zones, and played not only an economic but also a strategic role. Felled trees were used as a form of fortification called abbacies. From the 14th century on, it was considered proper to look after forests, and only the ruler could decree whether his subjects could cut down trees for construction. The ruler could also allow farmers rights to graze their livestock or to make charcoal, but on condition that the hinds and does what the but on the condition that the hinds and does I read it as does, oh boy, does could bear their young unhindered. The subjects had to cut the grass and dry the hay on forest meadows and were allowed to catch hares. Hunting of other game by anyone except the owner or his appointed huntsman was, however, prohibited under strict penalties. In the forests of the time, the tree cover was largely of beech and fir and mixed oak, in which only certain timber varieties would be felled. Oak for water structures, beech for charcoal burning, etc. Overall, forest cover in the Middle Ages suffered considerable intervention, and in some places was completely wiped out. All right. Okay, we're gonna take a short little intermission here. Okay. I am going to grab a quick sandwich to eat, or two. If no the intermission, I'm going to do a full break screen, all that jazz. My voice needs a break, and also I need something to soothe it. So, no, I'm not like at the not at my tail end or anything like that, but and like looking at this, like I said, society and characters might be a little lengthy, but it looks like just looking at things at random, it won't be nearly as bad as the general stuff, but we'll see. Okay, well, thank you for everyone else stopping by so far. I'm going to take a little break. I will see you in a few. Okay. It took a little, that was much longer than I expected to. Man, I got a running theme, unfortunately, over the past a little while, but what can you do? Although, on the bright side, I should be good for it the rest of the night. I just gotta do my intermission meal now, so we should be good for the rest of the night with like a exception of a few breaks here and there. All right. Well, get back to it, I guess. Any chat messages I need to read? Nothing really gotta go through. I'll just check on the streams to make sure the stream is happy and not broken or anything like that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. That is fine. That is fine. That is fine. This is mm-hmm. Let us continue. Here we go. All right. Locations. Gutenberg. Gutenberg is today a distinct town of the central Bohemian region, 70 kilometers east of Prague. The founding of Gutenberg, the official name of the city in the Middle Ages, came about thanks to the discovery of silver ore deposits in the vicinity and its location next to Sedlitz Monastery, the commercial and economic center of the region. City rights were acquired by Gutenberg in 1318, after which time the economic activity of the city was taken care of by the so-called Uber or royal clerk. To keep the operation of the mint and the mines to a high standard and safe, a list of legal edicts was issued. Lus Regale Monitorum, the mine regulative. The city soon became rich and had the same powers as the old town of Prague. The wealthiest inhabitants of Gutenberg were the German population, while okay, that was weird. And the corner of my eye, I guess one of the things that are motioning here, it looked like something behind me was moving. But checking the footage and everything, nothing happened. So it was just a trick of the eye. The wealthiest inhabitants of Gutenberg were the German population, while a lower class consisted of mine workers, smelters, mint workers, artisans, and servants. Almost every city dweller had some connection to silver mining, minting, coinage, or trading. The treasures of found and mined silver supported the development of other Czech cities, including the construction of new buildings in Prague. The architecture of Gutenberg is due to Wenceslas IV. During his reign, the former timber houses were rebuilt in brick or as half timbered. There were also churches, a Sterling court, and other public works built at that time. Gutenberg retains his Gothic genus loci to this day. Lekencho. Lekencho is a small village with a mill. During the 14th and 15th centuries, the village belonged to Arnold Onust of Talmberg. The village originally had a second mill called Kuchelik. Mariohead. A small village near Samopesh, which was the property of the Sasa Monastery in the 15th century. The Stone Man. The Stone Man is an unusual standing stone or stele composed of red sandstone with a carving of a warrior with a spear. It is located at a crossroads in the Sasa region between Mariohead and the field track to Talmberg. According to a unsubstantiated theory, the stele was brought here from Sasso Monastery when it was reconstructed in the 14th century. The identities of the author of the relief carving and the man depicted remain a mystery. The stone man may have been a Slavic warrior or Saint Longinus with the Holy Lance. His name is derived from the Greek word for lance, who, according to the New Testament, used it to pierce the side of Jesus on the cross. Boudin Mill. In the Middle Ages, Boudin Mill was a supplier of local villages and small towns. In the 17th century, it was part of Miahed, becoming the property of Jan Budnicki in 1678, from whom it takes its name. Neuhof. According to written chronicles, Neuhof by Sassau was a noble's court, which was destroyed during extensive floods. The small town of Neue Devoy was built in its place. Oh my god, there's so much for Rattay. Here we go. Rattay on Sassau. Rattay was a small market town with two castles. The upper castle known simply as Rattay Castle, and the lower castle known as Perkestein or Perkestein. Perkestein. The oldest written record of Rattay dates back to the 13th century when it was the property of Privislav of Rattay, mentioned in records in 1263 and 1289. At about the same time, ownership of Rattay passed to Burgrave Hrunzanata of Yuzins, whose sons held several other castles and villages in a surrounding area. In 1293, King Wenceslaus II gave Rattay to Bishop Tobias of Beshanin. Then it became the property of Burgrave Hiniak of Dabi, who was the heir to the house of the lords of Lipa. Rattay experienced its greatest renown and prosperity under the administration of Henry of Lipa, died 1329. His sons and grandchildren. His son John, died 1338, was the most politically active. The town was also governed by Henry's relatives, the lords of Perkestein, Jezik and Hanus. Under their administration, the two castles were built, as were the churches, and the village was given strong fortifications. Perkstein. There we go. The lower castle in Rattay, founded by Henry of Lipa before the mid-14th century, first mentioned dates from 1346, spreads over an island in the middle of the Zivi stream. The castle is separated from the town by a moat. This is a Burgfried type castle with a massive tower, rounded corners in the rear, and 3 rooms on each floor. The entire structure is surrounded by ramparts. In 1447, the castle unfortunately caught fire and then quickly changed owners. It suffered even greater damage during a peasant uprising in 1627. 100 years later, from 1713 to 1724, it was rebuilt by Octavian Kinsky into a presbytery and bell tower. Upper Castle. The Upper Castle was built at the same time as the Lower Castle in the mid-14th century. It was also burned in the same year as Perkestein, 1447. In the 16th century, it was rebuilt into a Renaissance chateau, and in 1672, renovated in the Baroque style. Today, it houses the local town hall. St. Matthew's Church. The Lower Rattay Church was built in the 1360s at the instigation of Jan Jezik, the Ziek Perkstein, and his wife Anna. The first church was probably a single nave design and served as a parish church along with the Church of St. Nicholas, which no longer exists. From 1675 to 1691, it was demolished and rebuilt in the Baroque style according to plans by André de Gorade. It survived in this form to the present day with just a few minor changes. The only remnants of the original church are the tombs of the estate owners. For example, a tombstone with a coat of arms of the Lords of Lipa mounted into the cemetery wall. in the base of the baptismal font from 1421. St. Nicholas's Church, probably the older of the two churches within the castle walls. The first mentioned dates from 1343. It was located in the upper part of Rattay before the upper wall and partially served as a presbytery. Presbytery. From 1336, the Cornic Mill also belonged to the Rattay Presbytery. All right. Rovna. The village of Rovna lies to Strimnira Scalates, silver scallots. Around 1150, a Romex church with a presbytery and cemetery were built there by the monks from Sasso Monastery. The church was consecrated to the oldest patron of miners, St. James the Greater. The Romex frescoes are its most notable decorative element, painted in two stages in the mid-12th century and roughly 100 years later. Semapesh. Semapesh is a small village in the Sasso region not far from Rattay, first mentioned in 1397. Together with two nearby mills, Belian, called also Bart's, and Boudin Mill, it belonged to the Sasso Monastery until 1412, and was renowned as a center of agriculture and for an ancient species of wheat locally known as Semapesh spelt, from which the village derives its name. All right. Sasso Monastery. Sasso Monastery is situated on a cliff above one of the many meanders of Sasso River, which isolates it on various sides. Its origins date back to the first half of the 11th century when it was founded by Duke Uldric at the instigation of the monk Procopius. Saint Procopius, canonized in 1204, became renowned particularly for wanting to preserve the old church Slavic religious rites and the monastery, rather than adopting the Latin liturgy. According to the oldest document mentioned the construction and development of Sasso Monastery, Vita Mia, the 11th century legend of Saint Procopius. The saint initially lived in a cave before building a church consecrated to the Virgin Mary and Saint John the Baptist. The monastery of the Slavic Brothers imitated the design of the abbey of Saint Gall in Switzerland. The main building in the complex was the church with an adorning wooded cloister. The original dwelling of the abbot was located on the western side of the courtyard below the presbytery. The monastery garden is situated in the northern part of the grounds. Here, remnants of the first Sasso stone church, consecrated in 1070 to the Holy Cross, have been unearthed. After the expulsion of the old church Slavonic monks from Sasso, the monastery was taken over by Latinist monks from Revnov. Abbot Dehart continued with the rebuilding works, completing a simple single nave church in his lifetime. From the mid 12th century onwards, work resumed on the original plans, and the abbey church was reconstructed into a massive ornamented three-nave basilica. The oldest simple wooden edifices from the beginnings of the monastery included the cloister monks' quarters, the prelature, abbot's quarters, and the infirmary, hospital for monks. The cloister around the Elysian courtyard consisted of a quadrangle hallway with window openings, the monks' dormitory, the chapter house, the study, the refectory, dining hall, and kitchen. Sasso town. Originally, Sazavana was a settlement on the left bank of the Eponus River. opposite to the monastery. For over 100 years, the town was the property of the Benedictine monastery. Houses were central around the Church of Saint Martin and along the road to Prague and Curium. During the Hussite Wars, the monastery and its surroundings fell into the hands of the Hussites, at which time the preacher gave sermons in the Syriac language. Building work ceased from then until the mid 17th century, but the monastery survived for more than 200 years. After the monks were expelled, the monastery lands belonged to the local aristocracy. Nah, I can never say that word right for the life of me. St. Martin's Church. The parish church of St. Martin was founded on the left bank of the Sasso River in the middle of a small town in the 14th century. It is a single nave structure with a chancel, a steeple on the north side, and a chapel on the south. The entire complex is enclosed by a high graveyard wall that was survived to this day. Although the church building itself had been altered completely, or for the original windows in the steeple. Skalitz. There was probably a settlement in the area where Skalitz lies today as early as the 13th century, though there is no mention of the castle until 1361. The development of the town was prompted by silver mining in the area as well as the existence of the nearby parish of Ravna. The owners of the castle include Jezek of Skalitz from 1384 and Bodil of Drahanitz 1402 to 1403 to 1403. When Celius IV took possession of it in 1403 and placed it under the governments of the knight Sarazik Kobila. Later that same year, though, Kobila was forced to flee the castle to protect the inhabitants of Skalitz from King Sigmund's invading army, which torched the castle and the adjoining village. The estate was never renewed thereafter. In December of 1403, when Celius IV granted the remains of the village to Jan Sokol of Lamberg, the ruin of the medieval castle and its fortifications was scavenged for building material for the Church of St. John of Nepomuk in 1730. Today, only minor remnants of the gatehouse wall, and the Zwinger, and the perimeter walls remain. Skalitz Sasso District. The extent of the KCD game world corresponds roughly to an area in southeastern Bohemia around Sasso River, in which many historical heritage sites are located. The most notable include Sasso Monastery and the castles in Bohemian Sternberg, Ratai, and Skalitz, of which only a few stones can be found today. Talmberg. This castle was built on a rocky promontory at the beginning of the 14th century, either by Ernest Olnust of Kunitz or Huznada of Uschwitz. For more than 200 years, the castle was the seat of the lords of Uschwitz, who were later renamed after their residents, the lords of Talmberg. In 1390, the castle came into the possession of Divis of Talmberg. The same year, it was seized by Havel Medic of Valdak, who took Divish prisoner. Medic did not release Divish until 1397, when he was forced to do so by a decision of the provincial court. Only a ruin now remains of the castle in the midst of residential development. The Devil's Furrow. According to historians, the Devil's Furrow was both an ancient and early medieval trade route leading through the Sasso fords and the Elbe River region, all the way to southern Bohemia. From there, continued to Danube, northwards to Chotonin village. Legend has it that it was made by Saint Procopius after he had yoked a demon to his plow. The road, 21 kilometers long, consists of a massive ditch 14 to 20 meters wide with a level between 2 to 6 meters deep and sloping sides. In some sections from furrow even has 2 lanes. Together with several other parallel roads, it connected fords on the Sasso River with those on the Elbe River 35 kilometers away. It is exceptional in that it avoids the central area around Prague, unlike other provincial routes of later construction, which converge on Prague in a star-shaped pattern. Hence the theory that it originated before Prague became an important city. Ujits. The first written mention of Yezets in KCD Ujits dates to 1284. Until 1552, ownership of the small town was split between the lords of Tallenberg and the lords of Ratjai, who eventually became its sole owners. This medieval church of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary, built in the 12th century, stands in the center of the village. Vranik, an early medieval hill fort or gourd, first settled sometime around the 9th and 10th centuries. The northern side is protected by a steep slope leading down to the river and continuing northeastwards in a narrow, rocky strip of land which opens into a spacious headland formed by a meander of the river near Veliki village. The hill fort is surrounded by a still visible, although in places strongly eroded, oval rampart. Now for the events. 7 out of 8. So what I'm going to do is, once I get done reading this, once we get to the part where I feel like, because I believe it's going to be clear when the epilogue hits, we'll take a short intermission in the epilogue to read this, to check out anything else that I've gotten since then, and then we'll go from there. Events. Abduction of Wenceslas IV. Wenceslas IV was a none too capable ruler. Rather the opposite. During his reign, he was abducted several times in attempts to wrest power from him. The first time, in 1394, he was taken captive in one of his residences in Barum near Prague and taken to Wilburg Castle in Austria. The abduction was engineered by the opposing nobility called the League of Lords. In 1402, when Wenceslas was elected for a second time by his half-brother Sigismund of Luxembourg, King of Hungary, who aspired to be to the Bohemian throne, with the support of the high nobility, and incarcerated in Vienna, from where he managed to flee with the help of loyal nobles, in November 1403. Sigismund had, in the meantime, brought in higher taxes on towns and monasteries. Any towns that refused to submit, he conquered and ransacked. The conflict grew over a protracted civil war, which did not abate even after the death of Wenceslas. The Battle of Kosovo. The Battle of Kosovo took place on June 15th, 1389, between the Christian forces led by the Serbian prince Lazar. I'm going to try my best. Lazar Hibroljanovic, assisted by his compatriot, the noble Juk Brankovic, and Brazilian king Tvrto I, against the invading armies of the Ottoman Empire under Sultan Murud I and his sons. It was a decisive battle, although without a clear victor, which strengthened the Ottoman position and nearly conquered territories in Europe. The Battle of Nicopolis. The Battle of Nicopolis took place on that's right, they put the date ahead of time because the American. The 25th of September 1396, between the Hungarian King Sigismund and the Turks, led by Sultan Bayezid. Sigismund's army was made up of soldiers from France, Burgundy, Germany, England, Italy, Bohemia, Poland, and other countries. In all, it was 10 to 15,000 strong. The Ottomans, who at the end of the 14th century controlled the entirety of the Balkans, numbered almost 20,000. The experienced Turkish combatants routed the Christian knights completely, largely because the Russian and French knights disobeyed orders. attacked the Turkish vanguard under the misconception that it was the main force and were subsequently crushed. Those who didn't die on the battlefield were brutally put to death, reportedly up to 30,000 men. The wealthiest were taken prisoner and saved only by paying a ransom, which they paid over decades. When news of defeat reached Paris, no one believed it was those who had initially spread the news were put to death by. No one believed it, and those who initially spread the news were put to death by drowning for spreading malicious lies. The Ottoman victory was a triumph of Islam over Christendom. The Turkish army represented a real threat to European countries, especially Hungary. The conquest of Kuttenberg. In December 1402, during Wenceslaus' imprisonment in Vienna, Sigismund attacked Kuttenberg and by the beginning of the following year seized and ransacked the town. Kuttenberg was loyal to the king and staunchly defended by its miners. When they finally surrendered, they were forced marched to Sigismund's encampment near Kolin and made to kneel before him in the mud in subjugation. In addition, they had to pay huge sums of money in reparation, even though the town and its environs had been pillaged by Hungarian soldiers. The treasury in Kuttenberg held not only coins, but also precious jewels, gold, and silver. Wenceslaus later estimated the wealth seized by Sigismund to be worth 1 million in gold ducats of the day. The Golden Age of Charles IV. When the young son of John of Luxembourg, Charles, inherited the title of Moravian Margrave and subsequently the Czech throne, he enabled he embarked not only economic but also cultural development of his kingdom, a period dubbed the Golden Era. In 1348, Charles founded one of the oldest universities in Europe. Many cities, towns, and castles acquired new fortifications and new bridges, infrastructure, and churches were built. To strengthen his position in Europe, he made good use of political marriages, thus aligning himself with prominent families in neighboring countries. He even had influence over the appointment of ecclesiastical dignitaries. Thanks to firm rule and a policy based on the alliances, he was able to keep the peace in Europe. Charles was an educated monarch interested in the arts, which was reflected in the architecture of cities, especially Prague, where under his rule many new houses, including churches, St. Venus's Cathedral, the city city walls spring up. Jesus Christ, that was that. There we go. Woo. The sacking of Skalitz. Little is known about the war in 1402 to 1403, when Sigismund invaded Bohemia and tried to seize power, and the records that do exist are fairly vague. However, we do know the fate of Skalitz, Silver Skalitz, which was burned to the ground on 23rd of March 1403. We know the exact date because a document was preserved that Sigismund signed that day in the siege camp. Sigismund undoubtedly chose Skalitz because the silver was mined here and the town was administered by the royal hetman, Rasik Kobila, a supporter of the king. Sigismund apparently wanted to disrupt the flow of money going into the Wenceslaus. According to legend, Kobila and his people, who were hiding from the attackers in the castle, were able to escape because of a great storm that blew up and forced the besieging army to wait until morning to take the castle. The castle defenders took advantage of the opportunity and under the cover of darkness fled to nearby Rate. In the morning, the only thing Sigismund's men found in the empty castle was a goat. This is also in the game. Sigismund then razed the town and the castle to the ground, and the castle was never rebuilt. Today, only the foundations remain. Okay. The Western Schism. The Papal Schism or Western Schism was a rift in the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages during which there were two papacies existing simultaneously. one in Rome and the other in Avignon, France. It began in 1378, the year after Pope Gregory the 11th brought the papal court back to Rome from Avignon, where it had resided for almost 70 years due to hostilities between the Roman papacy and the Kingdom of France. When Gregory died, the Neapolitan Bartolomeo Trignano was elected pope with the name Urban the Sixth, 1378 to 1389. He, however, quarreled with the very college of cardinals that had elected him. They therefore declared his election void and elected a new second pontiff, Pope Clement VII, 1378 to 1404, who reestablished the papal court in Avignon, and was recognized by Scotland, Castile, Aragon, Navarre, and Portugal. Siding with Pope Urban VI were in Rome were Italy, Germany, Bohemia, England, and Ireland, Flanders, Poland, and Hungary. The schism continued even after the death of the original rival popes, with the election of Boniface the Ninth in Rome, 1389 to 1404, and Benedict the 13th in Avignon, 1394 to 1423. The popes in Avignon were called anti-popes. At this time, European efforts to restore the unity of the Roman Catholic Church were growing. Unfortunately, neither the council nor the popes themselves were able to reconcile, as neither side was willing to budge on their demands. In 1409, the dispute escalated to the point that the cardinals declared both popes invalid and elected a third, the anti-pope John the 23rd, 1410 to 1415. None of the popes submitted to being dethroned, however. The conflict embroiled the rulers of the various countries involved, among others Sigismund of Luxembourg, who took the side of John the 23rd. The Council of Constance was convened on November 5th, 1414, to resolve the issue. The council secured the resignations of anti-pope John the 23rd and the Roman Pope Gregory the 11th. In 1417, elected a new pope, Martin V, 1417 to 1431, based in Rome. This essentially brought an end to the schism, although there were subsequently two more anti-popes who continued to be supported by a minority, Benedict XIV and Clement VIII, who resigned in 1429, leaving Martin V once again the sole pontiff. All right, we're getting through it. I need to step away for just a second. Apparently, I gotta go and see something about what my father needs. We will continue. More than likely, it's probably gonna be about the 5-hour mark or so, about the halfway point, give or take, when I will get done with all this, and then we'll be able to continue. Okay. Apologies. Just a little bit of running around really quick. Okay. All right, let's get through the rest of this here. Okay. Let me check on the stream. Make sure stream is happy. Stream is happy. YouTube is happy. Twitch is happy. Okay. You know what that means? That means Daniela's happy. For now. We'll see if I'm still happy. All right, we got a little bit to read, but right side, we got through the first 3 sections. So now we'll just get through the rest, and then we'll be able to continue playing the video game like normal. You know, as intended. Intended? Okay. Hang on. Text message. Super, super important one, but it's how do I phrase this? It's part of the text that you don't ignore. There you go. Yeah, you don't ignore that text. Okay. All right. Some water. All right. Armor Smith. The medieval armor smith. Hex yet. Have you run up? Have you run into ye old whore yet? I wasn't aware I had a ye old whore. But thanks you for stopping by. That's good. You missed out on the toilet talk earlier about going over all the procedures that they had to go over when it comes to toileting. But don't worry, we're about to talk about the armor smith, which is I think 4th on your list of things you have to talk about. When you find her, you'll know what I mean. Fair enough. You know what? If the name is Ye Old Whore, then I'm assuming I would know. We are about like, I would say halfway to potentially 2/3 through the Codex, and then we'll get back to normal game. Okay. Armorsmith. The medieval armorsmith fashioned armor from the metal plates or sheets, the cuirass, various pieces for the legs and arms, helmets, and gauntlets. Specialists in chainmail armor were called biners, and an ironclad would need both types of armor: the chainmail underneath, the plate armor on top. A common soldier would have only partial armor: the breastplate, helmet, and gauntlets. A complete suit of armor was beyond his means. Ornate or tailor-made armor was a prerogative of the rich nobility. Plate armor smiths were assisted by polishers who polished or buffed up the armor. Yeet commented, "What's up? What's up, Yeet? Thank you for stopping by on the YouTube side of things. Currently finishing off reading the Codex in Kingdom Come Deliverance, and then we'll continue on playing the game. I believe I'm in the home stretch of like the final chunk of the game. Yeah, how's it going, Yeet? Hope you're doing all right. That's good. Speaking of toilet talk, I had a McFlurry earlier today that saddened me with the runs all day. It's terrible. I think it's a fart, but it's not, and my ass simply just explodes. Hey, word of advice I will ever give you: if you take nothing else from my streams, heck's good. Never trust a fart. I have never had an accident myself, barring me being like 2 years old. But I can say with certainty that I have had a number of friends and unfortunate family that have made accidents. So, just saying, I've taken the lessons learned from people that I personally know, and those lessons are never trust a fart. Dr. Zeus, what's up? How's it going? Like I said, we're just going through the Codex right now. Codex Astartes and Kingdom Come, and then we'll continue into the last stretch of the storyline. So this far into the game, you saw the big storyline twist. I don't know. So reference Hetzked, the part I'm at, Ghostface, what's up? So I am about to head to the fort. And we stopped yesterday because I hit that part where the game said, "Hey man, you might want to finish off some quests ahead of time." So I don't know anything beyond this point. I mean, I barely knew anything else ahead of time. But yeah, that's the last thing I did in the main story. And now I'm getting told to go into the fort. But I figured before I go into the fort, I should read the Codex and go through everything first. So, but yeah, thanks for both of you guys stopping by, even if it's a little bit or full time. Also, yeah, hi Yeet, and I guess bye Yeet. Looks like you came by to say what's up and left. So, well, what's up? All right. Baths and barmaids. Where hygiene and bathing was not up to scratch, the public baths were on the rise. Public baths in Central Europe appeared from about the 12th century. There were baths quite literally in every town and not in small numbers. Sometimes a town would have 3 or 4 bathhouses. Here, people had access to hot water for bathing or steam tubs. In those times, steam was produced by pouring water into heated bars of iron or stone. Bodily cleanliness. Okay. Bodily cleanliness was in the care of male and female bath assistants. Full body washing was done in bathtubs, coopered wooden vats, and tanks. Let me Yeet is on Twitch now. I take many okay. That's good. Is Dr. Zeus, is Yeet your alt on YouTube? Is that what it is, or are you just referring to Yeet in general? I mean, I don't really mind either way, but I'm just curious. In Bohemia, there were baths in operation since the early Middle Ages, and their numbers rose steadily. There were 47 public baths in Prague in the second half of the 14th century, and by the 15th century, the baths were attended not just by the well-to-do, but also by the poorer classes. There was even a regulation that the bath keepers had to open their doors once a quarter to the poor and to the students. Bathhouses typically belonged to the municipality and were leased to the bath keepers. In addition to municipal and private baths, there was also private baths in the houses and nobility and wealthy townspeople. In the 13th and 14th century, the bathhouses were very much associated with prostitution. In the 13th century, particularly, bathhouse prostitution became widespread, and there were scarcely any that did not provide sexual services. In the richer urban baths, there were also the pharmacists, massage therapists, stokers, and cleaners. In the villages, the bathhouse keeper had to do all those jobs himself. Yeah, that's my YouTube account. I got you. I prefer to be on Twitch. Fair enough. Okay. Dr. Zeus Salameo. Fair enough. Hey, fair enough. You still have a bit of a story yet to go. Exciting. Yeah. Still got some more. I've been told I'm in the home stretch. I've been told that like once I go through the past point no return, you're basically kind of locked in. So that's part of the reason why I want to do all the cleanup ahead of time. Yeah, Dr. Zeus, by all means, if you prefer watching YouTube or Twitch, I don't mind either one. I'll just say this for reference. I'm not sure if you saw this or not. On YouTube, the stream is at a much higher quality, and I have a much higher bitrate allotment on YouTube compared to Twitch. For reference, Twitch throttles you at about 6,000 to 7,000 kilobytes per second. Maybe on the upper end up to 8,000 if you're like a really big streamer. YouTube, with me right now, I'm able to bust that shit up to 24,000 kilobytes. And I'm able to stream at 1440p. So, You know, I do have some friends that will, when they watch me, they will legitimately hang on the YouTube chat, but they will in a Twitch chat, but then they will watch you on YouTube because it's a higher quality. So, by all means, whatever your preference, whatever you would prefer, but that's the main difference between the two. That and the YouTube VOD, the stream becomes the VOD. So, should have run into Yield Whore by now, but we'll just wait. Yield Whore. Are you referring to that asshole in the beginning of the game that was like the bully? Because I've not run into that guy ever since the prologue. I ran into Runt, but you're talking about like the bully dude that, you know, was an asshole and threw Teresa to the Cumans. Nope, I'm referring to her exactly as she's named. Well, I have not ran to Ye Old Whore yet, so I haven't even walked into that fort, so I don't even know what's in there. Alec Baldwin. Or Alex Baldwin. Alex. Okay, back to it. Let's finish this off. Beekeeping. During the Middle Ages, beekeeping was distinguished by how the honey was obtained as either forest or domestic. The domestic beekeeper kept bees in hollow trees or in straw skips, wickerwork hives, and were not subject to any regulation. Conversely, the forest beekeepers who kept the bee colonies in the wild in hollowed out trees formed a fellowship similar to a guild and paid a fee to the owners of the woodlands for every bee colony they took over. Beeswax was the main raw material for the production of candles right until artificial wax, paraffin wax, was invented. Honey was used as a sweetener and fermented to make mead. Beggar. Although beggars were on the margins of society, they had their indelible place in it. In the cities, there were hospitals earmarked for them, and the church also provided assistance. Let me do one really quick. Sorry, I'm thinking about something else as I'm looking around. Occasionally, church was provided assistance. Begging was allowed at cemetery gates and in front of churches, and each beggar could occasionally go to the baths at municipal expense. Municipal expenses. Some monks were regulars among the beggars too, called almsmen or mendicants. The beggars were well known and tolerated in their communities, but by contrast, it was believed that foreign and wandering beggars brought misfortune. There was seldom any shortage of alms because charity and gifts to the poor were considered prerequisites for salvation. Um, um, Sorry, I need to click on something on my end for the stream. Make sure the stream is happy. There you go. There you go, stream. You go. I stab beggars at trying to freeload my hard-earned groschen. You stole that groschen fair and square from the rest of the city, God damn it. Blacksmithing was one of the most important occupations since earliest times because iron was a very valuable raw material. In earlier times, it was not deep mined, but only acquired from surface mines. Oh, I melt the city dry. Not a piece was allowed to go to waste. People even kept used nails. There was a blacksmith in practically every castle vicinity or village who forged almost everything that was needed for agriculture: knives, axes, sickles, plows, hoes, etc. Other blacksmiths specialized in making swords, helmets, lances, harnesses, fittings, locks, and jewelry. The forge was most often a shed with a wall. Its essential equipment consisted of large bellows, an anvil, tongs, hammers, punches, files, etc. In a well-equipped forge, the smith could develop heat of up to 1400 Celsius. That's hot. Oh yeah, that's hot. Butcher. The butcher's profession appears only in the 13th century, because prior to this, each townsman or villager could keep his own livestock and butcher the animals in his own yard. In later centuries, this led to a conflict with professional butchers, oh, Jesus, let me redo that. In later centuries, this led to conflicts with professional butchers, leading to the trade of meat being brought under statute with regard to guild rights. The main tasks of a butcher were to slaughter animals, carve up and portion them, and preserve the meat outside of the town limits. Raw meat could not be transported inside the town, and domestic sale was severely punished. These measures were intended to prevent the spread of disease from old or badly processed meat. In time, the Butchers Guild split into different specializations, such as those who worked only with lard and suet, tallow butchers, small cut specialists, cured meat specialists, and those dealing in horns, hooves, and mucilage. The butcher's craft also spawned tanners, saddlers, and cobblers. Charcoal burner. Man, this is a whole... They really should, like, maybe right in here or something. I gotta just separate that by another paragraph. While growing demand for processed iron, there grew a corresponding demand for charcoal, which could... What the hell? One second. There's audio playing from somewhere, and I gotta figure out. That was weird. Huh. The guys whose job it was to type all this, you're his hero. Oh, potentially. It's just like if when you read Mass Effect and you go to the secondary codex and you get all that stuff that is not voiced, and you're like, oh, okay. Charcoal burner. With growing demand for processed iron, there grew a corresponding demand for charcoal, which could produce a temperature many times higher than unprocessed wood, much needed for the forging of steel weapons. The forges were supplied by charcoal burners who spent most of the year living in the forest by their charcoal kilns. Great piles of stacked wood covered in clay with just a few vents for air, where in an oxygen-starved atmosphere, the wood slowly pyrized to charcoal. Each pile would smolder and give off much smoke for several weeks, during which time it had to be delved through repeatedly. After it burned out completely, the yield of the processed charcoal was unearthed from beneath the clay. The charcoal was then sold at a special market bearing that name, quite separate from traders and other goods. During the reign of Wenceslas IV, the charcoal burners already had numerous rights and freedoms regarding use of the forest, and were held in relatively high esteem. Resin was sold exclusively by wagoners and resin merchants, who themselves made a pitch for greasing their wheels. The charcoal burners produced resin and pitch only as a sideline. The pitch merchants provided pitch to tanneries to impregnate leather and mix it with tallow to grease the axles of wheels on wagons and carriages. Jesus Christ be praised. Hello. Hi, the Criddler Peddler. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day so far. Thanks for stopping by. Executioner. The profession of executioner dates back to ancient Egypt and Rome, reappearing in Europe in the 13th century. Before this, capital punishment was meted by the judges themselves, or the prosecutors or relatives of the condemned, or other persons as suited. It was only with the advent of the executioner that all such tasks were under his remit. Although the executioner by his profession came into considerable money and it was a status symbol for a town to have its own, the hangman or headsman would be a social outcast. For an honest citizen to make any contact with the executioner was to lose respect, and the executioner himself had to endure a lot of discriminatory measures, sitting at a separate place at the church and at the inn, not taking part in social functions and celebrations, etc. One second. We'll finish that second paragraph. I'm doing great. It's 4:10 a.m. and I might play the sequel of this in a while. How are you? I'm doing all right. This is my first playthrough of the first game. I haven't played the second game either. We're at the point of no return. I've done everything else in the game, so now it's like the last home stretch of the story. But I'm taking the time to go through all the Codex stuff that I've either missed out on or I haven't read. So, yeah, I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. The executioner took charge of punishments such as hanging, breaking knees, quartering, burning, and torturing, drawing by horses, or beheading. He had his assistants, henchmen, who helped him with preparation and took away the bodies of the executed. Other tasks done by the executioner include the role of the knacker, who cleared away animal cadavers, caught stray dogs, and even sometimes just cleaned up filth from the streets. The executioner might also oversee the town brothel, who is somewhat familiar with surgery, could set broken bones and dislocated limbs, or amputate them in cases of gangrene. Sometimes the executioner sold articles directly related to an execution to the superstitious, for example, the hanging rope, the hanged man's fingers, or amulets made from his hair. All right. It's not exactly the point of return for the rest of the game. It's just for the mission. While you're in the fort, you're not able to leave. Once fort mission's over, you're free to fart around again. Fair enough. Okay. It's just the message I got. It was like, hey, via side quests, do them now, or else they'll fail. I didn't look into it because half the time, like, then when I started the game off, when I looked up anything, it was like, ooh, it was like, oh boy, shit, that. It sounds like anytime I've tried to look anything up, it seems like it's open for spoilers. So I was like, let's avoid that. Buy Hangman's cock for Randy's famous cock magic. Are you referring to Randy Pitchford? Guy that head of Gearbox? South Park joke. Oh shit! Look, I've seen. Oh wait, Randy from South Park, Stan's dad. Got you. I've seen a lot of South Park. I'm not seeing all of South Park, so there's plenty of shit that's just gonna go. Because I'm not seeing of like all of South Park, unfortunately. But I have seen enough, and now that I know that you're referring to South Park, I'm not thinking about his magic cock, but I am thinking about the episode where he microwaves his balls and he's bouncing around on his balls the entire time. So, bouncy balls? South Park joke? Yeah, it's pretty ominous, and I do think some older side quests fail, but no, you're just locked into fort until it's over, regardless of what you're doing. It's smart. Regardless of what you're doing it smart. Thank you. Okay, I am doing okay. I just figured I might as well just clear off any extra side quests that I wanted to do, and then it's like I'm assuming once we get into this, if there are any extra side quests, I'll just do them as I go. But we're kind of in the end game now, or something close to it. Okay, Parma. Medieval villages comprise some 9% of the populace, the majority occupied with agriculture and livestock farming. Even though farmers were freemen and had always owned their homesteads, the land beneath it was on lease from the monarch, or rather from the noblemen who had obtained it from the king in fiefdom. They would pay a portion of their annual earnings in rent, whether in cash, honey, wheat, or other crops. Sometimes they were also required to labor for the nobility. An example, to work unpaid on farmlands belonging to the liege lord. The territorial diets councils of the 15th and 16th centuries decreed that the common country folk could not bear arms or engage in hunting. With special permission from the liege lord, they were allowed to hunt hares or small birds. Okay. Fishermen. Fishing was one of the most traditional ways of making a living. Fishing and running water had been done the same way for centuries. Only in the 13th century did monasteries begin to establish fish ponds, particularly for breeding carp. Fish was considered Lenten food, and given the frequency of religious holidays and fasting days, up to 1/3 of the days in a year, they became an essential part of the diet. The greatest boom in fisheries and fish farming in the Sazak lands came in the 15th and 16th century. Fishing methods made use of various tools and traps, such as bones, wicker baskets, bottomless baskets, fishing line, or rod with hook and hemp nets with stone weights. All rivers belonging to the king were leased to towns. Fishing was permitted only on prescribed days and hours. Some noblemen, despite this regulation, banned townspeople from fishing on pain of death. Nets were set by day because fishing at night was prohibited. Rod and line fishing was allowed even by those without a net fishing permit, since the catch rate of rod fishing was insignificant. Poaching PSA, but like that one piracy PSA, you wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't steal fish, would you? You wouldn't steal a deer. You wouldn't steal a doe. You wouldn't download a fish, would you? The Gravedigger. The Gravedigger took care of the graves and their surroundings, and the occupation was hereditary. The Gravedigger would live in a hut in the cemetery itself next to the main entrance. He did his work not only in the village where he lived, but in the surrounding villages of the parish. Gravediggers were among the pariahs of the margins of society. The only member of the general populace who came into contact with them was the parish priest. Huntsmen. Gamekeeping and hunting in the Middle Ages were not only for amusement, but chiefly a source of great profit for the king and the nobility who owned the woods. The feudal gamekeepers and huntsmen also undertook woodsmanship. In addition to their obligation to look after the game, they took charge of the forest and its protection. In the forests, it was prohibited to hunt deer, fallow deer, boar, or any other game, violation of which was a criminal act subject to heavy fines, or even in the case of repeated infringements, physical punishment. The same was true for unauthorized logging and collecting of timber. Many poachers came from the ranks of the poor and had not very much to lose, which quite often resulted in physical conflicts with the huntsmen when they were caught red-handed. The second game is so good that it actually made me paranoid. I might have committed a couple of war crimes. I mean, who knows? You might have. Hey, for the Republic, right? Journeymen and apprentices. A journeyman was a craftsman's assistant. If he went out into the world to ply his trade, he needed to have a vocational certificate and the tools of his trade. Only very rarely did the journeymen stay in one workshop for an entire year. Typically, they were there for just a few weeks on 1 week's notice, paid by the day, journey. If a journeyman left without agreement, absconded, he was proscribed, outlawed from hire by other workshops, his identity written down and disseminated. An apprentice was a boy ceremoniously accepted into apprenticeship by the master craftsman. This entry was made possible after payment of due fees in cash and beeswax. The wealthy would be taught and would minister for as little as 1 year. The poorer sort would have to pay off their debt by service over several years. Locksmith. Even though we know of locky systems dating back to ancient times, locksmithing as a separate craft came into being roughly between 1390 and 1408. starring John Cusack and Samuel Jackson. Before this time, the work was done by blacksmiths. In rural settlements, even after locksmithing came into its own, the work might well be done by an above average blacksmith. In the 14th century, the lock was still fitted to the outside of the door, made of iron, and its mechanism was rather complicated. The locksmith decorated the lock cover and keyhole plates. People even regarded their fancy locks as a status symbol until the locksmiths amalgamated into guilds, and their creativity began to be restricted by security regulations. Malters and brewers. Beer had since the earliest times been brewed by anyone with know-how. It was only in the 13th century that brewing gradually come to be regulated. The rules stated that beer could only be brewed and sold by a fully fledged citizen who owned a house within the town halls. The right to brew closely relates to the 1 mile right, which dictated that none but citizens of a town were allowed to conduct urban trades within with a 1 mile radius of the city. The technical process was supervised by the master brewer. The making of the malt and beer was dealt with by the maltster, and a brewer handled the fermentation and brewing. In domestic breweries, all these jobs would be done by one man. A shelf life of beer, depending on whether the finished beer was filtered or not, Yeast. The fuck? Okay, we're good. Yeast remained in the brew, as well as eclectic or lactic bacteria contaminated it. Beer then, quite unlike today, resembled a thick mush and was very nutritious, hence known as liquid bread. It had to be drunk through a straw to filter out foreign matter. Saint Wenceslas was the patron saint of maltsters in Bohemia, while the legendary Gambrinus, though not a saint, was regarded as the patron of brewing. The Bohemian brewing tradition thrives to this day, and Sazek beer is among the best in the world. That's totally not biased whatsoever. I mean, I'm not a beer guy, so I can't really tell you one way or another, but okay. Sorry, just making sure the stream did not die on me, or anything else for that matter is having problems. Seems like we're good. We're Gucci. Like to see. Merchant. Merchants were of two types: settled, permanent, and traveling, occasional. The settled traders had permanent shops in towns and villages, while traveling merchants only brought their wares to the markets. Markets, held once a week, and fairs, held twice a year, also offered wares by local shopkeepers, visitors, and peddlers or hawkers. Street vendors without a fixed site. Shopkeepers had their permanent shops on the square. Merchants ran small shops and had the right to retail products they bought from artisans. Village folk got their supplies from neighboring craftspeople in the local tavern, or from a merchant who brought supplies from larger townships. At the markets, goods from the village would be exchanged for goods produced and available in the town. The terms of the trade were set by the ruler. For example, that only local merchants in sworn possession of freedom of the city rights could sell their goods freely. Only the traders from large cities would venture abroad. Many regulations and detailed rules governed trade. If it were found that a merchant was dishonest and, for example, gave short weight, he was severely punished. Millers. Milling is one of the oldest crafts in the Sazek lands, and the construction of water mills being well known since earliest times. Over the centuries, the mechanism was perfected, and in the Middle Ages, there was also a mill in practically every village. There were also windmills or mills powered by oxen or horses. Milling was one of the so-called freelance possessions. He conducted trade in the village, among other roles. With the increasing number of water mills and other water powered equipment, there was a need to settle relationships between the various millers. Already by the mid 14th century, an association of provincial millers, experts in the field of water rights, was set up, with powers to survey water courses, stipulate the scale of mill earthworks, assess the technical condition of mills, and so on. And so on. They also drew up a code of conduct for millers so as to ensure their use of water for milling caused no loss to others. Since the mills stood apart from the other village houses, millers were often a subject of gossip and were accused of earning money on the side in nefarious ways, from selling customers short on flour to outright witchcraft, thievery, and trafficking in stolen goods. The latter accusations in particular were certainly defamatory and without a grain of truth. Mint Master. Two officials in the medieval mint whose job it was to oversee the quality of minted coins and punish counterfeiters. One of them was appointed by the king. The role was hereditary. The second official was elected by the Bohemian nobility. Incompetent handling of the post or allowing flawed coins into circulation were subject to severe penalties, even the death sentence. Yeah, because at that point, you're fucking with the money. All right, 1 second. I'm just going to show my dad and get refreshed. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's continue. Monks and monastic life. Every monastery, especially those of the Benedictine Benedictine order follows specific rules regarding allocation of time, activities, and positions in the monastery hierarchy. In addition to worship, devotional reading, and copying or illuminating books, the monks labored physically. Depending on the time of year, they devoted between 6 and 8 hours to labor, 3.5 hours to prayer, and equal time to study. The remainder of the day was allocated for rest and short sleep. The monasteries often had seminaries for monks and future priests, as well as medicinal workshops. The brother infirmarius, the monk in charge of healing, worked not only in the monastery infirmary, but also helped outside the monastery, attending sick or wounded in neighboring villages and towns. The day was divided by prayers. The liturgy of the houses, consisting of 7 offices, beginning with matins, also called vigils, after midnight. The first choral prayers, lauds, were recited at dawn or between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., followed by prime at the time of the equinox at 6 a.m., terce at 9 a.m., sext at noon, and none at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. An hour before sunset, the evening prayers, vespers, were said, and the daily cycle closed before bedtime, usually half an hour after sunset, with compline. After morning mass, the community met in the chapter house and listened to readings selected from chapters of the rule, the order's books, the board's book of precepts and regulations. Then there was a sermon and debate concerning the monastery. The brothers confessed their sins and were rebuked or rebuked others. Until midday prayers, sect, they worked or studied. Oh, sweet Jesus. Hang on a second. We got... For whatever godforsaken reason, the game was like, oh, you want the game audio to be playing through your speakers, right? I was wondering why I wasn't necessarily hearing it in here. Granted, I don't have my headphones on, but it's like, I don't really need to. I'm just sitting here reading for a minute. Felt like I was going crazy for a minute there. There was so often I'd hear music playing, but I'll look over at this and it'd be like, yeah, there's no music playing, man. You're fine. There we go.
That could be it.
Monsters are closed from outside. The rule contained... Okay. The rule primarily contained instructions concerning internal organization, emphasizing, for example, obedience, silence, temperance, in speaking and eating, mercy, humility, and hospitality. Hospitality. The monasteries were closed from the outside. The monks of the Order of St. Benedict especially were forbidden all contact with the outside world since the order's inception. They lived only in the cloister, the inaccessible heart of the monastery. They were not allowed to leave it, and neither could any layman enter there. Some spent their entire lives behind the monastery walls, only entrusted elder monks and lay brothers communicate with the outside world. They took care of the entire running of the monastery outside the cloister. Okay. Noble officials, hetman. Originally the commander in some armed forces with a rank equivalent to captain. Later on, the role became of a civic governor selected from amongst the local nobility who represented the monarch in a given territory. Hofmeister, from the German Hof, meaning a court or manor, a hereditary officer at the royal court. He was responsible for management of the court. Under Chamberlain, along with the Chancellor, the Under Chamberlain, in Latin subcamararius, was a member of the office represented the sovereign in the royal cities, such as proto notaries or notaries. Burgrave, the representative of the sovereign and representative of provincial officials of knightly status. His duties include management of the city and leading the army when needed. Painter. During the early Middle Ages, no one knew the names of the artists who painted the panels and frescoes, and the bulk of their works remains anonymous to this day. Often the paintings were undertaken by monks who decorated their monasteries alongside illuminating manuscripts. The painters and illuminators made their own pigments from ground natural materials. Correction. Their themes were mainly historical and biblical or geometrically decorative. Pharmacist. The apothecary prepared medication according to a careful study of prescriptions that were passed down the generations. It was one of the few professions that was not organized into guilds. The production of medicaments was quite hard work and a great responsibility. The apothecary had to have studied at the university and would be schooled not only in Latin but also in Greek. Had to be able to carefully measure out precise dosages of medication and to ensure the ingredients were always available. If there was no apothecary in town, there would be the monastery infirmary. And if that was not available, people turned to the services of herb women, lay herbalists, quack healers, or medicasters called charlatans. Their methods of healing were controversial because in making lotions and potions, they made use not only of herbs, but of spells, amulets, and sometimes even very unusual raw materials such as frog poison or hangman's finger. And sometimes they draw a pair of legs with an ass with a face blown into a trumpet, or knights fighting snails. Yep, indeed. These proportions are weird. Priest. The priests were among the elite in medieval society and among the few who had any education. Village priests were less educated than those of the larger parishes. They could barely read or write, had no library, and learned the liturgy by heart. They were none too well off, typically working in the fields or raising livestock like lay farmers. They were not celebrate, enjoyed folk entertainment and games, dancing, and going to a tavern. As time went on, looser morals and educational decline spread to the towns and monasteries. By contrast, the priests in the larger parishes and towns owned more property and, with the exception of service to God, did not have to resort to any manual work. The duties of the priests encompass preparation and serving a mass, hearing confessions, taking care of the church, its operation and decoration, visiting the poor and the sick, arranging charity collections, collecting dues, conducting baptisms, weddings, last rites, and funerals. Do you do the monastery side quest, by the way? Love the monastery side quest. I did everything in the game. I've done everything except for the finale, obviously. I am sure there's maybe a couple things I missed, but I've done it all. For reference, these are the only 2 quests I have left. I mean, I got a whole bunch of random, like, simple side activities that a bunch of these I've done once already. I'm like, I don't need to keep on doing them. I do like the chumps one. I do enjoy that a lot, but like, Yeah, we've done a lot. We've done a lot. Yeah, bringing it back is like there's a few things I failed because it's like I tried to like that one I could not do because well, everyone died. Well, not everyone died. The one I managed to save everyone but one for that one side quest, for that one DLC quest. But yeah, we've done everything. Prostitution. In Bohemia, the brothel was called a habzids, whorehouse, or a house of shame, but not a brothel as such. Prostitutes were simply whores. The profession encompassed several categories. The most deprived prostitutes were homeless women who provide services in the streets. Others visited their customers in their homes disguised as bread sellers, yet others were available to noble and royal courts. Then there were those who proffered their services in brothels of various price categories, whose clients were townsmen, officials, and nobles, or conversely, the most menial clientele in the most down market establishments. Brothels were run not only by townspeople, but even by the spiritual leaders and prelates. For example, the parish priests of the Church of St. Giles under Vizarad. Often a brothel was directly connected to the bathhouse. During the Hussite Wars, many brothels were abolished, but boomed again soon afterwards. Their legislation was also helped by the Church of Rome, which considered prostitution a lesser evil than adultery. It speaks volumes that the prostitutes accounted for almost 10% of the population of Papal Rome. There were numerous regulations and laws governing brothels and the oldest profession, and even a special tax. There were even laws covering considerate treatment of prostitutes and protecting them from violence. Scribe. His main activity was to keep records of the territorial court and the meetings of the city council. He was one of the few in medieval society who knew how to read and write, making his services welcome in almost every city. Shepherd. A herder's job depending on the weather, most commonly starting in April and ending in autumn. They took the entrusted herd or flock. It was rarely their own. More commonly, they were hired to supervise the grazing of others' livestock for a fee. From pasture to pasture, sleeping in rudimentary huts or shelters. Over the summer, they stayed out in the pastures, returning to the village when the first frost set in. Life far away from other people forced the herders to become adept at healing themselves and their animals. So when there was no apothecary around no apothecary to hand, folk would turn to the shepherd. Smuggler. In the Middle Ages, smuggling was regarded as taking any goods in and out of a town without paying export or import duties. Smugglers had to know alternate routes and how to avoid the tax collectors. When smuggling through the gates, they made use of false bomb vehicles and baskets, or even resorted to climbing over the walls by night. Contraband included fabrics, spices, wine, and other less freely available goods subject to high taxation. Stone mason. Stonemasons were engaged in the quarrying and dressing of stone. Their activities included quarrying stone blocks from a rock face, splitting them into smaller pieces, grinding, cutting, polishing, and dressing them to make building blocks or vault elements. The first mention of an organized stonemasons guild in Bohemia dates from the 14th century. The patron saints of quarries and stonemasons are Saint Roch and Saint Joseph, and in places also Saint Barbara and Saint Procopius. Stoneworking found application mainly in the construction of industry. Mason's mark. The mason's mark was a graphical symbol, though not the maker's signature, on the surface of a finished stone piece. The number of finished and marked pieces determined the payment due. Each mason either attained his mark or had it allocated to him at a particular point in his apprenticeship, and then kept it for life. Swordsmiths and armorers. Swordsmiths were originally blacksmith cutlers specializing in blades for swords, knives, daggers, and other handheld sidearms. In the 14th century, the making of armor began to specialize and separate out from the blacksmith's craft. Specialist professions came into being: armorers, platesmiths, and bastineters, who not only produce and also sold their wares. As regards the weapons, there were new specialized professions: the swordsmith, bladesmith, fletcher, arrowsmith, and in later centuries, the gunsmith. Bowyer, or shieldsmith, making wooden and metal shields. The price of a complete suit of armor was very high, affordable only to wealthy noblemen. Those who could not afford a complete suit of armor would have only partial metal armor and would rely on their agility for protection in combat. Tailor and draper. Until the 13th century, the tanners sold their wares for processing to sutures and cobblers. Cloth was made by weavers but traded by drapers, who also cut and sold it by the cubit, the length of the forearm. Only later, during the High Middle Ages, did tailors sew cut pieces into garments. Simple garments were sewn by women themselves for their families. It was an issue to make sure the garments were well known, since they were inherited and would often last for decades. With minor repairs By the beginning of the 14th century, people in larger cities were paying even more heed to fashion. A tailor would begin to specialize in only one kind of garment. Hence, we find coat makers, hosiers, hood makers, gantlers, hatters, and cape makers, and those who did alterations and repairs to old clothes. In a town the size of Rattay, the tailor had to turn his hand to general purpose work. Tanner. The tanner was a craftsman who prepared and treated animal skins, after which he passed them on to cobblers, saddlers, or other craftsmen for making footwear, garments, bags, wineskins, etc. It was not a pleasant job because the skin had to be quickly scraped of its fat and conserved to stop it going off, which was done by immersing in urine. In view of the unsavory smells produced by their trade, tanners settled on the outskirts of towns and belonged to the same reviled group as executioners, knackers, and prostitutes. To turn hide into material for making shoes or clothing, after removal from the animal, it must first be thoroughly soaked in water. Once softened, it is fleshed. The residue, gore, and membranes are scraped off with a long and dull paring knife. In order to rid the hide of fur, it had to be soaked in lime water or rubbed with slaked lime, then scudded. It was then tanned using a loom by a courier with fish oil by the connoisseur, or with tannins dealt with by the tanner from oak, beech, or other tree bark. During this whole lengthy process, the hide softened, was stopped from decomposing, and optionally turned a different color. And what? Sorry, I read ahead and I just got completely jumbled up there. Okay, we're good. At the end of the process, the hides were submerged for a few weeks in vats or put pits full of urine. The leather thus produced was then dried and could be surface treated, painted, or polished. Sorry, I have a bit of a nasty habit when it comes to reading, especially when I'm reading out loud, is that, okay, let's use a sentence. While I'm reading out loud to turn hide to material by making shoes, I'm kind of like, really quickly glancing at the next line to see what's the rest. So it's a nasty habit that sometimes works, oftentimes doesn't, where I'm able to kind of like, I'm reading ahead while I'm reading this part out loud. It's a fucking weird thing I'm doing. It's for longer sentences, it doesn't really work. It's usually like the next line is what I'm able to kind of do reliably. And oftentimes if I end up skipping a line or something like that, I get jumbled up. I don't do it often, but I do when I'm doing like long reads like this. I end up kind of start to do that, and to kind of just stay ahead of it to make sure I'm still reading at my place. And then what can end up happening, like what happened here, is when I read color, I immediately jumped from color to vats full and pits full of urine, and I was like, wait, that's not what the sentence is, because yeah, mentally silly. But we're in the home stretch. I mean, all I got is the characters left after society, and we're almost done with society. Taverns, inns, and innkeepers. The Sizek word for tavern, hospodata, may originate from the Latin hospice, yes, hospitium, hospitality, shelter. Though the more likely etymology is from the old Slavonic gospodia, the master of the house. Alehouses were an integral part of all medieval villages. Originally, beer was drawn in what was called the Mathhaus, an area on the ground floor of a townhouse whose owner had brewing rights. While special purpose taverns and inns came along later, these served as places for social events, meetings, trading, and lodgings. Some inns had rooms for overnight guests and special stables and spaces for carriages. These were called wagoners' inns and were located out of town at crossroads and along trade routes. The seating was more often outdoors than indoors. It was said of when Salius IV that he was fond of visiting taverns and alehouses to eavesdrop on what the locals had to say about him and to check that the owners were complying with his edicts. In the Middle Ages, no one took exception to alcohol. One second, let me check something on the YouTube side, Twitch side. Okay, we're happy. We're happy. Yes. Okay, good. The Germans, Russians, and Sizeks in particular were Europe's fabled drinkers. There was a formal curfew at dusk or when the night watchman began his rounds, although drinking and feasting often went on until the early morning hours. In KCD, we have tried to keep the image of medieval taverns faithful to surviving records. The Three Orders of Mankind. A notion of an ideal social order that was prevalent primarily in the 10th to 13th century. The basic principle of this system was that each person had a God-given place in the world that contributed to the welfare of mankind as a whole, thus ensuring universal unity and balance. The most extensive component of society consisted of those who worked laboratories, whose purpose was to engage in the crafts and cultivating the earth. Then came the fighters, bellators, which originally comprised mostly the nobility and their retinues, whose task was to protect society and oversee compliance with worldly laws. Lastly, there were those who prayed, orators, an example, the clergy, who were concerned with matters of faith and caring for the souls of the others to lead them to salvation. The formulation of the concept is often credited to the French bishop Aldebaran of Lyon. The concept of the three orders gradually became less convincing, to a large extent because it was not compatible with transition between the classes, while the development of cities in particular was accompanied by the emergence of relatively large, influential groups of burghers who did not fit into the original division of society. Town garrison. Maintaining law and order in the medieval town was the job of the bailiff. From the 14th century onward, the function was taken over by the catchpole, then night watchmen guards on towers. The catchpole, along with the bailiff, the executioner, or their henchmen, also carried out the punishment of transgressors. They were not, however, allowed to enter freehold dwellings, the places and houses of the nobility of the ruling class. nor church buildings or university, a fact students took advantage of. Order within the city also had to be upheld by the townsfolk themselves. They were obligated to report not only one crime, but also, just as the night watchman, to call out the hours and warn of fires, flood, and tempests. For safety, it was forbidden to wander at night with any open flame, torch, or candle into any. Wait, it was forbidden to wander at night with any open flame? Into castles, chambers, stables, barns, or byres. Only lanterns could be used to keep the peace at night. All towers had to be shut at sunset. Okay, so I'm assuming the reason why we're using a torch and not a lantern is because mechanically they probably just had torches. I'm assuming. In the medieval city, military service was entrusted to either hired professionals or the townspeople themselves. Every healthy adult male had to serve at least a few days a year in the civic guard. The city walls being divided and allocated in sections to each district or trade. And it was here that they mustered whenever an alarm was raised. In practice, the wealthy burghers bought their way out of serving in the militia, leaving other men to take their turn. And these poorer men welcomed the extra income, thus gradually forming a professional municipal gendarmerie. Each man had to procure the armor and weapons needed for serving the guards in the militia unless his guild did so. Only the rich cities could afford to have a public issue armory. The right to bear arms outside of duty was reserved for townspeople of sufficient means. Within the city walls, a simple melee weapon, simple melee weapon, dagger or knife, had to suffice. Only the really wealthy townsmen wore swords, taken after the nobility. Okay. Oh boy. Waldesanians. The Waldesanian movement first appeared in the second half of the 12th century in Lyon, France. Its founder was a wealthy linen merchant, Peter Waldo, also called Pierre Valdez or Valdez Vieudes or Devaux, who gave up his worldly goods and returned to his former poor apostolic life. The main characteristics of the movement were voluntarily poverty, strict interpretation of the scriptures, and above all, criticism of the materialism of the church. They regarded relics of saints as mere human remains of uncertain origin, icons and sacred statues as objects of idolatry, and held that mass set in a barn was as valid as any in a concentrated church. Waldo even translated the Holy Scripture into Arpentian, a French dialect of Provence, and preached using this translation. The movement soon after its founding gained a following in Provence as well as in neighboring Lombardy. The sect was sometimes known as the Linen Poor or Lombardy Poor. The emergence of the sect did not escape the watchful eye of the Vatican, and in 1179, Peter Waldo and his associates were invited to Rome to explain their opinions and actions before the Holy See and respond to theological questions. The outcome of this questioning is not clear, but the movement continued its activities and preached in ever greater opposition to the Roman Church until in 1184, the entire sect was excommunicated by the Synod of Verona and its members expelled from Linen. Nevertheless, the Waldensians continue to endure thanks to its strict secrecy. Their communities were linked together by traveling preachers who visited the members' houses. The members of the sect were obligated to hide the preachers from pursuit, feed and house them, and ensure that them safe passage to their next destination. Thus decentralized, the Waldensians preserved long after the death of their founder sometime in the early 13th century, probably in what is today Germany. The Waldensians came to Bohemia primarily with German colonists
who undoubtedly were often fleeing persecution. But even in Bohemia, they did not escape systematic persecution. And by the end of the 15th century, the movement was suppressed throughout Europe, with the exception of the Cottian Alpine region between Piedmont and Provence. There, they still maintained a compact community. At the end of the 1590s, the Waldensians joined the Genevan Reformation and became part of the Europe-wide Protestant movement. Oh, they became the Protestants. Okay. Wine grower. In Bohemia, wine growing began to spread from the 10th century onwards especially to liturgical reasons. In the 11th and 13th centuries, vineyards were mainly for monasteries and the nobility, generally in similar places to where we find wine grown today, mainly in South Moravia. Due to the more favorable climatic conditions, vineyards could, for a period, thrive even in Bohemia, but later, after a global cooling period, they dried off. Taking care of vines kept vintners occupied all year round, the vintage harvest taking place from October to November, depending on the weather. Wine tended to be grown in places unsuitable for the cultivation of other plants, such as on rocky south-facing slopes. It could take 3 or 4 years to establish a vineyard, and it would be good for 30 to 40 years. Grapes were harvested, put into vats where they were crushed by treading. White grapes were crushed immediately after crushing. White grapes were pressed immediately after crushing, and the juice kept in wooden barrels, tarred and sanitized with sulfur, where the wine was left to ferment. Red grapes were crushed, the seeds removed, and left to ferment in open vats. Stirred regularly, this produced what is termed the mash. After a few days, this was pressed, the juice poured into barrels. Jeez Louise. King Charles IV was a great wine lover who imported grapevines from France together with wine growing know-how and granted numerous privileges to vintners. Woodcutter. During the early Middle Ages, agriculture and the rapid growth of towns took its toll on forests with massive clearings. There was no reforestation done in those days, so in the 15th century, some areas had even less forest cover than today, while the towns themselves were surrounded by zones of outright devastation. Logging was done by woodcutters. Their basic tool was a large single-sided axe on a long handle or haft, while various wooden wedges and hammers were used to split the lumber. Transport of lumber from distant areas was difficult, which led to using navigable waterways down which the lumber was left to drift freely. Okay, dokey. We are in the home stretch, peoples. Woo! Yep, took a lot longer than I thought it would, but partly because I stepped away for a few different occasions that I didn't think I would have to, so. Yeah, this is solid 5 hours. Like, this is a solid 4 hours voiceover session. And I'm not even getting paid. I'm not even getting paid for this. All right. Abbots of Sasau Monastery. The chronological list of abbots and superiors of the monastery from its origins up until 1405. The year after the name indicates when from. St. Procopius in 1035, Vitius 1053, Emerium 1086, Buzztech 1092, Deathard 1097, Sylvester 1134. Wow, that was a significant jump. Bazetta 1161. Man, Bazetta did not last long. Reginhard 1162. unlisted Blazed at 1202, John the First at 1276. Man, Blazed was here for a while. Some of these guys were here for a while. Matthew at 1321, Privislav at 1332, Albert at 1354, Peter of Zibzov at 1377, John the Second 1405, then Nevles at 1405. You get the chance to meet John Nevles in the game while Peter is only spoken of. Yeah, Peter is spoken of. So this takes place 2 years later. So yeah, John takes over, that asshole. And then I guess, well, who knows, during the course of the events of when he takes over, within that year, Nevles then takes over. Albert the Albert the Fourth of Habsburg. Albert IV of Habsburg was Austrian count, son of Albert III, whom he fought against King Marcellus IV, beginning in 1394. He also had disputes with Procamp of Luxembourg over the Czech Austrian border. Born 1377 on the 19th of September. He died the 14th of September in 1404. He almost made it to his birthday. Oh, that sucks. Avicenna Ibn Sina, from 980 to 1037. So, a scientist and historian of Persia, one of the fathers of medicine, he studied from childhood, learning logic, metaphysics, and astronomy. He devoted most of his time to medicine and philosophy, and even experimented with remedies on his own body. He was always surrounded with students with whom he enjoyed debating. He was also a keen observer of the night sky. During his lifetime, he wrote at least 450 works, of which some 240 had survived to this day. Okay, so we got a little over half of the works that he wrote still around. That's good. That's good. Including 150 books concerning philosophy and 40 on medicine. The remainder are on astronomy, alchemy, geography and geology, psychology, Islamic theology, logic, mathematics, physics, and poetry. And this guy did everything. His theories and discoveries fascinated not only scholars of neighboring countries, but also the whole of Europe. The Czech Reform preacher, Master Jan Hus, also referred to Avicenna's writings. Charles IV, from the 14th of May 1316 to the 29th of November 1378. Charles IV of Luxembourg, born Wenceslas, son of King John of Luxembourg, was the second member of the Luxembourg dynasty to become King of Bohemia, 1346 to 1378. And the first to attain the title Holy Roman Emperor, 1355 to 1378. He held many other titles besides Margrave of Moravia, Count of Luxembourg, King of Italy, King of the Romans, and King of Burgundy. Renowned for his diplomatic skills and erudition, he actively endeavored to consolidate his position and ensure the survival of his line in Europe, especially in Bohemia, Moravia, and Germany. He was well versed in several languages, and at the French court he was tutored by none other than the future Pope Clement VI. During his reign, Prague and the lands of the Bohemian crown underwent a major transformation, becoming a powerful political, economic, and cultural center. For this reason, this period of his reign is known as the Golden Age. He initiated the construction of many superb edifices, which thus bear his name, including Charles University, Charles Bridge, and Karlstein Castle. He was keen to emphasize the role of religious faith in society. He renewed the cults of Saint Wenceslas, Saint Sigismund, and Saint Vitus, concentrating various future buildings to them, among other Prague cathedrals. He married 4 times and had 13 children, most of whom died in infancy. The most illustrious of his offspring was his son Wenceslas and Sigismund, who both became rulers over the lands and Bohemian crown. Cumans. The Cumans first appeared in the Czech lands in 1260. Under the leadership of the Hungarian crown prince Stephen, they fought against Bishop Bruno and the army of the Austrian lords, which they thoroughly vanquished. The Cumans appeared for the second time in the 1260s when they defeated the army of King Premysl Ottokar and went on to pillage Moravia. They last invaded the Czech lands under Sigismund of Luxembourg, who could afford no better mercenaries than the Cumans. Estimates speak of several thousand fighters. One of the places that succumbed to their ravages was Silver Skalitz, the birthplace of our game's hero. All right, Dan, home stretch. Heinrich III von Rosenberg, 1361 to the 20th of July, 1412. Henry III of Rosenberg, the Gendrix III Z. Rosenberg, the only son of Uldrich I of Rosenberg, was Prague Burgrave in the years 1396 to 1398 and 1400 to 1404. He also held the position of Lord of the Upper Castle in Bohemia, Krumlov, Keski Krumlov, and was a member of the noble opposition group known as the League of Lords, Panska Janata. He took part in the capture and imprisonment of Wenceslas IV in 1394 and again in 1402. Between 1389 and 1409, he held the position of executioner as recorded in Rosenberg's Lords of Books Book of Executions. Around 1400, Henry was presented with a statue of the Madonna and child crafted in the parlor workshop, now known as the Cuman Madonna of Krumlov. Yeah. Yaroslav of Bezmir and Benesov. Yaroslav of Bezmir, aka Benesov, was appointed an auxiliary bishop of Sarepta by Pope Boniface IX in 1394, at which time he was a bachelor of theology. Was then a very high level of education. He probably completed his studies later, sometime around 1403 to 1409. He became an inquisitor sometime before 1408. And in 1409 to 1410, he defended the position of Prague Archbishop Zemek Zajich of Hasenburg and his actions against the teachings of John Wycliffe before the Roman Curia. During his career as inquisitor, he came into conflict with Jan Hus and his progressive ideas. He later participated in the trial of Bologna. Bologna. That resulted in the condemnation and burning of John Wycliffe's books. He was also named as a witness in a document demanding a harsher denunciation of Jan Hus for not attending the Bologna trial, although he himself had requested it. Alright, what a dick. We know little of Yaroslav at this point, and it is assumed he was living abroad. The Papal Inquisition had been operating in Bohemia since 1257, when 2 Franciscan inquisitors arrived at the request of King Premysl Ottokar II, and continued intermittently until the Hussite Revolution. In KCD, we decided to make use of Yaroslav as a very active inquisitor, although the period of the game is somewhat earlier than the time that he was appointed and active as a papal inquisitor, according to historical sources. As a titular bishop, however, he could have presided over trials if it was required. Jobs of Moravia. 1354 to the 18th of January of 1411. Jobs of Moravia was Margrave of Moravia from 1375 and Elector of Brandenburg from 1388. He also held the throne of the King of Romans, although he did so for a mere 15 weeks until his death, 1410 to 1411, roughly. He was the son of John Henry of Luxembourg and the nephew of Emperor Charles IV. He achieved his standing in Europe due to the military and political intrigues aimed primarily against members of his own dynasty, particularly Wenceslas IV, against whom he rebelled along with the Moravian forces in the so-called Margravat Wars. There's a lot about him. He initially supported I almost said Ligman. Oh boy. He initially supported Sigismund of Luxembourg's efforts to seize the Bohemian crown, but in 1403 he began opposing him, and together with Albert IV, Duke of Austria, took part in a rebellion against him. His previous support for Sigismund was probably motivated more by self-interest. It ensured his future influence as long as it seemed that Wenceslas would be deposed and Sigismund, or even Jobs himself, would take his place. His campaign against Wenceslas won him and other nobles many privileges. Then in 1402, when the situation changed, he rebelled against Sigismund and was very instrumental in liberating Wenceslas from captivity. We don't know whether the change was due to cunning or conscience, but to the end of his life, he remained surprisingly loyal to Wenceslas IV. Towards the end of his life, he even stood against Sigismund in the election of King of the Romans and won. He didn't enjoy the crown for long, though, and died shortly after. Jobs was not only politically astute, but also a very thrifty governor. Many rulers, including Sigismund himself, were financially indebted to him. In his day, it was said that it was Jobs and not either Wenceslas or Sigismund who was the true uncrowned sovereign of Bohemia. At the time our game takes place, however, he is in debt up to his ears. Damn. John Hughes. 1370 to the 6th of July, 1450. John Hughes was a priest and thinker of one of the most important Sizek religious reform and one of the most important Sizek religious reformers and preachers. His works, inspired by the theological writings of John Wycliffe, played a key role in underpinning the essence of the Reformation. As of 1398, he worked and disseminated his teachings at Prague University, but as early as 1403, German professors labeled him a heretic. 6 years later, up to 20,000 doctors, masters, and students were forced to leave Prague University as a result of theological disputes. Oh, there was a space there for the sentence, the period. From 1402, Hughes preached at the Bethlehem Chapel in Prague, where all sermons were delivered not in Latin but Sizek. This place became the center of Reformation in Bohemia. Again, no space on the sentence. Period. Because of his controversial relationship with the church and opinions on Catholic ethics, Hughes was prosecuted and finally convicted of heresy by the Council of Constance, for which he was burnt at the stake. The followers of the reformist idea rallied together at the events at Constance, leading to the beginning of the Hussite Wars, 1420 to 1434. So 14 years of war, huh? Matthew of John now. Either was born 1350 or 1355, but most definitely passed away on the 30th of November, 1393. Matthew of Genhau was an intellectual writer, preacher, and theologian. He was born in Genhau and a village in South Bohemia. He began his studies in Prague and completed them at the university in Paris, where he became a master of liberal arts. He never completed the study of theology he had begun. Following his return to Prague, he held a number of church offices and became the confessor of the Archbishop of John of Genstein. His intellectual works concerned mostly with the study of the Bible, emphasizing Christ and the Eucharist, while on the other hand, he criticized some subsequent non-biblical stipulations of the church, which he regarded as lacking the authority of Scripture and sometimes contradicting it. He also criticized the papal schism at the time. The disunity of the church and the extensive cult of sacred images and saints. For some of his ideas, the teachings he was suspected of. Oh, okay, let me reread that again. For some of his ideas and teachings, he was suspected of heresy, but he cleared himself of such accusations before the Archbishop's vicar and revised some of his opinions. Matthew is regarded as one of the most significant Czech reformers before John Hus, together with the preacher Conrad von Waldesson and John Milik of Krumazerz, who greatly influenced him. The entire progress of the early Czech Reformation was driven by criticism of the church's material conditions, appeals to personal devotion, and frequent communion. Matthew's work was followed by that of the important Hussite theologian Jakubik of Stribo, who defended the taking of the Eucharist by both means, bread and wine, even for lay people. Papule Cafe du Touquant says, Sup. Thanks for stopping by. Currently in Kingdom Come Deliverance, currently going through the last bit of the Codex I haven't read before I get to the part where the game says you're locked into this fort for a while. So, but yeah, thank you for stopping by. How you doing? Hope you're doing good, and I hope I pronounced your name correctly. If I mispronounce it, I apologize ahead of time. I'll probably just say Duquant, or Cafe, or something. I'll say something. Hopefully. Yeah, I hope you're doing all right. Again, thank you for stopping by. The freaking Pope. Cafe is perfect. Works for me. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully you're having a good time. Have you played KCD before, or are you just stopping by and just checking out stuff? This is my first playthrough of the game. Dude, I did it on hardcore mode and all the fun stuff on there. The only stipulation is I turned on a mod that was unlimited saves because this game is a little janky and this game likes to crash on me. So, other than that, it's been a hardcore playthrough through and through. Pope. The Pope is the supreme head of the Roman Catholic Church, Jesus Christ's deputy on earth, and cannot be removed from office. His word is regarded by the church as infallible, equivalent in effect to the Holy Scriptures. At the time of our game, however, nothing was quite so straightforward. Due to the papal schism that lasted from 1378 to 1417, there were, for a time, as many as 3 rival claimants to the throne of St. Peter. For secular rulers, support for one claimant or the other was often less of a question of faith than a political convenience. I've seen some stream. I really liked the game. Yeah, no, I really did the game as well. There's a lot of stuff I am really enjoying with it. There's some grievances here and there, and there's some stuff where I'm like, we could maybe fix it a little bit, but you know, I expected jank, and I got some jank. We got some jank in this game. Yesterday, I went and fought a whole bunch of bandits, and I was in the air for a little while. Yeet, quite a logbook. Yes, it is, Yeet on the YouTubes. Although on the bright side, I am almost done. I am almost done. I went through the entire fucking codex today. That would be a 4-hour VO session I just gave them for free. Pope Urban the Sixth, 1318 to 1389. Urban the Sixth, born Bartolomeo Priginio, was quickly elected pope under pressure from the Roman people to have a citizen of the city on the papal throne, and the papacy returned there from Avignon, to which it had been relocated at the beginning of the century by the French king. Urban truly did begin to rule from Rome, and once he took office, also to criticize the cardinals for accepting gifts from rulers and living in luxury. This made him many enemies, so shortly thereafter the French cardinals declared his election invalid and elected a new pope, who once again ruled from Avignon. The new pope declared Urban to be the Antichrist and excommunicated him. This led to the Great Schism, financial, theological, and political duality and chaos throughout Europe, because each ruler had to declare which pope they recognized as head of the church. Pope Benedict the 13th, 1328 to 1423. Benedict 13th, born Pedro de Luna, was elected anti-pope in 1394 in Avignon. He had previously withdrawn his allegiance to the Italian Pope Urban VI, who represented the Catholic Church in Rome. Pope Boniface IX, 1356 to 1404. Pope Boniface IX, born Pietro Tamilesili, was pontiff from 1389, contemporaneously with the Avignon anti-pope Clement VII and Benedict XIII. He refused to abdicate, leading not only to a continuation of the Western Schism, but also an ever-deepening rift in the church. However, it also meant that Boniface had a growing influence on some important aspects of secular power. Pope Clement VII, 1342 to 1394. Clement VII, born Robert of Geneva, was the first anti-pope elected by the French cardinals in opposition to the Roman Pope Urban VI, as an expression of their disagreement with the Italian pontiff's decision to remove the seat of papal power from Avignon, as well as his views that the clergy should remain a more austere and virtuous lifestyle. This event caused a Western Schism, which split the papacy. Ooh. Okay. Rasek Kobila of Dvojits. We don't know when he was born. We know he died 1416. All right. There we go. Rasek and Kim Deliverance Radzig Kobila, or Kabila, was a Bohemian yeoman, the royal hetman of Wenceslas IV, and in between 1410 and 1415, Burgrave of Vizarad. In 1403, he resided at the castle in Silber Scalitz, Striburna Scalis, where he oversaw the mining of silver. The king was known for his generosity to lower nobles who received high titles for their loyalty. Razik Kobila was apparently one of these, and probably the king's friend. In 1403, Skalitz was besieged and burned to the ground by King Sigismund and his Cuman army. For his service and loyalty, King Wenceslas IV permitted Razik to build his own castle at Vasily nad Zazavau. Standing on this site today is Chateau Kamorny Hadrek. There we go. He was killed in 1416 in a tavern in Kutny Hora by a mob of miners, incited by preachers a year after the burning of John Hus. They seized them in the inn where they were staying, cut their bodies into pieces, and threw them out in the streets, where the mob vigorously stomped on their remains and then went in merry song to the home of the preacher to be praised for the act that they had been encouraged to commit. This occurred when Radzig was there. Well, Radzig was there to collect taxes for the king, which is odd because 6 years earlier he had apparently been a robber knight, and soldiers had been dispatched against him as a scourge of the land. Sources are not clear as to why he was later rehabilitated for services to the king. Damn. Okay, so he doesn't meet his end anytime soon. He just, man, that's fucked. Saint Procopius, late 10th century. We just know that this dude died in the 25th of March in 1053. Got it. Saint Procopius of Sasau was a lay priest, hermit, and co-founder and first abbot of Sasau Sazvaya Monastery. He was canonized in 1204. According to hagiography, he was educated at a school in Vizarad. He was married and had a son, but decided to become a priest. He spent some time with the Benedictines and Brevna before embarking on a life of a hermit. In the Sasau region, he gathered a group of men around him with whom he founded a monastery of the religious order of Saint Benedict in the 1030s, becoming its first abbot. Many legends have arisen about Saint Procopius, in which the hermit does battle with demons and performs exorcisms. In one, he puts a demon to work dragging his plow, digging out the so-called devil's furrow. He was thus often depicted with a tied and bound devil by his feet. Sometimes he was pictured with a crutch and mitre, and from the 17th century onwards, he was represented holding a book and a cross. The Sasau Monastery houses the Cave of Procopius, which was hollowed into the cliff wall in the shape of a Greek cross, and the saint is said to have spent several years as a hermit in solitary prayer. Ah, yes, the redhead. Sigismund of Luxembourg. All right, so he was born on the 14th of February, 1368, and he died the 9th of December, 1437. Sigismund of Luxembourg, son of Charles IV, was king of Hungary and Croatia from 1387, king of Germany from 1411, king of Bohemia from 1419, and king of Italy from 1431. He was also Prince of Silesia from 1419, Margrave of Lusacia, and most notably Holy Roman Emperor between 1333 and 1337. Okay. At an early age, he was sent to be educated at the Hungarian court, quickly mastering the tough conditions of politics. Like other members of his family, he was abducted at least once in his case by the Hungarian nobility. Having lost his faith in the Hungarian nobility, he turned his attention to Bohemia and became engaged in hostilities with his half-brother, Wenceslas. Some of the Bohemian nobility welcomed Sigismund, hoping he would rid them of their ineffective monarch, while others sided with Wenceslas, resulting in long-lasting wars, in the course of which Sigismund and his Hungarian army, consisting in no small part of human mercenaries, repeatedly pillaged Bohemia, often with the help of the Bohemian and especially Moravian lords themselves. Sigismund fought not only to seize his brother's throne, but also against the Hussites with the aim of seizing the imperial crown. He regarded himself as the defender of Christianity, and in 1409 even founded the Order of the Dragon to wage war against all enemies of the Christian faith. One of the later members of the order was the infamous Vlad the Impaler, inspiration for the fictional Dracula. No shit. That's a cool little detail. I knew about Vlad the Impaler being inspiration for Dracula, but I didn't know that Vlad the Impaler was part of this order. That's cool. I like that. After the death of Wenceslas, Sigismund brought to Bohemia 4 unsuccessful crusades against the Hussites. He died soon after the signing of the Compacts, a set of agreements with the reformers guaranteeing freedom of religious belief to every inhabitant of the lands of Bohemia and Moravia. All right. Home stretch, baby. We're halfway there. Sir Markevart von Alowitz. 1360 to or 70, not clear, but he definitely died on the 27th of December, 1402. He was the hetman or governor of Prague, who, much like those members of the nobility disgruntled with the reign of Wenceslas IV, saw in Sigismund of Luxembourg a better potential king. Their motivation had more to do with money and power. Wenceslas offered them no prospects, while supporting Sigismund promised them a better future position in society. Sir Simil Flashka, 1350. We don't know when, but we know 1350. But he definitely died in the 13th of August, 1403. Simil Flashka of Partibus and Richkenberg was a Szekh nobleman, the nephew of the first Szekh Archbishop Ernest Onus of Partibus. He is known mainly as a writer. He received his bachelor's degree at the University in Prague in 1367. In the 1380s, he was in dispute with Wenceslas IV, trying to prevent Partibus from falling into the hands of the king as an. Okay, that's a typo. There shouldn't be and. It should be as an escheat, I think. Fall into the hands of the king as and escheat. So yeah, it should be that. The D shouldn't be here. We gotta get rid of the D. Although he lost in 1390, he inherited the Parzutz and Reichenberg estates, and 6 years later he was appointed supreme scribe of the provincial records. From 1403, he held the position of hetman of the Klaslav region and was a member of the League of Lords. Spaces, guys. He died in fighting against the Kuttenberg allies of Wenceslas IV. He wrote allegorical verses, for example, the poem New Council, featuring an assembly of animals representing conservative views on how the king should govern. He also penned aphorisms, proverbs, and satire. A street in Partibus bears his name, and his work is still read by students of Szekh literature. All right, we are in the last bit here. The Romanov family. One of the oldest and most notable of Szekh aristocratic dynasties, the family expanded into numerous branches over generations, such as the Lords of Daba, Burka, and the Lichtenbergs, Synods of Verona, and so on. In the 13th and 12th centuries, the family split into the Lords of Lippe, the Lichtenbergs, the Lords of Daba, the Lords of Klingenstein, and more. The oldest known... That's a really cool coat of arms, by the way. The oldest known member of the dynasty was the late 12th century Simil Civilik of Tuyan. His descendants carried high office at the royal court, thus acquiring considerable tracts of land, from which they acquired the family name from Ronau in Zetava region and the Nisei River Valley in present-day Poland. Ronau Castle, the same name south of Česká Lipa, was built only at the end of the 14th century. The Ronau family is represented by one of the KCD characters, Hanush of Lipa. Hanush of Lipa. Hanush of Lipa. So that's Hanush. He's Hanush. Henry of Lipa. 1275, maybe? Definitely died 26th of August, 1329. Henry I of Lipa was one of the founders of the noble family, which took its name from the settlements of Lipa. Lipa, die, Česká Lipa. He held various positions of high office at the royal court, sub-chamberlain, marshal of Bohemia, and provincial hetman of Bohemia and Moravia simultaneously. In 1315, he was charged with conspiracy for drafting a document against the king and thrown in prison. He was released half a year later thanks to support on part of the nobility and Dowager Queen, and the Dowager Queen Elizabeth Rickezia of Poland, who was his lifelong partner. This situation forced John of Luxembourg to launch a campaign with German troops against the Czech nobility. The conflict came to an end in 1318. He spent the last years of his life in Brno, where he had established his own court. The coat of arms of the Lords of Lipa consists of a cross made of two tree branches. Henry had 3 daughters, Clara, Margaret, Marketa, and Catherine, Katerina, and 4 sons, Henry the Iron One, Gidrix Zelezny, John, Bertold, and Sinek. They too all held positions of high office. All right. Let's go, baby. Jean Bertie Yezek. Not sure when he was born. Died after 1393. So we don't know exactly when he died either. We just know he died after 1393 for sure. John Yezek, father of young Lord Jan Peček Hans Kapan. This is the father of Hans, was a Moravian lord. In 1349, he became lord of the Honesfis estates. In 1356, lord of Polna Castle, which he acquired in exchange for Sloop Castle, Perkenstein. In 1369, lord of Rateje, where he built a new parish church and renamed the lower castle Perkenstein. His son John was still a minor when he died, so the property was administered by his relatives. It did not pass back in the hands of the rightful heir until 1412. Yezek was the first of the lords of Lipa to hold the moniker Bertie. Pejek. Jan Pejek. Hans Kapan. aka our buddy here. He was potentially born in 1388, but he definitely dies in 1419. So he dies 16 years after this game takes place. So Hans Kapan. 1 second. Let's do this. Okay. One more moment. Well, before we read good old Hans, let me just take a look at the stream. I need to check some stuff ahead of time. Making sure it's still fine. All right. That's fine. That's fine. Nothing to note here. Nothing to note there. Hey, I'm glad I'm at the tail end here. All right. That's good. That's good. Okie dokie. Sorry, I'll continue just a moment. I just gotta make sure that nothing happened to the stream. By the way, how's everyone doing? There's a few of you in here. Just want to make sure, just a little vibe check, I guess, to see how everyone's doing. Make sure they're still enjoying themselves. We literally, yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 more codexes to read, and then we're done. And that was taking into account the time of me jumping around to some other stuff and going back and forth today and taking a very early intermission for some food, much needed food. This was a 4.5 hour session, nothing but reading. I'm just curious, while it's on my mind, I just want to look at this. Where are you at, Dragon Age? Because Dragon Age, the last time I did something to this level, what I'm doing right now, was Dragon Age. Yeah, there you are. And I think it was yeah, it's like the third to last stream I did was, I think like half that stream was me reading all the codex. I think it was a solid 5 to 7 hours of me just going through that game's codex alone, which was a lot. That was a lot. Not that was bad, but that I'm complaining about it. But that was a lot of codex reading for that video game. Okay. Knocking on wood, and maybe I shouldn't say this part out loud, but the OBS is not giving me shit today. I'm curious. It's one of those things where, like, how do I phrase this? It's like when a kid, if you're watching a kid and they get quiet in the other room, and then you immediately go, the fuck's going on? Like, things are going too smoothly right now with OBS at the moment, unlike the past couple times. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, what the fuck, where is the pin gonna drop at now? It's gonna just suddenly just be like, yeah, it's gonna shit itself soon. Who knows? All right, let's go through these last few guys. Okay, Hans. So Hans, the underage son of Jan Jezik Pesek and Hedvika of Doba. After the death of his father, his family, the Lords of Lipa, his uncle Ginrich Henry, and his son Hanush, and his brothers become his guardians. One second. There we go. Young Lord did not take possession of Rate and Heraldry Estate in Poland until 1412. Oh man, he doesn't take hold of it until... And he takes hold of it 7 years before he dies. But he doesn't get to take hold until 9 years after this game takes place. Soon afterwards, he entered political life and held positions in the provincial offices. After the imprisonment of Master John Hughes, he signed a petition in his defense, but during the Huzat Wars, he was initially on the side of the League of Lords against the Huzats in a few minor battles. In 1419, he took part in a battle against Hussets at Keenan. Apparently due to influence of his close neighbors, Lecit of Clivier of Sternbeck. There are no records indicating he took part in the war later. His son was Hinrik Pizik, who achieved a high office in the Kingdom of Bohemia, becoming Royal Hofmaster and Mince Master. Okay. Sir Hono Shalipa, we don't know when he was born, we just know he died in 1415. Following the death of Gindrich III of Perkestein, Henry III of Perkestein, and 1402, Hono Shalipa and KCD Honush of Lipa. Sorry, Hunus of Lipa versus Honush of Lipa became the guardian of the former son, John Pusidik in KCD Hans Kapon, and thus the acting governor of the surrounding province. He completed the construction of Perkestein and its fortifications in the local church of St. Matthew, which contains a shrine to his family. When Sigismund of Luxembourg invaded and burned Skalitz, the towns of Burgrave, Radzig, Kobela, and the survivors of the raid found refuge with Hanush. Hanush subsequently took action against scattered groups of brigands and Cumans. His relationship with the king was peculiar, to say the least, judging by often contradictory sources. It appears that in 1410, crown forces descended on the town of Ratai in Hanush's domain, probably after he became a robber baron and rebel, who may also have participated in the siege of Jilava in Moravia. Nevertheless, in 1414, he became a provincial marshal and dealt together with his wife, Marketa of Sternberg at Spielberg in Brno. Oh my god, there's so much about the Zuul family. Okay. The Zuul family of Osterich. The story of the Zuul-Yeoman family aptly illustrates the conditions that existed in Bohemia at the turn of the century. Even before the king's abduction, Bohemia was crawling with all sorts of bandit fellowships and fraternities, often led by the lower nobility. Execution records mention that Zuul family name as of 1389, when Jan Zuul and his father, Michaelius Zuul, are mentioned as leaders of a band of brigands that perpetrated pillaging raids from their base in Osterich. There were sometimes joined that should be a they, I think. They were sometimes joined by John's uncle Hagen from the nearby fortress of Kresix. Their territory of operation consisted mostly of the trade routes between Prague, Kutna Hora, Kuttenberg, and Binizov, as well as solitary mills. In fairness, it must be added that the testimonies of individual captured bandits or their associates implicated many millers and innkeepers from the surrounding villages, ever seeing stolen goods from bandits or assisting them in other ways. These stolen goods were indeed varied in character. We learned from the execution books that the Zuuls stole horses, cattle, and farm equipment, as well as merchandise such as cloth and barrels full of herring. Of course, money was also highly desirable. Loot. Around the turn of the century, the Zuuls band seized Sejanov Castle and extended their hunting ground. At the same time, they also fought with Prokop of Luxembourg and his campaign against Sigismund, which nicely illustrates the attitude of the day to the criminality of the nobility. There was indeed a thin line between mercenary and bandit, very often depending on allegiances. It may have been on account of Prokop that the Zuuls plundered especially the lands of Sigismund's allies from the Rosenberg family. Little wonder then that most of the records we have about the Zuuls come from the Rosenberg's execution books, which depict them in an unflattering light. In 1401, they abducted the parish priest from a Rosenberg village, probably in the expectation of a fat ransom, and later they further expanded their property by seizing Duba Castle, which belonged to their former allies. The Zul's pillaging raids were only brought to an end by a punitive expedition by the Prague bishop Zebrex Hare of Hessenberg Hare Castle, who conquered both Duba and Kazanov. He then brought Mika Zul and about 50 of his companions in captivity to Prague. John, the youngest of the Zuls, was captured and executed a year later. The bishop divided the Zul's numerous properties, which included villages, woods, and farms, among his allies, and left the family's descendants quite destitute. Sechevov Castle was reduced to ruins during the punitive raid. It passed through the hands of several courtiers before becoming the property of Rasik Kabila in 1411. Kabila built a new seat there called Kamorny Hedrek. The fate of Mikhail Zul after his captivity is also interesting because he was escorted to the gallows by none other than Jan Hus and hanged along with his comrades. According to chronicles of the time, the only concession accorded to his noble status was that he was hanged higher than the other outlaws. His body was then displayed hanging on a hook. The chronicles mention that even years later, the madman with a compulsion for burying executed convicts was wandering around Prague. Because he was unable to remove Zul's remains from the hook, he took at least one leg and left it with a female grocer, who later saw to a proper burial in the body of Mikulia Zul, albeit not in one piece, was finally laid to eternal rest behind the Church of St. Stephen in Ribinsk, where it was customary at the time to inter executed individuals. All right. The Lords of Talmberg. The coat of arms of the Lords of Talmberg consists of 2 water lily leaves, argent, silver, on a fields of gules, red. The dynasty dates back to 1291 when Talmberg Castle was under the administration of William, son of the then Prague Burgrave, Hosnada of Uzuitz. His descendants later owned estates in South and East Bohemia, including Slotniny, Millicent, and the area around Kaslev. Some of the Talmberg lords achieved such influential posts in administration as Burgrave or magistrate. Sir Divish what is wrong with your foot there, Divish? The Talmberg, Sir Divish of Talmberg, owned Talmberg Castle in the years 1390 to 1415. In 1391, the castle was conquered and Divish was taken captive by his neighbor Havil Medic of Valdek, though we no longer know how the dispute arose between them. Due to the king's inability to settle the matter, Divish was imprisoned in his own castle for 7 long years while his young wife, Stephanie, attempted to raise the ransom to free him. Thanks to the help of friends, including Radzig Kabela, he was finally liberated and Medic was condemned for his actions as a rebel. From 1400 onwards, Divish held the office of Prague Burgrave and in 1401 moved his seat to Prague. Meanwhile, Talmberg Castle was repaired and he gave it to his wife. Divish returned there in 1414, and in 1418 his son Uldrich governed the estate. According to some sources, Divish died in 1415, while others attest that in 1418 John Kvosky sold him Jakov Castle, where the Talberg family lived until 1702. Divish had 3 sons, Uldrich, William, and Mikulis, who governed Jankov from 1433 onwards. William of Talmberg and Millicent. In 1292, the head of the provincial court, the direct founder of Talmberg branch, and a direct bearer of Horizenta coat of arms. The Horizenta family was one of the few that did not directly engage in a war against the king, so did not forfeit property. He founded Talmberg Castle. He had 2 sons, Divish and Nesmil. Last but not least, Wenceslas IV. who was born the 26th of February 1361 and passed away the 16th of August 1419. Wenceslaus IV of Luxembourg was the son of the highly successful monarch Charles IV. He inherited the Bohemian throne and attained the German crown by election. However, he did not inherit his family's he did not inherit his father's predisposition for ruling. Although during his lifetime he was known for being a weak, idle, and moody ruler who was afflicted with many ailments, as well as difficulties meeting his royal obligations. Despite the fact that he had been groomed for rule since early childhood, he was crowned Bohemian king at the age of only 2 years. He was more interested in hunting, alcohol, courtesans, and pleasures of the court. During his time as king, the lands of the Bohemian crown underwent several wars and conflicts involving his relatives, his own brother Sigismund, and his cousins, the Moravian Margraves. The event that triggered the Margravate Wars was that when Wenceslaus occupied the vacated estates of the Olmec archdiocese, which by law belonged to the nobles. Under the leadership of Jobst, the Moravian lords joined with Sigismund in open revolt against the king, which had less to do with the Olmec estates than with the legitimacy of the rule of Wenceslaus, who in the meantime had been stripped of the imperial crown by the imperial electors for his incompetence and unwillingness to rule. Later, he also lost the power of the Bohemian crown when he made numerous concessions and awarded the nobles many privileges, de facto transferring the ruling power to them. His unwillingness to meet obligations resulted in his abduction twice, thereby removing him from the throne. First in 1394 by the Czech nobles, and then in 1402 by his brother Sigismund. Holy fuck, he'd suck at CK3. Oh, Crusader Keys 3. Are you talking about me, or are you talking about Wenceslaus IV? Wenceslaus IV? Absolutely. Me? I've conquered half the map in that game, motherfucker. And I've done it for means. Wenceslaus. Exactly. There we go. Put with some respect on my name. Wenceslaus initially supported the reform proposals of John Hus and his adherents, but he did nothing to save the reformer's life when he was sentenced to be burned at the stake by the church. He thus set in motion what was later to become the largest and only more or less successful popular revolt in Europe, the Hussite Wars. However, he did not live to see these events since he died in 1419. After his death, his brother Sigismund of Hungary seized the crown, but he had to fight for it since not everyone acknowledged his claim, and once he had the crown, he did not live to enjoy it. He did not live to enjoy it for long. Oh my god. Been streaming for 6 hours, and there was a 45 minute intermission. Let's just remove a total hour from that. I've been doing Codex for the last 5 hours. This is why I try to do this shit at the end of every stream, but it didn't work out this way for the grand majority of it. But hey, I'm done now. I'm done. Please read the lore of Warhammer next. Hey, don't tempt me. I'll fucking do it. I do not have a good British accent at all. It's bad, and I do not have the nice sultry voice of like Voldemort on YouTube. So yeah. Okay. Let's just do another save for good measure. All right. Well, let me turn this down a tad on my end. Won't turn it down on your end, but just my end needs to go down a little bit.
Let's just knock this down just a few notches. There we go. All right. What the fuck? Well, you sound decent anyway. I will take decent. Yeah, I'll take decent. I will happily take decent. As they say, we take our wins here. You take the wins when they come to you, no matter what they look like or they sound like. All right, point no return, baby, or at least locked in. All right, we sitting pretty good. I need to equip arrows. Armor's all pretty good. I don't know if I'm gonna be locked out of having stuff, so let's just take all that and then all of that. There we go. Just in case. Just in cases.
What do you want?
What are you doing here?
What is this place? What's going on here?
The Imperial Short Wool Sheep Fair. Have you got a sheep?
No.
Then bugger off before you get hurt. You're here again? I got a piss.
Let me inside.
Inside, eh? What's the password then?
No password.
I came here for a game.
Show me that. Aye. All right. Welcome to Vranik, comrade.
Thank you for your kind welcome, comrade. Who should I report to?
Eric. He should be in the house, at the top.
All right.
I need to speak with Eric. Do you know where he is?
He's in the main camp at the top, in the big house. His armor's that bright, you can't miss him.
How goes it?
Same as ever, boring as ever. Well paid, but fucking boring all the same. Sentry duty, sleeping, sentry duty. Even the boozing started to lose its thrill.
No, not the boozing.
Hey, I'm new here. Can you tell me what's going on?
Nothing. Just the way I like it. Getting paid for sitting on my arse. And when things get lively, just look around. There's a good few dozen of us here. Those poor fucking peasants won't know what's hit them. Right?
Boring is better than dead is what I say. That is fair.
Have you heard anything about what we'll be doing next?
I don't care. When they tell me it's time to go, I'll go. I don't need to know anymore. You can ask the others, only I wouldn't trust what they say too much. Everyone's got the latest news, and they all know the same bugger all I do.
Good to know.
How did you end up here anyway?
You know how it goes. It's always the same story. Lost my trade through my own stupidity, ran away to the woods to get by any way I could. So when I heard they were recruiting, I signed up. Coin is coin.
I need to leave.
I've got orders not to let anyone out. Seems like the chief's planning something, and we'll be on the march soon. About bloody time, too.
Okay. Dun, 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 dun. What's up, man? Did they all have... Okay, they're all have similar dialogue. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. One momento. Sorry, I just need to check YouTube stream. You okay? As long as we're okay, the YouTube stream. That's... For a moment there, it looked like everything just fell off, but now we're good. Alright. Onwards. What's up, man?
Hey. Ow.
Wait, really?
Is that all you've got? No, kurva!
Okay. I didn't realize me opening that was going to cause all the troubles in the world.
That could be it.
It was just there. I was just like, oh, it's just like open chest. It do it like normally. Okay, normally when it's a like it's a own chest, for example, the game typically tells you it's a rob option. So I was waiting for it to be like, oh, since it said if it said this open, it's just a general chest that anyone could open. I didn't realize that was going to be causing all the troubles in the world by me, you know, accessing it.
Have you? You know? Oh.
Okie dokie. Alright, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A lot of guys. 8, 9. Wait a minute. Do I know you? No, you're just wearing recognizable stuff. 10, 11, 12. Save. That's a good point. I should save right here. Now I'm inside, right? Okay, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 19, 20.
Look pretty impressive. These fellows aren't paupers, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Fuck. I'm almost sober. So hungry. I
So-
can eat time before you took 20 of
51,
them.
53. Oh my god. You piece of filth, you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get soaked. What else is there to do?
Okay, so there's at a minimum 70 people here. You know what? I'm just gonna say 100. Well, this until I get better confirmation. Looks like there's at least 100 guys here in total.
Not only strong outer walls, but inner ones too. This isn't good news. This must be where the commanders are.
Fucking hell. I feel like my hands are gonna drop off.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, they're definitely 100 strong. Okay. I guess I'll just go through here. Hey, what's up, Eric?
What do you want?
Kozlik sent me.
Ah, more reinforcements. You're the one from the monastery.
Yes, sir.
So you really killed that turncoat?
Yes, sir.
Well done. I heard about you, and quite honestly, I didn't think you'd succeed. So can you handle a sword?
Yes, I know what I'm doing.
Well, I think it's best if we put you to the test. Go to our combat master, Vanyek. He'll soon find out what you're made of. Just go downhill, as far as the stockade. His tent is right next to the training arena.
All right, sir.
All right. That'll be nice and shut the door for you. So I'm gonna be in here for a while. So enter here. Okay, I see. Fuck you, douchebag. All right.
Are you Combat Master Vanyek?
Aye, that's me. What do you want?
I'm Henry. Eric said you'd try me out to see how good I am with the sword.
Ah, another greenhorn. Nice to see Kozlik's doing his job. Mind you, most of the peasants he sends me couldn't fight a pile of manure with a pitchfork. Hey, don't I know you from somewhere? You look familiar.
Wait a minute. Yeah.
Yes, you taught me sword fighting in Skalitz.
Wait now. Yes, I do remember. We met at the alehouse.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you made it out alive. I took to my heels before it even started. All right,
Yeah, he
let's
is
see
due
what
from the
you're good
beginning.
for. Have you got a weapon? If not, you can borrow one over there. Now, are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
All right, let's see what you're made of.
Man, this is coming together because I remember fighting this guy at the beginning. This is gonna end poorly.
You unlock.
Yeah, okay, what? Need a refresher on some of the strikes. So, left, right, straight. Okay. Okay. So left, stab, stab, left, right, bam. Okay.
Yippa!
Aha! When I'm in the beginning and again at the end. Yeah. I just beat his ass.
Jesus, you got me. You're a lot better than most of the fuckers here, lad. Well done.
I've had a bit of practice.
So I see. I'll tell Eric what you've got in you. Don't worry about that. But so you don't think old Vanyek has passed it, I'll teach you one trick you'll be glad to know.
Stabs me in the
That's very
throat.
generous of you.
Well, I don't want to take it to the grave with me. All right, listen. Before you start twisting and turning, take a good firm stance with your legs wide apart, like this. As if you're about to let off a huge fart.
I think I've got it. Thanks.
Okay. What? What? Just let her rip? Is that the plan?
Can you teach me to be a better archer?
Certainly.
I'm interested.
All right.
Isn't that?
Sorry.
Can you teach me to be? I'm in. Isn't that? Is this an?
Well, no. Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Can you teach me? I'd like to.
First, you have.
Well,
Damn. All right, here's my secret move. You just stab the guy, push him down, let it rip in their own mouth. That's what it really read as, is just, all right, man, I got this secret move. Well, okay, what you do is when you face someone, you just get a wide stance, like you're about to fart, and then just fart. Okay, what do I do with the sword? Oh, don't worry about the sword. What do you mean? Just fart. What does that do? This makes them not want to be around you. So then you got the ultimate defense. You have bio warfare all around you at once. It's a genius move. And you just look at him and go, okay. But the sword though. They're like the stabby stab, like, you got any crazy move with that? Oh, I don't know how to use a sword. You don't? No, man, I just fart.
Sir, may I?
What is it?
I went to the fight master as you ordered, and I.
What's the matter? Lost your tongue?
Hi.
I think I know what's troubling the young master. He's surprised to see me here. And the feeling's mutual. When did you start recruiting Radzig's people, Eric?
Bradzig?
Indeed. This boy is very dear to him. And I expect he's looking for this? Am I right, young man?
You bastard.
Well.
He's coming round.
Shit.
I apologize for the discomfort, but it's for your own safety. And ours, of course.
I just lost all my shit.
You can count yourself lucky, lad. I'm gonna keep you alive. I'm sure your father will pay a nice fat ransom for you.
My father's dead. That lackey of yours wouldn't even let me bury him.
He doesn't know, Eric. Nobody told him. They told me, a foreigner, but not him. How very inconsiderate. I'm sure you'd rather hear it under different circumstances and from someone else, boy. But beggars can't be choosers. Your father, your real father, is alive. You even know him. It's your liege lord, Radzig Kobyla.
Oh.
Although, how much can he really care about you?
Huh.
Here you are, a homeless orphan, and he still hasn't acknowledged you. Your parents are both dead, aren't they? I thought so. And yet, Radzig still hasn't told you the truth.
Yeah.
Could it be that he's ashamed of you?
Does he even know?
I wonder if you'll want to pay that ransom after all. Well, best not think about that.
That would explain quite a lot,
If your father won't pay
actually.
your ransom, you have no value to me.
My father's dead.
I understand why you feel that way. My own childhood was not dissimilar. How strange that we should have something in common. But I've delayed long enough. Now it's time for you to tell me why you came here.
I was looking for my father's sword, which was stolen by a certain bastard.
And I found it. But I wonder which father you mean. In a way, it belongs to both.
It does, doesn't it?
I'm gonna kill you with it.
You're hardly in a position to threaten me. But now I think of it, why not? When your father, your real father, pays, I'll give you an opportunity to try.
I think that's very generous of you.
Isn't it?
Radzig will crush you, and I'll be there to see it.
I very much doubt it. You spied on our camp. You must realize that your father hasn't a fraction of the forces I've gathered. And now, with the king in captivity, there's no one to levy troops to come to your aid. Even united with Hanush and Divish, your father couldn't raise more men than I have. The only force in this country capable of defeating me is Sigismund's. And he pays me. When he wins, I win. Everything I take now will be mine, and I plan to take everything. So meet the new Lord of the Realm.
A man like you will never rule here.
Have you never heard of Lord Sokol of Lamberg, or Sahinek the Dry Devil? They fought for your king and plundered the estates of the lords in Austria, just as I'm doing here. Like they say, the stronger dog fucks the bitches. And war is a nasty business.
Sir, it's time.
Now, I'm afraid I have more important business to attend to. I'll leave Udo here to keep you company. And let's hope for both our sakes that your father pays up. Farewell.
Rot in hell!
Knock some manners into him, Udo. Come on, Eric, let's go. We've got work to do.
Well, shit. There's a turn meeting happening tomorrow, guys.
Henry, wake up. Can you hear me?
No way.
Jesus, that brutally worked you over.
Are we really? He's gonna help me?
Try to drink.
This bastard?
I thought you'd never come round.
How do you know my name?
Don't you recognize me?
Zbyszek.
Zbyszek.
You fucking traitor. You throw me to those bastards and then look me in the eye like nothing happened.
Shh, be quiet. Maybe we started off on the wrong foot. But I'm your only chance to get out of here alive.
In other words, I'm your only chance of getting out of here
Want my
alive.
help or not?
I know how this goes, man. This is like a Finn helping Poe. It's like,
What do you want?
you need a pilot.
I'd
Yeah, I
like
need a
to
pilot.
Get you out of here. But if you'd rather, I can leave you to rot and get the shit kicked out of you by Ishtvan's bruiser.
You want to help me?
Why would you, of all people, want to get me out of here?
I've got my reasons. If not for the good of my soul, then for the good of my purse. It'll cost you a few groschen, and that's all you need to worry about. You shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Shouldn't I? Even when it comes from a treacherous bastard who set his cutthroat friends on me when I was trying to bury my parents.
I won't deny we didn't get off to a very good start. But this is a chance to start over and let bygones be bygones.
Strange bedfellows, right? Maybe that's why he was close to the castle, distant protection behind the walls. It would explain. I have thoughts on that, but I'll wait until I can actually properly pause. But I have thoughts on that because there's quite a few conveniences that has been happening throughout the game that now are actually pretty well explained. So
what exactly are your reasons?
Nothing you need to care about. Let's just say it's a personal matter.
homie.
Look, it's true we didn't get off to a good start, but if you expect me to trust you, you'll have to trust me too.
Not a day passes without these cutthroats pulling daggers on each other. And I'm the youngest, so they make a slave out of me.
A bandit's life isn't quite how you imagined it, eh?
My heart bleeds. But you could easily make a run for it on your own. Why bother with me?
Look, I just want to live a normal life. For that, I need peace and some coin. You need to get out of here, and you've got coin. My help won't cost you a tenth of what Istvan would want from Sir Ratzik. Why shouldn't we help each other?
All right.
Why don't you go on your own?
What would I do? I've been left alone in this world, and I'm an outlaw. How long do you think it'll take before I'm swinging from a gibbet? I need to get some coin and get the hell out of here.
How do you propose to do it?
Finally, we're getting somewhere. I know a way you can get out of the fortress without anyone seeing you. I'll untie you, and you'll have to make your own way there. It shouldn't be hard at this time of night. I'll wait for you outside. Afterwards, you'll tell your noble father I helped you so they don't hang me. And naturally, you'll pay me something for the risk I'm taking.
Risk? Sounds riskier for me than for you.
Not really. What are they going to do with you if they catch you? They want to ransom you, so the worst they'll do is lock you up again. But
To the
me,
point.
who was supposed to be guarding you and let you escape? Nobody's going to pay no ransom for me, friend.
What about my possessions?
Eric has your things. It would be suicide to try and get to them. Forget them.
Oh, wonderful. So I'm supposed to make a run for it like this?
It'd be better if you wore something to blend in, it's true. But I can't go and get you anything. I'm supposed to be guarding you. So if I leave my post, I'll have to avoid the others just the same as you.
All right then. Let's get out of here. Untie me.
That's what I want to hear. But first, swear you'll tell Sir Ratzik I helped you. And that you'll pay me too.
You have my word. What's the plan?
All right, I'll have to trust you're a man of honor. Now listen, I found a place where you can easily get out. Down in the camp on the slope above Sasau, there's a place where they throw the waste over the wall. The pile of shit reaches almost to the top of the stockade. All we have to do is jump over and we'll have a soft landing. Then we're free.
Through the
Free
shit.
and covered in shit. So that's all.
Well, first, we both have to get there. We can't let anyone
Shawshank
see
Redemption is
either of us.
right.
I'm supposed to be guarding you and you're... Well, I'm supposed to be guarding you. So we have to keep to the shadows and stay away from prying eyes. I'll go first. There shouldn't be anyone outside in front of the barn. When you're out, go left along by the wall. There are cliffs everywhere, so try not to get yourself killed. I'll wait for you not far from the camp, by the dead tree between the path and the brook. Good luck.
Okay. I don't have anything on me anymore. We'll do a save. There's one thing we'll look up. I'm not going to look up how, to be clear. I just want to know if you can get your gear back. Because genuinely speaking, part of me wants to video game it and just reload the save before that cutscene and just do it that way. Because if I'm going to be without all that shit, oh Nelly. What's the quest again? Dias cast. It's the only thing I'm gonna look up. I'm not gonna look up how. Just want to need to know if you can or not. Okay. So all I want to know is that you can get it back. So it's either you just escape without it, or you gotta get it now. It sounds like that's the thing. Okay. That's all I need to know. I didn't even look up how or what. I just wanted to make sure that you can get it back. Actually. Because the way he said it was like suicide, so I was about to be like, hey, wait a second. A lot of that shit was pretty good. I'm at low health. Oh shit. I'm just trying to get your own equipment back. Okay.
Hey!
Only get R the debris apart. You have no idea. Saw the debris in this game that looked like this. My knee-jerk reaction was to be like, okay, just blow that apart, right? That's what I was doing all the time in Witcher 2 and 3. I should get this going. Shit. I'll save right here. That guy ever gonna move? Fuck, I hate sticky missions where I can't hide in the bushes. I hate the fact that there's like nothing I could really do. Oh, I saved, so let's just see what happens.
What have we got here? Entertainment? Great. Go ahead and gather your strength. Curse it! Now.
Stealth. How did he lose? Fuck, dude, I don't know. How did he lose? He's an armored sultan, a bandit, fighting a dude that was half beaten to death, that had nothing. He's a sword, but he was so hesitant to use it. He really didn't want to use it at all. You're right. I'm gonna pick that up. What we gotta do? I don't have a lock. Shit. Oop. Okay, I can't equip everything because it's armored. What I can do is get my sword in here. Okay, so basically everything else I would normally wear. 7. Okay, I'll have that. So that's I have some neck guard. I got something going on. Okay. Oh shit, did all my... Oh, it's right there. Okay, good. I looked at it wrong. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, no, wait, hang on. The dried fruit I had, all the food I had is gone. Ah, shit, there went... Oh, I shouldn't have put all of that stuff in there. Oh, whatever. It's just marigold. That'll be fine. I should have only equipped half of it. That would have been a smart idea, but hey, at the very least, I got all my armor and I got all my other shit, which is the important thing. Okay. All right, and we are traveling light. I should take the spurs off. They supposedly don't make that much noise, but we'll see. Hopefully we'll be fine. So I need to escape. And I just need to make my way to there. Gotcha. That way. Is there a path? Okay, I think that's the only way that way. Yeah, that dude was so hesitant to use a sword, and I just beat the shit out of him.
I do.
Who's there?
What are you doing here?
Oh, really?
Tired of life, are you? Come here, lily liver.
What? I did it.
Oh dear, did that hurt?
Ow!
Bugger.
Saw that coming. Yeah, at least that guy was willing to use his shit. Okay, I'm gonna take the spurs off. 'Cause I think they are making noise, and they really only add to charisma. Snake mission, by the way. Careful, Snake. It's a sneaking mission. Alright. I'm gonna choose to take that off. Plan.
What's going on now? What? What are you doing here? Tired of life, are you?
Zibzik. Bishik, I'm trying to stick around, but I'm dummy thick. Exactly. And I stabbed that dude in the face. He went down immediately. Oh, you had some stuff. Oh, I can't take everything because I don't want to be over encumbered. We will take some stuff. And you had fuck all. I'm not going to really bother with any of that shit. Definitely go back. What's the really heavy shit? Finally finished sharding this ice cream out. You know what?
Let's see. It is. Oh, she in this thing. All right. I mean, yeah, like when I was 2, and mostly because I've seen what happened to others that do it. Ex-kid, so I've taken the lessons that others have learned the hard way and just never, ever trust it. Okay, so I'm here now. How do you like the plot twist? Okay, I have thoughts now. Okay, this is a perfect opportunity to talk about it. Both of you here. It explains a lot of the conveniences because this game is all about like, it's all about this whole thing of like, oh, you know, like you're supposed to be a peasant, right? That's the thing. Oh, everyone's always told me. But I'm like, man, Henry becomes like basically a squire immediately. He's allowed to just do whatever the fuck he wants, essentially. Whatever, but like within reason, but like he's allowed to just do a lot of stuff that a normal peasant shouldn't be allowed to do. And you know, I didn't really think anything of like, you know, his parents, his adopted parents, or his daddy, I'll phrase it that way. You know, you may have been your father, boy, but he wasn't your daddy. But in my head, I was just like, okay, him being Razik's bastard son explains why he takes such an interest in him in the beginning. Where initially I just brushed it off of like, oh, he's talking to, he's talking to Henry's father, who clearly is, you know, someone of renown and knew him. So I was like, oh, okay. And it was kind of odd, like, okay, he's on the interior, in the arguably the safest position if they ever were attacked. But then I thought to myself, well, that could be explained because like his dad is well known, or seemingly was well known. And he's like a prized blacksmith and everything, and said he want to keep him like right close to the walls. I'm like, that I could have believed that. But then like as the game was going on, like Razik basically going, come on, boy, yes, okay, do me proud, or all this stuff. There was a lot of stuff throughout the game that I was kind of thinking to myself, man, Henry is just allowed to just basically just jump into an ability game without really much else, huh? Just because he's earnest. And now maybe that's why Razik owes the blacksmith for something, which is taking him in. Yeah. Which potentially, I don't know, like this definitely explains a number of things and like the conveniences of certain parts of the plot, where originally it was like, oh, that's a little convenient, isn't it? But it's a video game, whatever. But now you literally look at it and you go, no, it makes sense because, you know, Henry is technically a nobility, or at least a bastard. And that it explains a lot. And it actually, it doesn't, I didn't really have issues with a lot of that stuff, but it certainly shores up some of the things that they were having issues, like some of the things that they were doing throughout. Okay, let's do this. Alright, I don't see a clear, unless I could go through there, which I didn't see an option. I didn't see an option over here either. So the only real clear path is to go straight, and there's two guys there, so
Hey! You're in the wrong place at the wrong time.
You'll get...
What's the matter? Come on!
I can't take too many hits though because I'm not wearing armor. Oh boy. As I was saying.
Come here, lily liver.
There we go. Yeah, I don't really see much of an option for me other than to just take these two out.
Hey! Will I never? Pig turns up willingly for the slaughter.
Ooh.
You'll get what's for.
Yeah, we'll drink that one. In 1400s, there was a law that nobility must marry other nobles. Even if he wanted to, he could never claim Henry as his own, being that his mother was a peasant. Martin stepped up, meant a lot to Razed, so he took care of that family the best he could. Like you read in the Codex, most castles had blacksmiths, so Martin was Razed's personal blacksmith and friend. Yeah. Now, there's a lot of that stuff that was, like, well, I was putting together, like, and been thinking about of like, yeah, no, he got himself in a pretty good position. And it was something like even from the beginning, I was always thinking to myself, man, that's they're a very well protected blacksmith family. Like, man, no one else is in that position. It makes sense because, well, they own. Well, actually, I can take this. What am I talking? Because we're about to go here anyways, so. And the other guy. Okay. Let's do a little save. But never been said, but it's highly likely he was younger. When he was younger, Martin served either under him or beside him in battle, something Martin clearly wasn't proud of, hence trying to steer Henry away from that life. But if you remember in the beginning, Martin was chopping humans down like a total badass. Yeah, he was. Now, there was clearly something with the Henry's dad and Henry's papa with, like, clearly Martin was something. You know, he wasn't just a blacksmith. Fuck. I got a feeling we'll have to run at some point. So yeah, this stuff that isn't going to be really worth a ton of money, in all honesty. And I don't really need money at this point. We're not really worried too much about it. This is more out of habit. If I need to run, I'll drop shit and we'll just go for it. I'm sure you pay attention, but even Divish more than once said that Scallop's blacksmith had a fine reputation. There's a lot that implies Martin was a pretty decorated warrior before he chose to settle down and be a family man. Oh yeah. No, that's some of the stuff that I was picking up on. It's like Martin was clearly something more than just a blacksmith. Definitely agree to that.
What's that?
Just didn't expect Henry to actually just be the bastard. God damn it. It was already heavily implied in the beginning of the game anyway when Martin said we have history.
I'll slaughter you.
Who the fuck knows that?
I'll find you, you cur. You can't hide from me.
Oh.
What's the matter? Come on.
Oh, come on, just do it.
You call.
You call! I didn't hold on the trigger like a fool, so... Look at this guy. Because part of me wants to try and clear out as many as I can, even though probably video game wise it doesn't actually mean anything. In my head, I'm thinking if I clear out a couple of these guys along the way, it'll make the later battle a whole lot easier.
What's going on there?
You didn't hear shit, dude.
What have we got here? Entertainment. Great. Ah! You're
Really?
dead.
Oh. Motherfucker. I'm sorry. What? Eh? Guys, that dude's right here. I've been told this game starts to shit itself. Oh my gosh. So it begins. Oh boy. Oh no. No, no, no. Is that where we're at with this? Oh no. Kingdom Come, hold it together. You can do it. Oh boy. Well, I'm gonna save again. Right about here. Yeah, who the fuck noticed it? Sorry. Oh. How? How? How the fuck do you guys notice that? Okay, fine. I won't kill anyone. Okay, I'm just doing the punching just to see how far I could get with this.
Enough.
Okay. It's really starting to shit itself now. He's still dead. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Because this shouldn't alert the whole goddamn camp. I've been doing this. Okay, that's how that should go down. We got bacon. All right. You're full, you're overweighted, you're injured, you're bleeding, you're drugged on potions. Let me out. Yeah, sorry. I didn't read your message earlier, but yeah, I did see it. Now I'm just acknowledging it like I should have did it earlier. Okay, what's your game plan, homie? All you gotta do is make it over there. I mean, to be fair, when it's pitch black, dark out, and you have a guy posted up holding a torch and the air goes dark, something fishy. You're right, but if no one's looking. Do I have to really go this way? You should be able to go this way, right?
Eric's buggered off somewhere, so he won't be checking on us. Anyway, if we move over there a bit, we'll still be able to watch this pile of shit just as well. Even better, because you won't be doubled over puking. We'll see fuck all in the dark. Who gives a fuck? I'm a pile of shit to attack us.
no way this works.
What have we got here? Entertainment, great.
Nope. Let's try that again. I think I could do that. That's gotta be a little quicker, I guess. Oh. Oh. I'm sorry, VOD watchers. I want to be fair when it's pitch black and dark and the guy posted a poll. Yeah, okay. I just make sure I read that. Use? Use? Ah. I've escaped. Okay, so I gotta meet with him. Why are you sorry to the VOD watchers? Crotch? They get more benefits than you do. You know what they get to do? They get to be like, fuck this shit. I can just skip to the part where he actually succeeds. In fact, you should be mad at them because they get to skip over shit that you're not allowed to. Fuck you, VOD watchers. Rip VOD. All right. I think I'm on this side. Let's see, where's orientation? So I need to go that direction. Okay, let's save. Now WAP. Let there be light. Do I even have my... I don't even have my access to my horse. Am I going to have to run this whole way? I might drop some of this extra weight just for the sake of that. Wait a second. I mean, all I had is a spade and a whole bunch of random potions and shit, but... Don't tell me I don't have a horse anymore. Yeah, hang on. Is there something going on in the VOD I don't not aware of? Or you guys just memeing on me? You guys being mean? You memeing? Memeing and being mean? Same time? Man, at the same time? Double teaming them? Those poor VOD watchers. How dare they? So, okay, so I cut through the forest, and I should... Okay, it's along the road. Actually, I think... No, I mean, I'm the bullied one. Oh, you... I'm not... No, I'm not mean. I'm the bullied one. Oh. That's what you think. Maybe if you weren't so stinky. Dan bullies me. You like it. I mean, you keep on coming back here. Hey, I just do my thing. You voluntarily come here. That means you like it. I don't even bully you. All I tell you is stop being stinky. Yeah, that's what constitutes Stockholm Syndrome. I mean, isn't that the whole point of being a content creator? You eventually ingratiate everyone with Stockholm Syndrome and be like, yes, watch my content. It's great. I swear. That's the greatest trick that I could ever pull on you, is to trick you into thinking that my content's actually good. I just want to see. My horse is over here. Not, I'll just run the whole way. I don't mind it, but. Nope. All right. Along the river, eh? What? Why is there a patch of light right there? What time is it? Oh, it's almost morning. That's why it's like that. Much? Yeah, I got my money back, so. Being here is better than whatever the other guy who comes here and say how he's gonna goon the bathtub streamers. Yeah, the other guy. You hear that, Hexhead? Crotch doesn't even remember your name. Crotch just knows you as the other guy. I'm only here for Crotch, that's why I leave when he's not here. You know, that does explain a few things. Generally speaking, Crotch, when you're not here, Hexhead dips, like, comes in, says hi, and dips really quick. Like, not even as a joke. X thrives on talking about poop, knowing I get disgusted by it. You know what they say about one man's treasure. Twitch matchmaking. Hi, Smith Gears. How's it going? Welcome. Then he waits for me to stop talking about it and hopes. Ah, fuck, he knows my game. Did I pass by? I hope I didn't pass go. Yeah, but Smithgars, thanks for chatting. You got hit by the Twitch matchmaking? Is that what you're doing? What you're talking about? Okay, I definitely I think I passed by him a little bit ago because I'm approaching the part where
Hey-o.
a little further. Oh, there he is. Okay, good.
So, we're out. Now it's time for you to keep your part of the bargain.
Don't worry, I keep my word. But I have to go to Ratai and see my father. They took my coin when they captured me.
Fine. We should get out of here as quick as we can anyway.
Well, you'll have to help me. Somehow the massage I got from that big bastard didn't do me a lot of good. I don't suppose you have a horse hidden around here.
A horse? Actually, I didn't think of that.
Ah, shit. Well, wow. What the fuck just what?
Any word about your boy, Radzig?
Nothing yet.
Let's hope he hasn't done anything rash. Wouldn't surprise me given the balls that he has. Now I wonder where he might have got those from.
Okay, now we're just out. Now we're just out about it.
I'm sorry, sir. This fellow...
Henry.
Father?
I told you he had balls.
Well, I see that you haven't been idle, and we'll certainly need to have a talk later, but not quite so publicly. It looks like you have plenty to tell us. What happened?
I got a bit tied up at Vranyik. But now I know what they're planning.
Some revelatons.
And who's planning it? Spit it out, boy.
There's no longer any doubt about it. It's that Hungarian noble you were hosting on the same day Sigismund pillaged Skalitz.
Sir Istvan Toth.
Toth and his people. Everything fits. They're the ones making the counterfeit money and using it to hire mercenaries from all around. He's already got quite an army at Vranyik.
But what the fuck is he after?
I can tell you exactly, and you won't like it.
How's that?
I had quite a long talk with him.
What?
When I was trying to get into his camp, I was taken captive. We had a bit of a chat. Actually, he told me his entire plan.
What?
I suppose he thought he didn't need to keep it secret any longer. I'm not all that surprised.
Why not?
What's that bastard planning?
He's in the service of Sigismund. He wants to destroy King Wenceslas' allies. That means us. He's gathered a very large force. I'm honestly not sure if we can defeat them. And he knows no one will come to our aid now.
That fucking cunt! I'll skin him alive!
How many men has he got?
More than 100, I'd say.
And how secure is their camp?
It's an old abandoned fortress on a hill above Sasau. It's inaccessible from 3 sides, surrounded by a timber palisade.
Bastard! I'll crush that rebel of his!
That's easy to say, old friend. It seems Toth isn't taking any chances.
Together with Divish, we can muster enough men. And we can all see there's no time to waste. That bastard wants a battle. Much better we pick a time and place than he does.
Undoubtedly. We have to take them by surprise. It would be best to attack tomorrow night. We can't get ready any sooner.
That's what I like to hear, Radzig.
Henry, I want you to get yourself fixed up and then go straight to Sir Divish of Talmberg. Tell him to assemble all the able-bodied men he can and bring them to Vranyik tomorrow evening. We'll wait for him there.
Yes, sir.
Finally, a chance to show I'm not carrying a sword just for ornament.
What is it, Henry? Is there something else?
The thing is, we have to deal with Zbyszek.
I see. And who is he?
Zbyszek is from Skalitz. He helped me escape captivity and save my life. I promised him a reward for it.
Indeed. Well, Zbyszek, if you saved my son's life, I'm grateful to you. As a token of my gratitude, please accept this reward.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your generosity.
And under the circumstances, we won't ask how you came to be with that herd of swine at Vranyik. So you'd better get out of here quick, before I start thinking about it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Goodbye, my lords. Thanks, Henry. God be with you.
He doesn't even look at me when he says that. Just
get a good meal inside you and get those wounds tended to. You look wretched. And if you need equipment or armor, tell Bernard. He'll give you what you need.
Yes, my lord.
No more, my lord. I'm your father. I swear, Hal, I plan to tell you. I'm sorry Ishvan, of all people, beat me to it. But now we have more urgent matters to deal with. Later we'll have time to talk about it. What do you say?
As you wish, my lord. Father.
Good. Now go to Divish as quickly as you can, son.
Let's see what's gonna happen. I'll be allowed to. Okay. Let's do a save. Love it when video games and movies when bad guys reveal their entire plan like it ever happens in real life. It does happen in real life! News. They just say that shit. They say the quiet part out loud all the time. Yes. Daddy. Oh.
Awake already? I hope you've had a good rest after all you've been through. You might need it. We got work to do tonight, so get up and get going to Talmberg as soon as possible. You need to rouse Sir Divish and his men for the attack. We'll meet this evening at the stronghold and settle up with that sly bastard.
Guys, I failed the Ratai tourney because I just wasn't there.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, Pebbles.
Listen up, men.
I need to set off as
It's
soon
going to be
as
a long
possible to
night,
get the town
and no
builders the
easy
message,
picking.
or they won't arrive
I
in time
want
to help us
every
defend.
last one of you standing here in full armor and ready for action by sunset.
Okay, well, let's stop on by really quick and sell some shit. We gotta be quick about it. Preshek will be so disappointed. Yeah, I know, right? Henry, why didn't you go to the tourney? I was a little disposed. That's no excuse. Oh, you bitches. Okay. I'm actually going to go see Preshek and see how much money he has on him. Because I think I could just sell everything I got to him. Oh, yeah. 20 frames per second, baby. Let's go. Oh, yeah. This game's going to start shitting itself soon. Oh, this is not the ideal world to be in.
Yeah.
Oh, Hans.
God save you, Henry.
Buddy. Hans. Fred. Hans. 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 Ah! He phase shifted. He flash stepped. He's feeling too powerful. Yet again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hans, I'm not just a blasphemous boy anymore. Hans, we're both
Hey,
nobility.
lad.
That's why you always hated me.
I'm glad.
You can't talk
I've got
down to
some
me
good-
anymore.
All right. Goodbye.
Okay. Let's. Not. Boom. Damn. Oh, that shit looks really good. Hans, I'm a real boy.
Let's have a word about.
See now.
Oh, wait. I have an idea.
I've got some good.
All right. See you later.
Won't need them. Move. So yeah, I got how is your Peshek rep only 84? The fuck? I don't know, man. I've won the tourney for him. I've done a couple of missions for him. Like you tell me. Hmm. You must know what you did with his niece in the barn on that fateful rainy day. You know what? He probably does. You know him, Peshek? He's probably that weirdo that was watching it. We could still rock this like we have been. Or I could swatch this. It does have a higher charisma stat. I do like the look of it. I like the jacket. Yeah, I'll throw that on, and then I'll just get rid of these. You know what, Peshek? Peshek? Peshek.
I've got some.
All right. I'll be with you.
I'm just gonna sell you something out of the goodness of my heart, Peshek. How about that? And then I like that one. No Teresa? Or is she still asleep, huh? Really quick. Hey, girl.
Go away. Leave me alone.
Okay, fine. Well, I'm about to go die, probably. So, see ya, girl. There we go. Now Henry looks like a full-on knight.
Yeah.
Very quick, actually. We're right back. Rest of the You must know what you did with his imagination. You're on a date. Well, for some reason, it never worked again. Even across both different playthroughs. How do you not work? Smithgar's, at least for me, when it comes to taking Teresa on a date, you gotta take her out on a date. It can't be like, it has to be basically a little past noon. Is if it's anything past like too late in the day, she won't go. But if it's too early, she won't go either. So. She doesn't want to be going on random times of the day.
Yeah.
Different playthroughs is weird. Never came across that. She won't go too early, too late, or in the rain.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You just found he was undateable. Smithgers, have you considered? Well, hang on. Depending on who what they're doing, they may not be watching at the moment. As Epic leap.
Yeah.
There we go. Too much gossip from the nearby bathhouse. Oh, yeah. The reason why she doesn't want to go on a date with you is because you're just banging the whores all the time. She doesn't want to get. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, Smithgers, maybe stop banging the whores. Just a thought. No, that can't be the option. This map without fast travel is crazy. Dude, you have no fucking idea. It's been the entire playthrough. No, Teresa's at fault. She needs us to be more okay with it. My love cannot be weighed down to just one person. Can't she see that? Can't she understand that? Or Divish. Charisma of 25 or higher and you can lie to her. How do you know that?
Sir, I bring an urgent message from my father. From Sir Radzig and Hanush.
I take it you've heard. What does your father want from
Everyone else do.
I found out who's behind all the unrest in the region, and Father and Hanush have decided to put an end to it all.
What? So who is responsible for all our recent troubles?
You may have met him. Istvan Toth.
No, I haven't met him, but Sir Radzig said he'd been here to visit before the raid. I don't suppose that's a coincidence. What kind of man is he? What is he after?
He's in the service of King Sigismund, and he's fighting the nobility who support King Wenceslas. They've amassed quite a force at the old stronghold above Sasau, and they're planning to attack very soon. Father and Hanush have decided to move first and destroy him before he's prepared.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
When and how?
Tonight.
They send word for you to muster your men and rendezvous with them at Vranyik.
This is madness.
Maybe it is. But I fear that Radzig and Hanush are right. The sooner we cure this pestilence, the better. Gather the men and make ready. We march tonight. Leave only as many as you must to guard the castle.
Very well, sir. As you command.
Will you be coming with us?
Yes, sir. I have some scores to settle with them.
Got Bashful in KC2, so I'm a changed man. I got so much tail in KC2, I got Genghis Khan out of business. Oh god. Just default Henry again. Uh-oh. Oh boy. That's a lot of NPCs.
Well, Divish. I see you don't want to miss the show.
You didn't expect
me
to leave all the glory to you.
Never. We wouldn't dream of starting without you.
What news? Did you parley with them?
We did.
I love Divish's
What was the
armor.
outcome?
Not quite what we hoped for. Radzig wanted to go parley with him in person.
Took an arrow to a knee.
Fortunately, I talked him out of it.
It seems that this will not be resolved without a battle.
Bloody good thing, too. Finally, we'll have some proper entertainment in the countryside.
Fortunately, my son here showed immense daring and made his way into the lion's den to spy on them.
Tell us what you saw, lad.
Oh god.
What do you want to know, exactly?
Well, let's start with how well fortified they are.
I love Divish's armor.
The outer palisade goes right around the whole camp. On a small hill inside it, there's a half-demolished farmhouse that's ringed by another palisade. That's where I was held prisoner, and that's where Toth's based. Him and his inner circle.
Can you tell us how many tents there are and how they're arranged?
There might be 50, maybe 70. Most of them in the right-hand side of the camp.
And the men? How many men strong are they?
Quite a few, at least 80.
Huh. We don't number much more than that ourselves.
We do outnumber them, though, even if only by a few men. And our men are well armed and disciplined. The foe, nothing but a rabble.
From what I've seen, it's best to attack from our direction. How does it look from the other sides?
The east side is all rocks, so no hope of launching a major assault from there. On the other hand, that's the way I escaped. It's where they throw all their waste. The heap's already so high it's almost to the top of the palisade.
Now that is interesting. The ramparts are long. If there are as many of them as we think, they can hardly keep watch over the entire length. Attack with full force at the gate, and they won't have enough men at the rear.
That's an excellent strategy. But then I'd expect no rest from you.
If we cause an enormous uproar at the same time, they won't know what's hit them.
Uproar?
You said they have tents there?
Yes, sir.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, tents usually burn rather well, and we have quite a few archers.
You don't do things by halves, Divish.
So, I believe we have a plan. Robard will take 10 men and sneak to the rear of the fortifications. There's an entry point, but you must remain hidden.
God, I love his
I'll do
armor.
my best, sir.
That shouldn't be too hard. They'll have other things to worry about. The rest of us will launch a frontal assault.
Can I steal Divish's
Rain
outfit?
burning arrows on them and then attack.
Those bastards won't know which way to turn.
At that point, Robard and his squad will strike from the rear.
I think it's a good plan.
God be with you, my friends.
We'll wipe those whore sons off the face of the earth.
Just look at it. Just was that not enough? No. Lay Stephanie, maybe it's not giving me the shirt, which is appreciated. Can I get his armor? I'll happily take that.
Listen up now. We are about to meet the rabble that have been trying to hurt us. Pillaging, killing, raping, and generally being a thorn in our side for long enough. They may be hiding behind a stockade, but they are still a pack of curs who are no match for men like you. And tonight, we are going to festoon these trees with corpses. First, we will set fire to the little hornet's nest. Then we'll keep them busy by the gate. And when we've made it nice and hot for them, Sir Robard and his men will pounce on them from the rear. And we will hack them to pieces. Have you got it? Yes, sir! Good. Now, when we reach the ramparts, the archers will cover the men climbing it, and the men with the battering ram. Any of these fuckers foolish enough to stick his head outside the stockade is to lose it at once. Understood? Yes, sir! Glad to hear it. Now, let's do it! Forward!
Okay. Oh boy. Immediately, as soon as I can. Damn it.
Archers, fire!
Can't wait to have 80 NPCs stating how you do all the work. That's this game in a nutshell. Don't see everything. Not even about saves coming. I just wanted to save right at the beginning of the battle after the cutscene. That's really what I'm looking for. But hey, if it won't let me, that's fine. I'll deal. Hey, activate the burger. Swear to God, no one's inside. They were watching us. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, let's. Oh boy, this is. Oh, okay.
Henry, go with the men and flush out anyone left around the tents so they don't creep up on us from behind. You men, over there, go with him. The rest of you, form up and go to the top gate.
Okay, you guys are just gonna be on me like glue, huh? I just had to take a shit in this situation. It would be the worst. That's why you go beforehand. It's all part of the battle prep. Jesus. This is so janky. Yeah. Hey, Divish, really, your armor is awesome, dude. Can I have this when we're done? Yeah, Lady Stephanie, why didn't you give me that? Oh, whoops. Let me pick up the body. That was not all of them.
Where's that Hungarian bastard? Why isn't he here? Don't tell me no one was in command!
It does rather look that way, Hanush.
Henry, where's Toth? You said he was here.
He definitely was, sir. I've got the cuts and bruises to show for it.
We have to find out where he slithered off to. Look for clues. Anything that will tell us what he's doing.
Yeah, they wanted us to come here. That's the problem. And I don't worry about the money. Yeah? Alright, can't go that way. Plot, this is where Divish pierces his sword through your chest saying, I know. This is the part where he says, I was watching. Do it again. Despite minor troubles that proves elements, I must say that everything is proceeding according to plan. I have managed to muster his. Well, shit, it was a distraction. It's either Ratai or Talmberg.
Sir, this was all I could find.
A letter? What does it say, Radzig?
Alongside hunting, drinking, and swordplay, you might find time for a little study, old man. In the courts of Prague, every Tom, Dick, and Harry can read nowadays.
Yes, well, here in the countryside, we don't give a tinker's curse about such things. That's what I've got a scribe for, anyway. What does the damn thing say?
It appears to be written by Toth, but it doesn't say to whom. It says everything is going according to plan, and the castle should soon be taken.
Castle? What castle? What does he need a castle for?
Sir, we took this one alive. And it seems he's not just some ordinary spear carrier.
Where's that rat Toth? Where did he go? Speak, damn you!
He's thwarted you again, hasn't he?
If you play your cards right, you might come out of this in one piece. Where is your lord? He was here yesterday, wasn't he?
Come now, sir. We both know where I will end up. My lord is gone. He took most of the men and left.
Where has he gone? What is he planning? He writes here about taking some castle. Which castle?
Oh, some nearby castle. Left completely unguarded. Now I wonder where it could be.
What are you saying, you horse son?
Talmberg. Did he go to Talmberg?
You'll never get him. You'll never get...
What? Were you planning on sending him to some monastery to become a monk? I believe we have some work to do, Sir Divish, do we not? Mount up, gentlemen. We don't have any time to waste.
Sir Hanash is a noble and can't read. Yeah, I mean, we were like in the Codex, it was actually kind of not fairly common, but like a good chunk of the nobility didn't know how to read, apparently. Is he gonna take the castle with foreman?
Who goes there? Greetings. We were ambushed. We need assistance. We have wounded men here. Open the gate.
What I have a scribe here for?
The Lord be praised. Here! Come on! Come on!
Lady Stephanie, I really don't think we should...
My lady. Faster, man! Come on, faster! My men are gravely wounded. Without treatment, I'm afraid they won't live to see morning. Hiya! Hiya!
Not to worry. We'll take care of them.
My lady, you have my uttermost gratitude. May God reward you for your kindness.
Every Christian should help his neighbor in his hour of need.
True. Especially now, when treachery and deception surround us on all sides.
Get out of the way!
The devil lurks in the shadows. Come on! And one fears taking a guest into his house.
Oh, it leads him to drown in a puddle. That's fucked.
Signal the others. Yes, sir.
That's what I was scribed for as well. Yeah.
Oh, oh no. We're too late. Quickly! Follow me!
Divish Henry, Stephanie! You know what? Yeah. High five. Let's go for it. Oh.
Smash them! Secure the outer bailey!
We have to get to the castle! Take it! Those bastards have set us!
Ain't that. Why aren't you running a helmet? Because he's a man. No, it's because I have a debuff. Well, two of the reasons. One, other than maybe one kind of helmet, there wasn't any helmets that I really like the look of. And two, I'm playing hardcore, which means that one of the perks that I have is it's a major debuff to wear a helmet. Like it's a damage debuff and some other things. So it's just like I just chose the route of just rocking no helmet. That and the other half of it is just I haven't really found anything that I was a big fan of. I need to go up here, right? No. Over that way. Gotcha. Yeah, you're the hero? That guy is the hero. Comes in. He's gonna stop us.
Come out, you rat! Come out and fight like a man! I don't think so. I like it better right here. Would you rather hide behind my wife like some mangy whelp? I could just as easily cut her throat. I have hostages enough, and strong walls to protect me. Bring him here. Radzig? What do you want, you viper? Let me think. Actually, there's nothing I want from you. Except maybe to see you all die. Fire! Burn it down!
He's just an asshole, isn't he? Just an absolute douche noggle. Well, that didn't go as planned. At all.
Christ. Are you all right?
I'll live. Whew, but I don't think I'll be wielding a sword for a while.
Oh, we have men enough for sword wielding. A good lord is harder to come by.
How the hell did they get Radzik? I didn't make it to the gate.
He was charging against reinforcements from the castle.
We have to save Sir my father, somehow.
And we have to save my wife and get our home back.
My friend, I think you know as well as I, we have to lay siege.
No. No, that is our last resort. We have to try all our other options.
Sir, if a few men could scale the western wall after dark, maybe they could get inside, free the hostages, and open the gate. That is, if they're holding them in the courtyard, as we've always done.
Well, that's a big if. What if they're seen and they can't raise the portcullis quietly?
Sir Hanush, if we can save just one hostage.
It's a perilous undertaking. Who would you send?
No, I got you three guesses. Oh, I volunteer myself. Okay.
Then let us make ready.
It is to be skinned alive slowly, bold and water, and have his ribs spread open like a blood eagle while making sure he's not dead. Someone did indeed watch Vikings. No, actually, Marvel Miles and tell people in creative ways said rotten hell.
I'd better get ready for the night raid. Some light clothing would be best. Dark colours.
Okay. We're getting ready for a night raid. Is there anyone nearby that has stuff available for me? Because I could easily just take some of the armor off, but...
What's that?
Really? Really? Okay. Let's test you as a Talberg. No, I'm not trying to get my chest. I was when Henry's all like, I should get some night colors. I'm like, okay, well, I could just maybe equip some stuff, and thinking that the chest might have something, you know, video game logic. It. Yeah, fuck it. I got nothing better to do. I got no other quests, so. Oh, your trophies.
Show me. Good work.
Hell yeah.
Can you teach?
Certainly.
I'd like to.
All right. Nah.
I'm not gonna bother haggling. At this point, I don't think I really gotta worry about money. I think one stop at Henrytown, and
I want.
You can't become.
We'll
I'd like to.
Sir.
Make it up.
I'm interested. All right. Nah.
Ah, he's phasing through me. He's learned from Sir Hans.
I'd like to get better.
Sir.
I'd like to.
First, you have.
Well. I'd like to.
Certainly.
I want to.
All right.
Okay, I'm haggling now.
What about?
That's not enough.
More.
Agreed.
Okay, now you'll do this, and then we'll just.
I'm ready.
Are you sure? You should wear lightweight black clothing. Anything you don't need, you can leave here.
Okay.
Take care now.
All right. I just wash myself real quick, and then.
I'm ready.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm ready to go.
Farewell. If any of you are having second thoughts, this is your last chance to speak.
Oh my god, I stand out so fucking much.
So I hope we're all clear on what has to be done. We need to free the hostages to deprive Toth of his advantage. Now he'll be keeping them somewhere where they can be guarded, but somewhere separate from his other men.
And where would that be?
We always kept our captives in the house on the Bailey by the stables.
What if they're in there?
Oh, is that right there?
Somewhere else.
Reacher
Then we'll have to
Sig,
go to the
white
gates
hair,
and
two
try to open
swords.
But that will take time and attract attention. So we can only do it if we know exactly how things stand.
Thank you for catching that, Smith Yards. I didn't
And
even think about that.
if they sound the alarm, before we've done anything, we get out of there quick. Understood?
And leave them there?
Better a couple of hostages than a pile of corpses. Lord Capon, are you quite certain you want to engage in this action?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Quite. After all, it can't be much different from sneaking out of the upper castle in Rattay and back in every night. Besides, who else will keep this hothead from raising bloody mayhem?
Well, see to it that you do, my lord. May
Geralt
God guide our
Tomberg.
footsteps.
All right, so just is he in the mission itself? I don't know. It was the first time going through it, so all right. He is the mission itself. You gotta protect Geralt at all costs.
This will be something. They'll be telling stories about this for years. We'll be legends. Unless we fuck it up, then Istvan will be telling the stories and the joke will be on us.
Just kill Hans right here.
We'll go first and take out the sentries.
I can kill
Right
my own
here.
guard. What the fuck? That would be so psychotic. Just as they're going up, just.
What are they waiting for?
What quiet, for fuck's sake.
What are they waiting for?
How should I know?
Why do I bother asking?
Oh, be quiet and watch that light on the battlements. Fuck this waiting, I'm gonna climb.
Oh my god. Don't want a professional around here. Oh my god, really? And here everyone else is running around stealth armor. I I would hate to be below next to a ladder. And yet here I am just...
I'll put on his armor and watch this side, but there are still 2 guards on the portcullis winch to deal with. Any volunteers?
Henry will do it.
Buffoon? Henry, then. Just make sure you keep quiet.
Not safe, but it's fun.
First, we have to find the hostages. It'll all go a lot easier if no one sees us.
Hey, who's there?
Fooling around with the portcullis is bound to draw attention. First, we have to find the hostages. Then we can come back and deal with the rest. Easy now. We're almost there. Let's not fuck it up at the 11th hour. Careful here. All doors lead to the courtyard. All it takes is for one man to go for a piss and he'll see us.
Mm-hmm. It's a sneaky mission, Snake. What is my stealth at, by the way? Oh, I got strength point. I should... Clinch Master, Dreadful... Stealth at 12. Yeah, I'm a stealthy boy. I'm just gonna follow Hans. I'm gonna do the video game thing of following the NPC. Because surely the NPC will know what to do, right? Surely. Can't be serious. I can be serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Jesus! Get a fucking move on, man. Hey! Any time now.
Is here. Let's make sure that's the same objective.
What?
Where's Sir Radzik and Lady Stephanie?
Lady Stephanie? She's not here. She must be held somewhere else.
Where? Where is she being held? And where's Sir Radzik?
I suppose the lady might be in her chamber. We don't know anything. herded us here and told us not to move a muscle.
Fuck up, keep it down.
Watch over you.
Damn it all. We'll have to go back empty-handed. I really thought we could pull it off.
We're not going anywhere. Not without my father and Lady Stephanie.
And how are we meant to find them? They're not in the stables or anywhere nearby. You want to creep right inside the palace where Toth's men are everywhere?
Yes. We can't leave them in Toth's hands.
It was hard enough getting this far, but going inside is madness. What good will it do them if we get caught?
Then we mustn't get caught.
Listen, Hal, I can appreciate your stubbornness, usually. But this could cost us our heads. At least we saved those other people.
I told you, I'm not leaving here without the hostages.
If you're determined to be a stubborn ox, go right ahead. I suppose you might as well look for your sword while you're at it. No point leaving the job half done.
Save your speeches. Are you going to help me or not?
If you want to get yourself killed, you can do it alone. But before you go raising bloody mayhem, give us time to get out of here.
All right.
Come on then. Let's get the fuck out of here before they catch us.
In the ass!
Fuck my ass!
Oh, fuck. I'll have to carry him out of here right now.
Really? It caught that?
Henry! Sorry to trouble you, but could you fucking do something quick?
Hey, all of you, gather here! Raise the alarm!
For Christ's sake, and don't shake me so much.
Alarm!
If you don't get a move on, they'll stab you in the back right under my nose.
Raise the alarm!
I've had enough of lying on the ground for one day, thank you very much. Let's go! Alarm!
Where's the...
Raise the alarm! Watch out!
Can we... The fuck?
Hey! All of you, gather here! Raise the alarm!
Okay, whatever.
Over here! Where is everyone? Quick! There's a corpse here! Over there! To arms! Get over here! Ugh! You're dead!
There we go. I thought I had to go through the main gate. My bad. That's on me.
I have to admit, we didn't do too well.
True. The shame of it. They drove us back before we even got anywhere. It's worse than if they'd killed us.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. We had to give it a try. If we succeeded.
If pigs had wings. Now, I know it troubles you, but it's not over yet. We'll rescue the hostages and hang that bastard Ishvan.
Shot you in the ass, man. That's fucked. That guy's drinking through that little part in the helmet.
It seems, Robard, that we're running out of options.
We don't have enough men to scale the walls with ladders, and we can't afford to lose any more. We can only take Talmberg by a ruse or with superior numbers. Ruses have failed, and we don't have superior numbers.
Then we are left with no choice but to build a trebuchet. To demolish my own walls.
It is a superior siege weapon to a catapult.
Where is Master Fafar?
He's waiting. We sent for him as soon as...
Bring him to me. Let's not waste time.
Sir Divish.
You will build me a trebuchet, Master Tobias.
Trebuchet, my lord. That's not
Yeah.
Entirely in my field of expertise.
We have to take back Talmberg.
the superior
Yes,
siege weapon.
Indeed, sir, I understand
and
that.
you are the best engineer we can rely on in the whole fiefdom.
Oh, well, thank you, my lord, but it's just that I've never built a trebuchet before. This could take some time.
Then you'd better get to it. Bernard will go over the plan of attack with you.
Oh.
Well, Master Tobias, you have much to do and little time. I will not keep you any longer.
Indeed. Of course, sir. Thank you, my lord.
How are the preparations proceeding in the other camps?
As well as can be expected under the circumstances. There are still many things that need doing, but I just don't have the time for them.
No, you don't. Henry.
Yes, sir.
I would like for you to help with the preparations in the encampments.
Gladly, sir.
Robard will brief you. That'll be all.
Okay. It's a siege. Okay, we need to... Let's just talk to him. uh... Um...
The Lord be praised.
Fuck, I got the wrong one.
What brings you to me? God be with you.
There we go.
What needs to be done?
Look, a military encampment's a complicated thing. I don't expect it to be as peaceful and orderly as Holy Mass. But what we have here now is havoc. The men are as nervous and short-tempered as caged bears. When you walk around the camps, you'll see for yourself. Grumbling everywhere, complaints about everything from the gruel to the fleas. They're moaning they've drunk the alehouse dry, and now they have to wait for the next batch of beer. We've got dead who deserve a decent burial, and a lot of wounded, including one of their lordships. The less the troops grumble, the better off we'll all be. But that's not even the main problem.
What do you mean?
Did you hear what Sir Divish was saying to Fafar, our master builder?
I heard some of it.
And what did you make of it?
He said he'd never built a trebuchet catapult. I wouldn't even know where to start, but he might.
But if it'll take him as long as he said, we can't wait until Judgment Day. We don't have that much time.
I'll try to ask him if I can help in some way.
You should definitely do that. Without a trebuchet, we're much too weak.
How are you faring, Sir Robard?
How do you think I'm faring, lad? There's some cutthroat thug lolling about in my bed at the castle.
Well, at least no one's raised Talmberg.
Yet.
Not so far. Though we may end up doing it ourselves to smoke the bastard out.
I imagine Sir Divish isn't taking it too well.
And why do you think he handed command over to me? But it pains my heart too. That place is my home.
What's the easiest way to take back Talmberg?
The easiest way? Call in the Royal Army and leave it to them. But there's no Royal Army to help us now, and we can't afford to wait. What's more, we don't want to destroy the castle. Personally, I'd like to return to it.
Repairing the castle will be expensive.
And time-consuming. No trebuchet is wholly on target. The missiles fly as they please. And if we blast the castle to pieces and Sigismund comes back, he'll make short work of us.
I feel like a siege is stupid right now. That's pushing too much of the hostages inside, no? I mean, yeah, but it's also... Like, the unfortunate reality is that you're in a bit of a stalemate, and it's like waiting them out, right? And it's like, okay, as we're building up a trebuchet, there's that part that it's a bit of a bluff game of like, okay, I'm willing to tear down my wall so I can send more men in. And they know that the people inside the castle don't have reinforcements. So all it really takes is for us to open up a big wall that we can just push people through, and or multiple holes. That's all it is really needed.
Do you think Sigismund will come back?
How do I know what's in his head? But if he doesn't take advantage of this chaos, someone else probably will. The whole country will know about it soon enough.
I'd never have thought so many people were keeping an eye on Talmberg. Like that fellow Havel.
Not only Talmberg, and we've left precious few men in Ratai. If we're defeated here, who's to stop them from pillaging the whole province? And there's no shortage of power-hungry bastards like Havel and Toth in Bohemia.
Davis could use some of his diplomacy to see, like he demonstrated before. I mean, yeah, but like the guy we're dealing with kind of a bit of an asshole, but also he has the upper card of having a noble knight and also the guy's wife. There's not a lot of diplomacy you can really use to be like, okay, like what can he honestly offer? Plus, this guy's inside of a castle that is built to withstand a siege, you know, for potentially months and months on end. Like, let them go and we'll spare you. I don't think he would buy that. That's the problem. And then even if he does, it's like, there's the other half of the problem is that we still want to get to him, right? Like, on one hand, it could be if assuming the guy would buy that, assuming we would honor that agreement, we still want the bastard. So it's one of those little things of like, yeah, this is the option now.
Is there some way we can get through the gate?
There are steps from the gate up to the walkway on the battlements, and I don't know how Istvan's covering them. Then there's the portcullis to get through. A big battering ram might breach it, but how could you get one that close? I reckon we'll have to set fire to it.
Stack up brushwood and light it?
Brushwood, timber, anything that burns, soaked in as much pitch as possible. The local charcoal burners surely have some.
And even if it doesn't burn the gate right down, it'll weaken it and make it easier to break through.
Exactly.
And what about the walls? Which side is the most vulnerable?
The south and east are solid. It would be useless to try anything there.
It's best defended from the north, and as for the west...
From the west is where we tried it, and got royally fucked, if you recall. But I think in the end we'll try that way again, only this time we'll do it better.
Pity they didn't stay holed up in Vranic for longer. It would have been much easier there.
Toth is a wily fox. If he'd had all his men with him there would have been real carnage. It's likely we only won there because he'd already gone and taken most of his best soldiers with him.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything...
The truth is, Talmberg has far too few weaknesses. Who'd have thought that was something I'd come to regret?
It'd be easier said than done, but everyone's self-interested in some way, and we know how Toth is, but I guess I don't know. I mean, that's the thing is, like, he doesn't really have much to quote fear from us because he knows Sigismund is just, you know, X amount of miles away, and all it would take is just to send a runner, get something out there to send reinforcements, and then...
Pity they didn't stay holed up in Vranic.
Toth is a...
You know, that would just solve that problem. We also, the other unfortunate reality of... Well, how do I put this? He doesn't really have much reason to leave or do anything at the moment, and he doesn't really have much reason to really buy any bullshit that anyone will be selling him, because he knows as soon as he gets out there, like, he leaves the safety of the castle, like, okay, yeah, sure, maybe Divish would be honorable, and Hanush would be honorable, like, oh, we'll let you go, swear on honor. Nothing saying that Henry won't come around the corner and just stab him, right? There's nothing saying that, you know, a roaming bandit brigade comes in and just wipes out those guys in the middle of the fucking forest. So, like, he doesn't really have much of a reason not to just stay holed up for a while until he gets really desperate. And who knows, maybe it's a matter of time before some other stuff comes into play. So he doesn't really have much of a reason to really believe any diplomacy or really bother with any of it. And the only reason why he would is if he could leave with one or two of the main big political hostages and leave that way. He would more than likely be, and potentially risk killing one of them, like Stephanie or Radzig, and then he'd be like, okay, I'm serious now, and then he would leave with the other one, and who knows where the fuck he's at. So the siege plan, it's not the best plan, but it's the plan they got to use at the moment. We know you just want so, and these hostages mean nothing for you but leverage against us. We understand. We're going to give you an option to get this over with because all we want are the hostages. Yeah, but again, like I said, what is to stop us or even Henry or, Hans or someone from being like, yeah, sure, we won't lay a finger on you. And then as Toth is riding away and rides down one of the roads or goes through a certain spot, he gets ambushed by a whole bunch of bandits that are actually just us in disguise. Because, technically Henry's not a full-on knight, right? He might be a bastard, but that's about it. So, some of these people, they have honor bound to him, but, again, he has no reason to buy that. And since he's a bit of a crafty bastard and a bit of someone that's a bit, not believing, Henry's going to have a word of honor. His promise might mean something. Yes, okay, I'm using Henry. There's nothing saying that, Hanish can't just be like, all right, soldiers, Joe, just get your shittiest rags on and go and be bandits for a little bit. I mean, for fuck's sake, there's a DLC where I was running around with a whole bunch of guys that were basically bandits for hire. Right? That where their whole stick was that they would go hunt down other bandits, but they essentially were bandits themselves. Right? It's kind of the whole deal of you hire pirates to go take out other pirates on the high seas. It's even if he believed everyone, he doesn't really have a reason to, because it's what? Because obviously, why would he give up the other way to look at it, why would he want to give up the hostages? He could take Radzig and Stephanie now with him, wherever he wants to go. He has no reason to give them up. And if he could leave somehow, he would take them with him and then give them to Sigismund or give them somewhere else. And those could be used as political holdings. And then that whole situation gets really screwy. So the best bet is to keep him there. And the other thing is he has no reason to, if we were to tell him, okay, you could go and we'll take the hostages, he doesn't have a reason to give up the hostages. That's the problem. Because for him, he would want to keep the hostages. And it's he has everything that he needs to stay holed up for a while. And he knows that we are desperate on time. He does have a reason to if there's no food. They have stores. They can hold up for, let's just say, a few months, right? I'm gonna end this dialogue real quick so I can pause. At a minimum. And he knows that the Ratai army is not in Ratai right now. And we know that. That's the part of the worry, is that we're all spread too thin right now. We're all focused on one spot. All it would take is for another army, another group to come in, just take out Ratai. Or come in through some other place. So, not to mention, there's the other scary idea that Toth might be just crazy enough to be like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll kill the hostages. So, every second you leave them there's every risk and chance that he might just get more desperate and say, fuck it. Yes, building a trebuchet and launching rocks through the castle walls would make someone desperate and go, whoa, whoa, whoa. Or maybe that's also a risk, but you also run the risk of just leaving them be. And you also, I wonder if the projectile hits the wall, Toth would just slit Stephanie's throat. There's a good chance of that. There's also a good chance that he might have done that already. There's also a good chance that what is to really stop him after a exchange for him to then have a soldier or himself kill the hostages then, right? Not to mention, the other thing is, we don't honestly want him to be let go, because if he's crafty enough to do shit like this, you don't want to have that be a repeat enemy if you can avoid that. That's the other thing, is that we don't want this guy to go free because he has a lot to answer for. He's behind everything, but like he's a lot to answer for. But we also, if he's crafty enough to not only lie to everyone and to, under everyone's noses, build 2 separate bandit fortifications in 2 separate locations in this area without anyone really noticing up until like the 11th hour. And he's also crafty enough that also, while you're sieging one of his bandit fortifications, he goes and takes one of your castles. You don't necessarily want that guy to be just a problem in the future. Yeah, well, I wonder if the projectile... Yeah, okay, that's what you already said. Yeah. Damn it. He's the type of guy to be loyal to the winning side. He's counting on Sigurd to get him out. He's interested in his own survival. I don't know. Yeah.
God be with you.
Is there anything else I can help with?
Well, we need some pitch. I know you had dealings with the charcoal burners.
I've met a few, true enough.
Then have a look around the area. If you manage to find any pitch, bring it to our quartermaster in the camp at the quarry. Take care now.
Okay, so we've got a whole bunch of optional stuff. Okay. That's a favor. Are you no longer merged with Robard? The fusion dance is over.
Sir Robard sent me to you. He said you have to build a trebuchet.
Indeed. A trebuchet that can smash the walls of Tamburg. I, a mining engineer. What do I know of war machines? I'll never manage it on my own.
Well, I'd like to help you, but how? I don't know anything about trebuchets either.
Actually, there is a way you could help.
We'll
Conrad
use
Keezer
you,
came to
Henry.
Sasso recently.
You'll
If
be
you
the
could get him
trebuchet.
to come here, it would save my skin.
Conrad Keezer? Who's he?
He's a scholar who studied medicine, but he also designed siege engines. He even
Just on
took
his
part
own.
in the siege of Nicopolis, together with Sigismund.
You sure about that, Dan? Oh, yeah.
You're still an engineer, though. Couldn't you build it yourself?
Are you serious? Do you know how complicated such a machine is? What forces are at work in the contraption? If we were lucky, it wouldn't fire at all. Far more likely, it would smash itself to smithereens and kill lots of us instead of the enemy.
Like learning how the mind works.
He was with Sigismund.
It's not so straightforward. They quarrelled after the battle, after Conrad blamed their defeat on Sigismund.
I don't suppose he took that too well.
Quite. That's what led to Conrad being banished from Prague and making a base at Bethlen Castle.
Reminds me of that scene where they just catapult themselves on a tree and land on his shield. Oh yeah, that movie where like they siege a castle where all the guys, they form up together and they launch themselves, and when they land they like bounce up their shields, and then like, you know, just physics is out the window. I can't remember what movie it is. I know it's I believe it's an Indian movie, but it was a ton of fun watching it. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like it's like a part of a trilogy, I think, right? Like the Bondi Burshkanet. I won't even pretend. I can't even remember the name of it. I know it's just part of a trilogy, I believe.
Banished? Like a common criminal?
He was a member of the court and a doctor and a master engineer, so nothing quite that bad befell him. I've even heard he has a whole host of wise men with him, and they're writing some book together.
By Boli, yes.
What's he doing here in Sasau?
They sent him over here to help with building the monastery. No doubt they had to pay handsomely to get him.
And how am I supposed to get him here? Abduct him?
Well, only if all else fails. We need his cooperation. Try having a word with him. By all accounts, he hates Sigismund.
All right, I'll do what I can.
Thank you, Henry. Maybe we will build that trebuchet after all. Goodbye.
Okay, so what I need to do, we need to talk to Captain Bernard. Quartermaster. Divish. Got a bunch of people. Rocketeer. Okay, let's take care of. I want to take care of all these optional optional objectives first, and then we will go and do the Rocketeer questline. Yes. Yes, indeed. BRB. Oof. That is what we call an oof.
Yeah.
Did you just burn this house down? Damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wake the fuck up, Samurai.
Why are you waking me? Go away.
Wait, I could just block. New tech discovered.
I'm honored that a knight such as you takes an interest in me.
How are we doing with the food?
Who wants to know? One of their lordships?
No, I just wondered if there was anything you're short of.
Oh, I see. The lordling is wondering if we're in urgent need of anything. Well. To tell the truth, we don't have much meat. They bring it round often enough, but never as much as they should.
Yes, I've heard something like that.
I'll say. Every other man's moaning on about it. The gamekeepers are doing all they can, but they can't keep up. So if you know how to help them out, bring it right here. I'll take care of the rest.
Fine, I'll keep that in mind. Do we have any beer?
Christ, I wish we did. Our ale's all gone, and we've drained the local inn dry.
That's bad news.
Don't I know it? You can't go and catch a beer in the woods, either. But if you happen to know about some, let's hear it. News like that'd refresh me almost as much as a drink. And the lads, too.
May the Lord watch over you.
Okay. Really, man? Brother is in the wait the fuck up. Get some beer from taverns. And you get 200 wheat. Gotcha. Okay, now you're awake.
I'm glad to see you.
No, you're not.
How are the men holding up?
They're a rabble. The out-of-towners are desperate to go home. And the locals, they've got nowhere else to go. So they're just generally complaining.
Are they causing trouble?
No trouble as such. It's true I've caught a few of them asleep on their watch. There's nothing a couple of lashes of the whip can't cure.
Well, there might be a simpler solution.
Whipping a man, simple enough. The Just give one of them a beating, the others will remember. When they forget, do it again.
But then you'd have an injured soldier. It occurred to me a herbal potion might do the trick.
I never heard of any wives' quackery helping troop morale. But Christ knows they could do with something to flush the booze out of them and keep their eyes open.
How goes it, Sir Bernard?
How goes it? We're sitting here under the castle, and all day long there's folks hewing stones. My ears are ringing as if I'd been struck on the head, which is just how I feel.
I felt that way too since the night of the attack.
That went horribly wrong. And even so, we were lucky. Could have gone much worse.
I'd like to...
Certainly.
I'm interested...
Wouldn't you rather learn?
Well.
Good luck then.
Okay. So, I got to... Holy shit, I got so many things to do. Okay. And there's some side quests, apparently. Okay, we're gonna save. I'm gonna take 5. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll check on my father. A couple other things, make sure everything's fine, nothing's broken. And I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. Hey, okay. See you guys in a few. Okay. Well, probably do another hour or two tonight. And we got a bunch of shit to do. So I need to get meat. How much meat do I got on my horse? Good question, actually. So that's not enough. Okay. I'll give Henry half of these. Then we'll just go from there. I gotta eat the cheese. Move that. There we go. All right. First things first, we're just gonna head north. Go into the woods.
Yeah.
All right. Onwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll go for another 2 hours tonight. We'll see where we're at.
Yeah.
And we'll do... Guys, okay. We'll hit her up. And then we'll go over to Usuit. And then check out that quest giver. And then... make my way down this way and... Actually, first things first, I went to the Sir Divish. No, I just traveled this way, but I only traveled for like a minute. We're gonna go chat to Sir Divish. We're gonna see how he's doing. Get one of those vibe checks, as kids call them these days. Also, damn, I am jealous of his armor. I'll have to check, but I'm pretty sure someone has made him out of it. Oop, hang on. That's some honey.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that works.
The Lord be praised. What brings you to me?
Are you wishing you'd stayed home at Ratai instead of joining in our nighttime venture?
You must be joking. I haven't had so much fun since... actually ever.
Really? Despite being wounded? Actually, you missed the best part. When I was hauling you like a sack of grain to the battlements dead to the world.
It can't have been that much fun if I fell asleep. But you might have handled me a bit more gently. I'm black and blue all over.
Oh, all right then. Next time I'll just leave you to Istvan's tender mercies.
Nonsense. What would you do without me? Still, thank you for hauling me out of there.
Anything for you, my lord.
Take care.
Aw. How's it, man?
Greetings. What do you need?
How do you feel, Sir Divish? How's the shoulder?
I felt better, boy. I feel awful, truth be told, and my shoulder's paining me.
Let someone tend to the wound and you'll soon be better.
The flesh can be healed, perhaps, but the spirit... Henry, can you do something for me?
What is it you need, sir?
I need a priest as well as a physician. The closest was in Rovna, but I don't know what happened to him. And then there's the one from Ujits. What's his name?
Godwin. But why would you need a priest? The wound will heal, especially with the help of one of the monks.
It's not about me. I've got a lot of wounded here that won't see morning, and dead men, and I have to confess my sins. Good luck, then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know, there's a part of this that I'm kind of curious about, like with these the townspeople that live here, like. What's up, man?
How are you, Henry?
Okay, I'm just curious. We're gonna. It looks like it's empty. Okay. Let's say they. Well, it should be empty because, man. Like, how do you just go by your day to day trying to just do normal shit when there's a siege happening right in front of you?
Yeah.
Regardless.
God grant you help. How may I help you?
I was at the Ujits Women's Sabbath.
And how did it turn out?
The women were making such a ruckus, the woodcutters took them for witches and burst in on them. They meant to kill them.
Jesus Christ.
I totally forgot about that
How did
quest.
it end?
Holy shit, that was weeks ago.
Killed them? God almighty. You killed the men who went to see what all the noise was about?
I didn't have much of a choice. There was no talking with them. They were determined to kill the witches. I'm so sorry.
Holy Mother of God, you're my witness I meant no harm. Forgive my sins and have mercy on me in my final hour. And as for you, you'd better go. May the Lord watch over you.
I need something to keep our soldiers awake. Do you know of anything that might help?
I do know of a concoction to ward off sleep. I can teach you how to make it if you like.
Which should I pick? What do you mean, which should I pick? I'll admit I'm a little lost on what you mean by what did I pick. Sorry.
But I need enough for at least 100 people.
I can't help you with that. You'll have
Oh,
to brew up a bit
yeah.
at a time as it's needed. So, do you want to do it or not?
The chicken, the horse, can't remember. Oh yeah, the choice between the women when they were all like, I can't remember. I think I chose the chicken lady. It was all acid trips. So I was just selecting random bullshit at that point.
That'll be very helpful.
Take care. May the Lord watch over.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna do this. Okay, let's see what I need for cocktail. I need a reminder. One valerian, 2 mint. All right.
Good luck, Ben.
Now I have a bunch of mint. I'm just buying this because I'm here.
Would you teach?
Sir.
I'd like to practice.
All right.
Okay.
Now, goodbye.
Would you teach?
Sir.
I'm interested.
All right. Now, may the
Would you teach me?
certainly.
I'd like.
First, you have
Well,
take care.
All right. Okay, so in theory, I'm here. It'd be actually probably faster to go to Prisons of Violence. That's probably something intelligible, right? But yeah, Smith Yars, yeah, it's literally been, I think, actually weeks since I've done that quest. That was so long ago. I would have to go back to the footage. I just know that once the acid trip started, I kind of just went the route of, fuck it, we'll just choose random bullshit because I don't think this is all an acid trip. I think I chose a chicken. Or I think what, no, I know one of, I tried to select one of them and it was like, you can't, it wasn't, nothing was happening. So I selected someone else and then something happened. So.
I should turn back before Sir Radzig starts thinking I ran off.
Yeah, I think I chose a chicken. Or something bird-like, I think.
Get out of here! Come here, lily liver.
There we go.
Yeah.
I need some Valerian mint. All right. A little overloaded. It's fine.
So, how am I doing?
Let's see. How do you... We've already... Excellent.
I'm glad you're playing.
19K, holy shit. You guys really do get busy without me. Well, we'll just keep on letting that build. Oh, Whee! Whee! Where the hell is my oceans area? I swear I built that. Okay, benches over that one. Got it. This must be the next building over. Yeah. Okay, and let me just get the thing. Okay, I need spirits, handful of mint, Valerian, 2 mint. Okay, so it's 2 mint, 1 Valerian. Yeah, grind the mint. Okay. So 2 mint, grind the mint, boil the mint for 1 turn, put the Valerian and boil for 2 more turns. Spirits, right? Yes. Distill it. All right. Sure, there's a faster way to do this, but I'm gonna do it this way. Actually, I'm gonna look this up. Is there a fast way to build a potion? I doubt it, knowing this game. Nope, it's just you can increase the multiples you get. That's what I thought. If you have auto brew, I'm assuming it's a mod, or is that a thing I can get? I'll take a look in a moment. Gotta level up my alchemy. I got you. Let's take a look at the alchemy skill just to see where I'm at with things. Okay, that's fine. We're just gonna work our way through it. I just want to get to it just to make sure I get the right things. Seen the Autobrew X in the book. Yeah, I just don't. I'm not the high enough level to do it. Level 7. In order to do the basic version of that, that's level 10. So, might as well just do it. Oh. Watching Brewing Bro. This is Brewing Bro. Coming at you live. Sorry guys, this is gonna be a new channel, what I'm doing from now on. No more RPGs, no story stuff, no shooters, nothing. It's just gonna be alchemy and Kingdom Come for all eternity. Just making some potions. Making the potions. No body shots, no beer bong, just brewing 24/7. Damn right. I'm just gonna follow the road that what was it? One of the BioWare doctors. One of them did that. Like he left BioWare after the controversial Mass Effect 3 ending, and just went on to do a beer thing. Yeah, auto brew would be handy, but it's unfortunately it's above my level. Okay. We're gonna do this. Income deliverance. Mm-hmm. I'm just seeing if there's any herbalists that have a whole bunch of cockerel, because only at 16, and we're it's gonna be here for a minute. Okay. Un momento. Let me see if you see potion skip speed run 80%. Yeah, kinda. We're seeing. I need to see local herbalists. There's that one. Okay. Well, I got all the what I need, so what I think I'll do. Alright, I still need to make many more, but some people said that you can buy it from people, so what we need to do. Okay, Talmer's out of the question. Usually we got a bunch of stuff we gotta do here, so yeah, we're just going to have to see if anyone has stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit her up. Oh no. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna knock out the rest of the quests. I think this is what I'm gonna do. For sake of sanity for everyone's parts, I'm going to, because I got to do some running around anyways, we're gonna grab all the other spots, the other quests I gotta do anyways. I'll ask around a little bit, see if I can't get some stuff. Depending on how things go in the next hour or so, what I might end up doing, in all honesty,
I'll have to get permission from Sir Radzig.
is I think what I might do is just call the stream after I get everything else ready and together, and then when the stream's over, I'll just spend the next little bit monotonously making cockerel potions on my own. One, that way I was subject everyone else to that monotony, and two, I can do that while potentially listening to like a podcast or some other shit, or doing some other work while I'm doing it. So I feel like that might be the best solution, but I am going to hit up a couple herbalists to see if they have, well, stuff to sell. Options for me, basically.
Be off, I say! Down! Down! Down!
ride a horse, idiot!
Yeah.
Yeah!
You hit my dog. So you deserve that one. Almost got the meat. Yeah, we'll just I'm gonna do everything else, and then I'm gonna try and hit up a couple other potion vendors. You know, there's the one in Ratai, and I'll see what they have for me. But yeah, there's a good chance I'll go through that monotony on my own. You know, no sense in subjecting no sense subjecting everyone to that. If we can help it, right? I mean, you guys already gotta tolerate my gameplay and me talking. You don't need to deal with me just going, how's the weather going? Yeah, it's pretty crazy, huh? Well, I'm brewing my 47th batch of potions. How much did that level up my alchemy? That leveled it up quite a bit, but the problem is I'm not gonna, it's not really gonna be anything until I'm done with it. So by the time I would get to level 10, which yeah, I need to get to level 10.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like as the way it would level up, like by the time I would level up to level 10, I would be at like, you know, 48 or 54 or 59 potions. It's like, oh, okay. Although thankfully it's not just one at a time. It's what the fuck? Oh, didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Hi, Lita.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
All turned around up here. I thought I was heading towards the herbalist. I wasn't.
Yeah.
So let's head back this way.
Yeah.
Right there. We'll probably need to kill one of you soon, but not yet. There'll be a time. Lady, can you make this faster?
God save.
Damn it, I don't have the dialogue prompt anymore. Okay, so there's that one. Is there another one elsewhere? Okay, there's another one in Neuhof. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll hit up Usuitz, get all the stuff I need to get here, and then swing on down to Neuhof, grab that one, swing on over to Ratai, and head this way. Eventually.
Yeah.
Riding along, riding along, riding along. Ah. Stuck. I don't have time to grab this.
Yeah.
Where's Matthew and Fritz? I couldn't fucking tell you. I believe I sent them to Henry Town, but I haven't seen them in Henry Town. I thought I did at least. I did all their quests and stuff, so.
What do you need?
I brought you back that manuscript you lent me.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
the
that.
opus of Matthew of Yanov. I was wondering if I'd ever see it again. Thanks, my son.
There's something I need from you, Father Godwin.
Is there, my son? How can I help?
There are a lot of dead and wounded at Talmberg, and no one to make the sign of the cross on their foreheads.
Has someone requested my services?
Sir Divish himself.
Well, 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 Sir Divish sends for me, and you're doing the asking, young Hal. How can I refuse? I'll go there right away. Good luck, then.
I like Father Godwin. I think he's one of my favorite characters in this game. Like, I love Hans. I totally see why people love Hans, but like he's up there. I think he's my second favorite, but yeah, I think Godwin's my favorite character in this game. Hey, man.
I'm honored that you should come to me.
W. Godwin, exactly.
I need to bring a few kegs of beer back to Talmberg.
I'm a few kegs short myself, and once I run out, my regulars will go elsewhere.
You have an orgy with Godwin? Oh, yeah. I got drunk with him. I successfully beat the shit out of everyone that came at him, including the bailiff. And then he went and banged his concubine, and Henry got pounced on by the ale housemaid. And then the next morning, I successfully recited all the bullshit he told me the previous day.
Take care now.
May
the Lord watch over you.
Eating all your meat, man. Call me the meat man. I forget. Woohoo! Let's get drunk, baby. Drunk riding, Henry. Sounds like a casual weekend, indeed.
Yeah.
Can't believe you have made it this far in KCD. Into KCD. Like, what? Just playing the game? Like, you just can't believe I made it this far? Like, oh wow, you suck at the game? Good, thanks, I guess. I don't know what you mean by that.
Good day to you. What do you need?
Any work going here?
Enough for a dozen men. You could take the place of that useless stable hand Vashek for a start.
What happened? Did he do something wrong?
Just found out that he lost our pie.
Lost it where? In his stomach?
No, Pie was our fastest stallion. A lovely dappled one.
Oh. Well, that's bad news. How did Vashek manage to lose him?
He fell, banged his head, and the horse bolted. Can you fathom it? A stable hand falling off a horse. And then Pie took off at a gallop.
Well, I can't take Vashek's job, but I can try to find your pie.
That would be nice of you. If there's anything you need to know, ask that fool. I was too livid to even speak to him.
Right.
How long ago did I start again? Well, let's find out. Because we can find out via the streams. Boom, videos, and then we go all. Let's see, when was this one? Oh, fuck me. Oh, that was a while ago. July 17th is when I started playing this game. And it's August 30th. And let's see here. So we had many. Okay, the first day was really rough. It didn't want to fucking work for me. Second day was a lot better. Now is a 12-hour stream, and then let's see. It was looking like one, bam. Yeah, so I was doing about that's me doing about at least 3 to potentially 4, anywhere from 2 to 4 streams a week of nothing but Kingdom Come. Let's see, that's, in fact, there was a number of occasions where it was just bam for like, okay, let's see, this one's 26, 27, 28, 29. Am I streaming on that day? What the fuck? Really? What was this one? 26, 77, 20. Did I stream on the 29th? Really? I did? I think I was doing it. That was an extra one, I think. That was August 1st. Yeah, because I was taking the 2 days off in between that, and okay. Then we go bam. Or can come. Took an extensive break for Battlefield weekend. Had a chat with a buddy. Then can come. Bam. Yeah, no, it's been a minute. Yeah, no, I've been going at it for a solid minute. I have 157 hours in the game currently. And I've done everything up until this point. Most of the streams have been about, at a minimum, 10 to 11 and a half hour streams. So, been pecking away at this thing for a while. It's why I've been saying, like, to be clear, not to be like, oh, I'm just burnt out, but I've been saying that I'm not jumping the second game immediately. It's second game, we're gonna wait a little bit. I need a fucking break from this. Like, I've really loved this. I'm gonna finish this off strong and continue it, but yeah, second game,
I hope I can
that's
be of
like
help to you.
potentially end of the year or potentially next year endeavor. Soon out of the tutorial part of the game, though. Oh my fucking. If this was Monster Hunter, yeah.
How's the head?
So even strangers know my shame. Come on, then. Come and take a closer look at Vashek the Blockhead.
I'm not here to mock.
So what is it you want?
I promised the head groom that I'd look for pie.
Well, good luck with that. I've been searching half the day, although I have been seeing double ever since that bang on the head, so it's possible I missed something.
Can you describe pie for me?
Long face, 4 legs.
You did hit your head hard, didn't you?
Yes? Why?
I asked you to describe pie, not every horse in the world.
Sorry, he's a dappled grey, a stallion, and he's really fast, though that won't help you much.
Quite the opposite. Where did you fall off, Pie?
Just south of here, between the fields and the woods, there's a crossroads where 4 paths meet. It was around there.
4 paths? So we could have gone anywhere.
Now you see my problem.
When was that?
In the morning. Then I staggered about for a while, feeling as rough as a boar's ass. I was glad to stagger back here in the end.
Fine, I'll go and look for him.
Thanks. If you find him, the groom might go easier on me. Oh, and one more thing.
Well?
Pies used to take in the bridal waist, so I'd keep to those.
That's useful. Thanks.
May the Lord watch over you.
Come on, Bibbles. At this point, I'm just gonna stick with Bibbles. Alright. But yeah, it's I've been enjoying it. I'm just understand, and I don't mind it, but it's just definitely after this one, I'll take a break, and then probably, in all honesty, probably sometime next year, I'll jump to the second game. Apparently, the second game is longer than this and it's bigger, and also they're still constantly updating the game and all that. So. Pi should be renamed to 3.1415 and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah. This will be the crossroads. So where did Pi go?
I should look for clues or ask the folk passing by if they see anything. I started a new Jedi playthrough for the 5th time today, and I've still get useful when you use it. When you see the temple on the horizon.
Yeah.
Now I do agree that the oh my god, what's going on over here? Oh, that's not related to me. Let them battle it out. No, I think definitely being on both Python and Korriban and like how they set that up on SOTOR is really cool. Really cool. Really cool, man.
Yeah.
No, I do like that, and that's something I'm looking forward to doing down the line when I do the playthrough on the channel. Second game is ballistic in terms of content, and you'll be streaming it the entire 2026 along with that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, the nice thing is they introduce dynamic world counters if you didn't know. Oh fuck yeah, that actually is that's pretty nice. No, I mean like, you know, it is a math thing, right? Because like, okay, kind of like Fate's in FF14. Okay, yeah, no, I get you. I see. I played a little bit in 7.0 when that came out, and I was sticking around with that stuff, and that was cool. I dug it. Let's see something like, okay, if like this is something I actually did before I played this current Kingdom Come game. I was told it's like a 150-hour game or something like that, or even 200-hour game. So I just went on the high end, knowing myself, streaming it 200 hours. So you go 200 hours, and then let's say, because I know I take sometimes, like depending on the days, there are occasions where I do take a slightly longer break, or there are occasions where I get stuck in an encounter. So in a 11-hour stream, that's actually, let's just be generous to myself and say it's like actually 9 hours of content. So you take 9 hours, and then let's say if I did that if I'm giving it like 3 solo streams a week, no matter what. On top of like, playing some multiplayer games here, then do something else over there. That's, let's just say times 3. 27 hours. And then if we want to get to 200, so it's like, okay, if it's 200-hour game, by 27, that's roughly 7 weeks of Kingdom Come Deliverance is what I was looking into. 7.5 weeks is what I was expecting, in all honesty. And that's if I kind of like keep it consistent. So we started the 17th, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7.5 weeks. I expected it to kind of like end around this week. In theory, I should end it this either next day or two, or potentially later this week. I'm not rushing it, but again, it's one of those like little things that when I was prepping this, and this is something I actually do when it comes to any game, I don't really look at anything like guides or how to beat it or any of that shit. I just look up, hey, what's the estimated game length? They say 50 hours. I like that you do variety between it. Yes, I mean that variety, that's as much for you as it is for me. I need that shit. I'm someone that likes variety. I try to do like some variety content. What I don't do, and I don't want to do this, I don't want to do like 2 single player playthroughs at once. Like, I wouldn't want to be doing KOTOR and then do this. That is batshit insane. But me doing something like playing some FTL or Helldivers in between. Yeah. Trails of Casey at the same time. GG. Oh, fuck that. Oh, that is the rest of the year of the channel. Like, every other day or every other stream is just either Trails remake or KCD2. Oh my god, that is literally the rest of this year. GG, or as Yeet put it in the YouTube chat, second game would take me the entire 2026. But it's like, we're at the point where we're about to hit the point where I'm like, yeah, that's where I expected to be at with this first game. So I mean, it's gonna be the same deal if I do Witcher. If I do Witcher 3, this is Witcher 3 alone. Doing a solid what I am doing right now, that would be like legitimately like 2 months of Witcher at a minimum. So
yeah.
And this is not really doing anything beyond this, but it's actually why when you put things in perspective like that, it's unfortunately why you could completely start to understand why certain content creators, they don't bother with doing longer games like this, or they don't do a lot of side content because of this, right? Okay, I stream for 11 and a half hour streams. Even good games can get old. I like long games, but it's because when I want content, it's there, not because I want to play through it all the way, if you know what I mean. No, I get you. That's why the variety thing comes into play. Like, there's, to be honest, half the time when I've jumped into just doing stuff like Helldivers or doing some multiplayer stuff with friends, or even just play on my own, that's not even just because like, oh, people are wanting to be online or telling me. It's just because I need a break. As much as I'm loving this game and enjoying it, it's like, yeah, I guess I need a break, man. It's a lot.
Show what you're made of.
Maybe you guys seen pie?
Yeah.
But it's like, you know,
Yeah.
to use another content creator that I watch, Woolly Versus. Last year he started to stream Cyberpunk, and initially there was a bit of abrasiveness on the channel. Oh my god, what happened to the bitrate? Let's see, did I change anything on my end? Nope, nothing's changed on my end. That's just Twitch. Let's see, the YouTube stream. YouTube stream's happy. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Crutch. It's Twitch. Again, it's because I'm in this environment with a whole bunch of leaves and shit. It doesn't look good. I swear streamers get better treatment on the green side. Well, I mean, quite literally on YouTube, I get like nearly 5 times the bit rate allotment. Actually, it's 4 times to be more exact, but get my point. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna do it this way.
Yeah.
I'm getting distracted. I was gonna try to get some meat, but I don't want to lose the track. Yeah, but as you said, YouTube cuts out after 12 hours. Yeah, that's like that as the downside. But on the plus side, it's like the VOD is just there, and as long as I keep it under 12 hours, we Gucci. But yeah, going back to the Wooly Versus thing I was telling about. So Wooly streams for like 6 hours, and you know, I'll be generous to him, and let's say he only has like 5 hours of actual gameplay. Well, you also have this other weirdness of like, okay, he streams, I think, typically 4 or 5 times a week, about 4 times. One of those days is a podcast where he records with Pat Sterzat. So that's, you know, out of 4 days, it's only 3 days now for playing games. One of those other days in the week is him devoted to fighting games. So that's down to 2. You have 2 potential days in a week to play a game. So if you were to play, when he went to go play something like Cyberpunk, that's like a 200-hour game. He only has maybe at most 10 hours a week to stream that shit. A week. And it's like, yeah, when he came in and went, okay, these are the side quests we'll do. This is the content we'll do. And we're just going to beeline it. It's like, I believe his playthrough was still like 100-hour playthrough. Like, it still took him, like, I don't know, what, 4 or 5 months to still get through it. What if during fighting week you're like craving for Cyberpunk? I mean, I don't know. Like, it's just that what he was doing, like the way that he set things up and scheduled and all like that. It was just, it was gonna take him a long time to get through Cyberpunk, so he just did like a 30-hour playthrough of it. Did the main story, then did some of the extra side content, like the really cool stuff, and then called it a day. Just because it was like, you know, that was still like 3 or 4 months of him playing it at that speed. You know, the benefit I have with the way I do things and the way, you know, where my life is at the moment, I can afford to do what I'm doing right now, which is putting, you know, 30 hours a week towards KCD. 30 to 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
And even then, that still has taken me 7 fucking weeks. Actually, now going on 8 weeks to get through this thing. Like, fuck, man. That is 2 months of income
God
deliverance.
save you. What can I do for you?
Have you seen a horse running loose? A dappled grey?
I have indeed. Or at least I did see a riderless horse gallop through here. It went too fast for me to be sure of the color.
Where did you see him?
A short distance down the road, there's a brook. I was there fetching water when that horse gave me the fright of my life.
And where did he run on to?
Well, he splashed about and then ran upstream into the woods.
Much obliged.
My pleasure. Good luck in your search.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I really wish I could give him some money, like throw him a couple Gresham. Be like, hey man, thanks for the help.
Yeah.
I like the fact that their horses are still here, despite we haven't done that quest. Despite that quest being done. It's like, those horses are still here. Okay, so... I'm already here. So I need to take... When I get to the stream, just take a left. Yeah, it's like going back to the playthrough stuff. It's like, you know, when I sit down and do Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, it's going to be like this again, where it's going to be about 2 months of KCD. Give or take a little bit. And it's like, if I were to follow this one up with immediately jump into the second game, that's a lot of KCD. It's like, even if you love it, that's 4 months, 4 or 5 months that does nothing but Kingdom Come Deliverance and Henry Escala. It's too much of a good thing. Exactly. Need a break.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm just glad that I've been enjoying this game as much as I am. To be honest, if I wasn't enjoying it as much as I am, despite some of my frustrations here and there, I legitimately would have just said, fuck it, mainline the story, get the shit over with, and then be on with my day. So, if ever there's like me complaining about shit and stuff like that, it's always because like, hey, look, there is stuff that I am enjoying. Hey, Pi. I'm gonna save here.
Lay off that horse or I'll give you what for. Don't come any closer to that horse, you hear me?
God be with you.
I'm afraid this horse is a runaway from the Ujit stables. You can't have it.
Fuck off! I don't care where he escaped from. Go find your own horse.
Leave him be and get out of here.
Or what?
Or I'll rearrange your face for you.
You can try, you cocky bastard.
Good luck to you.
You looked at an armored knight and went, yeah, man, I can take it. Same thing with Persona, at least Persona is linear. Yeah. Asshole. Alright, Pi.
Yeah.
Man, it feels stiff riding Pi. You could try, you cocky bastard. Good health to you. Yeah. Exactly. It's like what some characters have told me to just go fuck yourself. How's it going? Like, I even had that with Hans, where he's just like, you're gonna ride alongside me like a peasant. You're gonna run alongside me like a peasant should. Ha ha ha. And then immediately after he says that, he just says, how you doing, Henry? Just this game is very much Bethesda coded, if there ever was one. Yeah, I got Pi. I'm saving just in case Pi runs off. Thanks again, buddy.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll turn this in, then Henry is going to do a sleepy sleep. Henry is Okay, that's kind of okay. We're doing there an hour. But yeah, it's I mean, I feel like they were inspired by the Radiant system and made it good. Yeah. Now, granted, I haven't really bothered with like a ton of like the generic side quests that are completely Radiant, because all these side activities, they are just Radiant stuff. Oh, go and fight a bandit camp, kill them. Okay, you killed them, cool. You got more bandit camps? Yes, go kill them now. Or let's go do chumps again and again and again. Like, it's one of those things where they've also done the exact same system. MMO side quests, yep. Just bring pie in here like this. Doesn't matter where. Okay, pie's there. Witcher 3 had the mechanics to make each side quest feel unique. Yeah. And also, to be fair, like Witcher 3, they didn't really do the Radiant quests that are just complete generic that are always on repeat. At least as far as I'm aware, they don't. They do the thing where it's just like, hey, we made a bunch of side quests and then they're done. Cool. And then you just move on with your life. Yeah, they don't. They feel handcrafted. Yeah. It's something that like doing something like, for say, like Skyrim, for example, like it's one of those things you realize very quickly of like you do like, you know, quests for companions and stuff, and they're telling you go here, fight this monster. It's like the first couple times you realize, oh, this is just what that is going to be. It's not going to ever evolve beyond this point. Got you. I've entered your private domicile.
I'm honored that you should come to me.
I found pie for you.
Dear God, what a relief. Between ourselves, he was none too cheap. I don't know what I'd have done if he was gone for good. Here's something for your trouble.
Thank you. Just try not to lose him again.
We'll do our best. Good luck to you.
Okay, I'm leaving. Just need to turn that in. Move that there. That's. Does it make it better? I'm glad Red Dead 2 didn't have that with most wanted missions so much. I enjoyed hunting down people, but they don't have that many of it. Yeah. I agree. I like this one. The fellows can keep that. Okay, we need...
Yeah.
Hey, you're walking around that without a torch. It's not fair that I get yelled at and you don't. I'll tell everyone. Hey, everyone. That person's walking around without a torch.
I've only got 2 hands.
I hope I can. For how long?
I don't feel like haggling.
You'll have no trouble finding it. Right inside the door to the building, there's a ladder. Take care now.
Ghost of Tsushima is a good game, but damn, the side quests feel repetitive. That causes what's different. That's because what's different is the story and the situation, but you're still going there killing people. Same mechanics. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Again, it's that whole scenario of like, you know, trying to make it so it's not a completely repetitive task over and over again where you just feel like you're just bashing your head against the wall. Ideally, you don't want to be in that position when it comes to making your video game. Or if you ever are in that situation, you want to try to make that so it's not just the norm all the time. Yeah, sorry for you. Don't you worry. No. I enjoy. It's even if I don't have much to bring forward sometimes, or even if I'm kind of like going back and forth between our stuff, I appreciate the discussion. I want that discussion to be there. You never feel discouraged, even if I don't necessarily bring much back to you, or if I don't even respond to you in some occasions, unfortunately. Don't feel bad about the yapping. I should be over here. Don't feel bad about the yapping. I encourage it. And no, I joke about, oh, it's because the algorithm, the analytics, I like that. But the main reason is because it does give me something to bounce off of, or if there's other people in the chat, they get so that it gives other people something else to bounce off of, beyond just me going, "Hey Pebbles, how's it going?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So don't you sweat it, crotch leaking. Don't you sweat it.
Yeah.
I see you there sweating it.
Yeah.
Take that sweat and remove it.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Alright, I'll stop sweating it. Just stop sweating all at once. Take all the sweat in your body and reabsorb it back into your skin. Not sure if you ever seen the show, but about 15 years ago, there was a show that was airing on Cartoon Network. 15 or even close to 20 years ago at this point. Holy shit. There's a show airing on Cartoon Network. I'm not fucking SpongeBob. No, I'm not talking about SpongeBob. There was a show that aired on Cartoon Network called Total Drama Island. And there was a bit that made me laugh way more than it should have. I know other shows like SpongeBob and other things have done it. But there's a part where the chef in that show, you know, he pretends to be a drill sergeant, or maybe he brings out his drill sergeant. I can't remember. There's a lot I don't remember about that show, and there's a lot of stuff that when I bring it up, I'm like, what the fuck happened in that show? That show was way more adult than I remember. Anyways, there's a part where he says something to the effect of, you know, I have trained myself to never feel emotions again. If I ever feel the tears leaking out of my eyes, I tell them to get back up in there. And then they're like, it zooms into his eyeball as a tear tries to escape, and he goes, get back in there. And the tear just retreats back into his eye. Stupid, silly cartoon logic stuff, but it's just the idea. Beef. I'll drop all that. I'm not drinking this, so drop all those. That's like the cop in the Meatball movie. Yeah. Yeah, no, that dude, it's enough to make a grown man cry, but not this man. Get back in there, Tyr. Yeah. Oh, man. Speaking of that cop, I love the fact that, there's always things that, you can't really control what the internet will take and run with. Or what fandoms will take and run with. Or, they'll meme on, or they'll have inside jokes about. But I love the fact that there was a period where we had a bunch of people just whole bunch of memes about the runners and it's like, remember seeing an image that flashbanged me of just, it was like the cop from the meatball, the cop from the Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs running. There was like Arnold running, and then like someone else, or a whole bunch of other characters, can't remember off the top of my head, that were all just running, but it was just like really shitty image macros of them all. So just mashed together, which just made the meme even funnier. So we should head this way along the river, the charcoal burners, and then we'll head southward. Okay, good. I didn't accidentally go back to Henrytown again. It's happened more than I like to admit. There's a video explaining how maybe SpongeBob is the reason why memes are like these and why it's funny to us. All can be sourced back to SpongeBob.
Greetings, good night.
He is the eldritch deity.
I'm looking for some
similar
pitch
to
for
Garfield.
Already? What happened to the last lot we supplied?
I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Do you have any, or don't you?
I do. I had a buyer lined up, but it's been a while since he showed his face. What do you need it for?
Talmberg's been taken by a horde of brigands, so we're laying siege to it. We could use some pitch.
Christ blood. I hadn't heard the news. All right, it's all yours. That ginger when we needed it, and if it's for Sir Divish, I know my duty. If you want to haul it away yourself, feel free, or I can get someone to deliver it to you.
Thank you. God bless you.
See you later.
No DT's power is Kirby. Motherfucker eats a plant for breakfast. I mean, isn't Kirby just like an eldritch monster? I mean, in the Smash Bros. Universe of things, it's like when what was it, the Mastermind? I can't remember the name of the deity that is annihilating everyone. It's like Kirby survives that shit. Just Kirby. As you said, Kirby likes to eat plants for breakfast and absorb their power. Clearly, he actually has way more in common with Hannibal Lecter to an uncomfortable degree. Hannibal Lecter wants to eat your brain to potentially gain your power. Maybe. Kind of depends on the day. And Kirby over here just going, yeah, I'll eat it. Huh? I'll tell you when you're older. I like the Hannibal show with Matt Mickelson. I love that show too. You know what's really bad is, okay, out of universe, it's a TV show. They're doing a really good job of like making the food look really good. In universe, oh man,
Jesus, what have you been up to?
Man, boy, oh boy, watching him make that food, knowing it's human meat, it's just like, that looks good. That looks good.
Hey, I've got this thing going in Pribysla.
Sorry, Henry, old pal, but I'm up to my ears on my own.
Good luck then.
Wow, I could kill Matthew. That's fucked up.
Hey, how'd you get so
I need
bailiff, eh? Well, your worship. God be with you.
Okay, we're gonna let the impulsive thoughts win.
What's the matter, laddie? Need to shit? Oh!
Hey, is someone there?
We let the impulsive thoughts win. All right. Impulsive thoughts won out for a little bit. Why you quick save? Satisfied now? I was just curious. Literally just had the thought of like, there's no way I could actually kill them, right? Right? Turns out you can.
God.
Satisfied? No. I actually feel terrible. Really terrible now.
Andrew, there's no more beer in Talmberg, and the soldiers are starting to grumble. Can't you send some there?
I could, but there's nothing in it for me.
Just as a matter of interest, who do you pay your taxes to?
Generally do.
You're saying I should be paying the Talmberg told Sir Divish? When Sir Havel of Waldeck was the master here, I managed to wriggle out of it. Nobody's come collecting since.
Well, right now, there are 3 noblemen camped by Talmberg, one of whom might be very interested to learn about all the tax you owe. I imagine he might want to collect it in the form of beer.
When you put it like that, I have got a few kegs I could send over. I won't lose out too much. They'd only spoil if I kept them longer, and I'd have to throw them away.
Just remember, if you poison them, they'll hang you for it.
Those soldiers drink it up long before it has time to go off. And what's more, what with all that cabbage being eaten, it wouldn't occur to anyone the shits came courtesy of the beer. I'll have them loaded up right away and taken there. And give their lordships my regards. Tell them I'm sending my best beer as a gift. Why the devil shouldn't I get some goodwill out of this at least?
There you go. Anakin felt terrible killing the younglings. I mean, you're right. He did at one point. But that feeling went away pretty quick. It was replaced by unstoppable rage.
Would you have a job for me? Maybe you're in need of some supplies?
Fresh meat.
No problem. I can go to Ratai and buy some for you.
I could send a stable boy for that. I'm talking about game.
Game? But that's near impossible to buy. I'd have to hunt it myself. And that's against the law. Ah.
Of course. I'd pay you well for anything you bring me. Even more if it's something in particular I want. And if you help me out here and there, I'll teach you something useful in return.
That's an interesting proposition. Are you after some meat?
Certainly. I'm expecting a traveling merchant who loves venison from roe deer. I'll be mighty grateful if you brought me some fresh stuff. Good luck.
Okay, where is this classified? Yeah, no, we're not. I'm not bothering with that. Why are you running? Why are you running? Why are you running, huh? Okay, so let them know about the beer. Okay. Telecore Master got the beer. So I need to go southeast. Herbalist.
Yeah.
Ride.
Yeah.
Ride. Ride. Okay. Make sure nothing weird happened. One moment though, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
The passer is. Oh, it wasn't these woods. It wasn't this James Woods. It was that James Woods.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? Well, I just stumble across. Oh, hell am I on? Yeah, interesting sight indeed. What the? Alright. Well, we're just gonna move on. As I say, move along. Move along. Oh, I managed to go all the way this way. Oh my god, where'd I got turned around so hard.
Yeah.
Got so turned around, so hard turned around.
Yeah.
Oop, there we go. All right. What's up?
God preserve. Take care.
Need cockerel. You have 7. That's more than I have at the moment. Can you answer to right? No. No. It's hard to write interesting Jedi or Sith character because their morality can't be too gray or defeats the purpose. No. You just do what you do with the best Superman stories. Or the best Batman stories is you challenge that morality and you force them to either answer the hard question and find the answer that is you either force them to confront the reality that, okay, are they willing to cross the line if it means like saving a life, or does their morality mean more to them like that, right? And I'm just using the very basic answer, but like you can go that route. Now, to be clear, this is something that I feel like there's a misconception about shit like this. Gray Jedi are not light and dark together. A actual gray Jedi in canon, both Legends canon and also canon, a gray Jedi is what Revan becomes, or what Luke Skywalker is in Legends, or what Ahsoka is right now in canon. Using Revan isn't running around with like light and dark side powers at once. I mean, he kind of is at one point. Well, in the Shadow of Revan storyline, that's him literally being split in half with both the light and dark, and the dark side kicking everyone's ass, and the light side's going, yo man, cool it. But it's like when Revan came back, Revan's just a light side Jedi again. But that's what it's more I could call him a gray, because he's willing to not, you know, he's not following this doctrine to an insane degree that, you know, makes everything else obtuse as hell. So you could do Gray Jedi. You could do Gray Jedi well and right. Qui-Gon, with how he sometimes uses his powers to trick against the people, taking like morality shortcuts. Yeah, no. Qui-Gon's also another great deal. What's the deal with purple lightsaber? Purple lightsaber? You want the canon reason, or do you want the real reason? Real reason, Samuel Jackson was like, motherfucker, I want purple. And George Lucas was like, well, bad guys get blue and green. I mean, good guys get blue and green, and bad guys get red. And Samuel Jackson's like, oh, purple though. And George Lucas was like, you want purple? He's like, yeah. Oh, you might get purple. And he went, smiles motherfuckerly. It's 14:02 and we're talking about Star Wars. Fuck yeah. Welcome to the channel where minimum Star Wars talk takes up like an hour of every stream in total, like over time. Like, I don't make the rules, I just make the rules. Yeah, like Qui-Gon's also a great Jedi. That's another good catch. I didn't even bring him up, but it's just like, yeah, he's a great Jedi in canon. Hell, Obi-Wan kind of leans that way. Because, like, to understand this, gray Jedi are not light and dark together. Gray Jedi are... whoops, I mean, bumping into you, pal. Gray Jedi are... Because there are some people who think Grey Jedi characters are Mary Sue characters. I mean, they are in fanfic form. Because fanfic form, people are going, I want to be a good guy, but I want lightning powers. That's what people want to do. A lot of people don't realize that the dark side is actually not, like, balance in the Force is not light and dark. Balance in the Force is absence of the dark side. Because the dark side is complete corruption of the Force and is actual evil, and it's actually an allegory for like drugs and shit, or however else you want to phrase it. Like, dark side of the Force is bad and actual evil, pure and simple. It's like, it's why you gotta eradicate it. You can't just let it exist. You have to eradicate it. You have to remove it. You have to cut it out. Because it corrupts you. Like, every character, it's like the whole point. Every character that has ever went, I can control it, has failed to control it. Because dark side is corruptible. It's powerful. I feel like the balance of the Force is if no one is including the Jedi, fuck and manipulate with the Force, because the Force isn't their own power. It's around them and they're sensitive to it and manipulate it. Wait, I'm going to read it again. I feel like the balance of the Force is if no one, including the Jedi, fuck with and manipulate with the Force. Okay. This is where...
Well,
but again, the balance isn't that, because the Force is in everything and everyone, including non-living things and everything. And as established, there are people that eventually can get to the point where they can manipulate the Force or even touch it and use it. Is there two butchers here? I can't remember. No. But the reason why, you know, if you were to say remove no one being able to manipulate it, they're not quite manipulating it. They're more of just nudging it. Because the Force is also nudging everyone else in directions. What if no one does that? Isn't that the true balance? No, because the Force is constantly nudging everyone else in directions, and you know, due to the fact that the living force and the cosmic force wants you all to be one with it. Like, the reality is in the Star Wars universe, and since everyone's connected to the Force, you know, being cut off from it would actually be a detriment, whether regardless of, you know, Jedi or whatever. Like, there's been plenty of occasions. Have you ever killed and harvested a cow in this game? Yes. Well, not a cow, but other stuff. Yeah, before you say anything, yes, I know. I have a lot of money. I don't really need to worry about money. But going back to the, like, I'll just go and kill a deer really quick and get the food I need. But yeah, going back to the Force stuff, it's like, to be blunt, you remove the Force from the equation and you just have a normal Star Wars universe. Like, it's just our universe at that point. Oh, I was thinking about the money. Not removed, just stays dormant. Again, it's the same deal. You want to know what happens? Crouchly King? Andor. The Force is still moving through everyone. It's still connected. It's still pushing Andor. Cows fall funny due to their size. Yeah. But the Force still pushes Andor and is partly guiding him to success. He still has to do it. That's the thing. It's always a guide. Similar to if you follow a guide, you know, that is taking you through a trail, you could choose not to follow the guide. Or you could even choose to take a more efficient path that the guide doesn't realize. So just because something's guiding you does not mean that it's doing it for you. But anyways, like, that's what happens in the Andor show, is that there is no one using the Force other than, you know, a potential Force healer, kinda. That's the only one that's ever touching the Force and using it in that entire show. But the thing is, Cassian unintentionally is using the Force throughout that show, because when he meets people, he takes that energy, he takes that hope, he's literally taking hope from person to person. The hope that the rebellion will succeed, the hope that they will tear down the Empire, the hope that this will be worth it, and eventually carries that to the success that leads to Luke blowing up the Death Star in A New Hope. You know, literally everything leads to Luke, in, like, from Andor to Rogue One to A New Hope. And there's a lot of stuff like, not just the Luke, but other things as well. But that's what will happen, is if no one's actively using the Force, they unintentionally will be tapping into the Force. And then if you get characters like Luke Skywalker who can use the Force and actively tap into it, you know, it's not just like, again, the Force is like connected to literally everything, both living and cosmically, both in the afterlife, death, or non-living things, rocks, everything. It's like, it's not just telekinesis and just throwing shit around. It is, you know, the midichlorians are just a way to talk and, like, use, like, an actual method of, like, what the Force is. The Force is still like a cosmic, for lack of a description, eldritch entity that exists in the Star Wars universe and helps people manipulate the reality things, but also tap into parts of the universe that they normally couldn't. It's why, like, you know, if you watch The Mandalorian, it's like Grogu sat on Tython and sent a beacon out to Luke Skywalker across the galaxy and communed with him and asked him to come to Tython, or at least, well, asked him to find Grogu now. It's how, like, tons of other characters, like, it's how Luke, you know, despite all the issues with The Last Jedi, it's how, like, Luke is able to project himself across the galaxy to save the day at the end, right? Like, it's the Force is something that, you know, it allows, like, or even simpler, it's what allows Anakin in the Geonosis arena to look at a charging bull monster and to calm it down and to show it that he's not a threat, and that actually they're calm and that they can even become friends. And And he they came out friends, and then he has all his friends ride that thing. My point is just the Force is more than just, you know, literal like Force powers and stuff like that a lot of video games use. It's an actual spiritual thing that extends beyond that. So the Force users we see now will probably haven't unlocked the true potential. No one really has. I mean, hell, like the closest we get is like Anakin in Clone Wars when he connects to when he's with the Mortis gods, and he's tapping into that side of Mortis and everything else. Like, that's probably the closest we get with anyone touch into it. And like also in the Ahsoka show, where he is essentially has been taking on the father's role and is one with the cosmic force and potentially, you know, taking the reins of the world between worlds and stuff like that. Like, you know, there's a lot of stuff that the Force does beyond just simply lifting a ship. And hell, that's the other thing is like when Yoda says size matters not, and he tells that to Luke, tells that to him and says just lift the ship because the thing is Luke is thinking the ship is a ship and he's thinking it's too heavy, when the reality is, again, you know, in the Rise of Skywalker, when you see him, you know, raising the ship at that point, the point isn't that he's lifting the ship. The point is that he is seeing beyond that. It's not just a ship. It's about being one with the universe itself and doing things that should be impossible. That's the Force. And part of the deal with that is eventually you will, well, I mean, in a lot of ways, you will push beyond what should be possible for reality. And that's what ends up happening in basically every single bit of Star Wars fiction, is eventually characters do that shit. Okay, cockerel. Would Henry be a Jedi or a Sith? Henry would be a... No. Henry would be a Jedi. Well, actually, more accurate to put it, Henry would be just a normal person that would have potential to become a Jedi, because established in Star Wars, anyone can become a Jedi. Just, it takes a lot to make that possible.
I'll come to ask for help.
Again? Such trying times we live in. God is testing us all. So what is it you need?
Their lordships have laid siege to Talmberg, and the brigands have wounded Sir Divish and many other people. I'm to ask if the monastery might send someone to help.
These are tragic times. Fortunately, I've only a little work left to do here, so I'll gather my things and set off for Talmberg.
Thank you, Father. May God reward you 1,000 times.
God be with you.
Okay. Fucking Flesh Raider is a SWTOR learning to use the Force. Anyone can. It's just, you have to be able to, you have to find the way to tap into that side of yourself that you never realized that you tap into. I mean, like, this is something I really love about the High Republic so fucking much, is, in the High Republic books, a lot of characters, and in the comics and the books and everything, everyone taps into the Force in unique ways. Call Me Kevin played KCD, but he played it as a psychopath with no remorse, and ever since I've always seen a dark side in Henry's eyes. That's fair. That is fair. But yeah, shit, I just lost my train of thought. Oh, no, never mind. I don't like the new Star Wars media, but when it, oh yeah, no, what I was saying about the High Republic stuff, is that they show characters, like, when they tap into the Force, like, you'll hear, like, how they feel it, like, especially when it's, like, a point of view book, and you'll see how, when they describe it, like certain characters describe like tap into the Force or feeling the Force. It's some of them describe it like being in the ocean and letting the waves pass over you and kind of just letting the ocean just let you drift. Other characters describe it differently. It's like, it's fascinating because everyone feels it differently. I don't like the new Star Wars media, but when it comes to Anakin and Ahsoka, it's always good shit every time, because even though he's Darth Vader, he still recognizes her somewhat. Well, when it comes to that, actually, this is why I absolutely adore Hayden Christensen's answer for when he was asked, hey, do you think, like, what's the difference between Anakin and Darth Vader? And Hayden Christensen says, I don't see them as different characters. The truth of the matter is, Anakin's always Anakin, even when he's Vader. It's just that deep down, he has pushed that part of himself, and he's trying to take on the persona of Vader. Like in the Kenobi show, when he's telling Kenobi, you know, you didn't kill Anakin Skywalker, I did. He's not, the way I always interpret it, he is convincing not Kenobi in that moment. He's trying to convince himself, because this is the moment Anakin became Heisenberg. Yeah. No, I have the couple of the Vader comics, and I absolutely adore a bunch of the Vader comics where they've taken the route with where, like, when you're constantly in Vader's mind and everything, like, you see how he views the world and how terrible it is and all that. Never mind. Something I always have dug about it is like, as you progress through a lot of the not comics and stuff like that, it becomes abundantly clear that Anakin is in Vader deep down is because they are the same person. It's always been the same person. It's just, you know, he just put on a mask and he was calling himself something different. It's kind of like a, you know, it's a weird thing, but it's like kind of similar to like Batman and Bruce Wayne, where like Bruce Wayne is the mask, or like he, you know, he feels like Batman is what he can actually be, and that's his true self, whereas Bruce Wayne is the mask he gives to the world.
Did I tell you about that tree
Okay.
You're going to dig it
I would
out
be
then?
fucking angry all the time too if I only have those memories, the suffocating suit, everything taken away from you. You know what the best part is? Yeah, everything is taken away from him, but what makes him more angry and makes him more sad at the same time is he only has himself to blame. Literally, it's his choices that led him to that. That's I think that's my favorite part, is that it wasn't like it was taken from him and, you know, then he got put against the wall. It's like, no, he did it to himself. Like that moment on Mustafar when he's looking out and like he's crying, it's him kind of like, now he's had a moment to breathe after, or you know, killing, you know, attacking Mace Windu, going through Order 66 and going through the Jedi Temple and everything. It's like, and then going and killing the Separatist leadership. It's like, yeah, he finally has a moment to kind of just breathe for a second, and he's alone with his own thoughts, and he's kind of realizing, oh, what have I done? And it's like he can't, you know, when eventually Padme shows up and like Obi-Wan shows up, like, yeah, there's anger for both of them, and like there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, but it's also because he can't really do anything else. He has to kind of double down. That's his option. That's the option he has for himself, is that he has to. The biggest regret was him killing her. And the fucked part is, he didn't kill her. He thought he did. He broke her heart, which led to her death, but he didn't kill her. Which, by the way, anyone that ever goes, man, the broken heart thing is so fucking stupid, that unfortunately does happen. In fact, it actually happens that, like, especially older people, It's actually a common thing. Like if you have a couple that's been together for like 6 years, you could have two people that are relatively healthy, or at least one of them is, and then the other one, like, develops cancer, goes through some traumatic thing, and they die. Or hell, even like another way, where it's worst way to put it, they get taken away instantly, like a car accident. The other person, that couple, they usually don't live that long afterwards, because unless they get like another pet, a pet, or they have like regular visits with grandchildren and stuff, because they literally don't have the will to live at that point.
Do you happen to know the whereabouts of Conrad Keyser?
Well, that old fool, the one who spends his time poring over old books instead of at the tavern, he's all locked away at the custodian's house. That's the big place in the courtyard by the monastery.
It's a really depressing thing, but it's like once you get that statistic and you realize that, you're like, oh shit, it's fucked. But like that happens more often than you would think. The way they show it in the movie is very silly and very, very overdramatic, but that's Star Wars. If it's not going to be overdramatic, then what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk to him, get this rolling, and then I can run all the way back.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. What are you trying on here?
Okay, is he up here? Okay, I hope he's downstairs, because never thought of that. Damn, it's so complicated for him. That's Anakin. That is Anakin in a nutshell. Hey, what's the deal? Why is this locked?
Wait. I am at your...
Is this where Conrad Keyser lives?
Indeed. The world-renowned Conrad Keyser.
World-renowned?
If not yet, then soon. Our Master Keyser is a mastermind. You wouldn't believe the things he comes up with. You'll be hearing more of him, you mark my words.
I need to speak to him.
Oh, really? Whatever for?
Tobias Fayfar has sent me. He is asking Master Conrad for help with the siege of Talmberg.
Must be important then. Go in. Although I don't know how he can help from here. Here's the key.
Wait a second. Who the fuck? Hang on. Oh, you're the scribe. Okay, I was to say, there's no way he just walked right past me. Flip. Enter.
Huh? By the horn of Joshua, you startled me. I thought you were urban. What do you want?
Sir Tobias Fayfar, the master builder and engineer from Skalitz, sends his greetings.
Fayfar? Tobias Fayfar? I've heard of him. He invented an interesting mining machine. What does he need?
Sir, have you heard what's been going on in Talmberg?
I've heard a thing or two. Is it true the castle's been taken?
It has, and we want to take it back. Master Fayfar has been given the task of building a trebuchet, but he's not sure he can manage it.
I doubt it myself. Building siege engines is an entirely different kettle of fish than mining. Damn, I'd like to rain some boulders on those heathens of Sigismund's. But that can't be done with a quill and parchment, and I can't leave here right now.
You think Revan wasn't both? He was just one, then the other, then back to the Jedi. No, he's both. Because Revan is Revan. When he was Darth Revan, when he was just Revan, he's both.
Why can't you leave?
That's a long story. I was a little, more than a little, critical of Sigismund's efforts at Nicopolis. And it might surprise you to know, after that defeat, he didn't particularly appreciate my criticism. Then, when Sigismund abducted the king, I didn't feel too secure in Prague, so I left. Perhaps
Is this
left
Patrick
is the wrong
Stewart?
word.
Sir
Some might
Patrick
say
Stewart.
I was banished. In any case, I went to Bethlern Castle.
Okay, if he's not... Is he? No, I don't think it is him. I'll look it up after we get done with this conversation, so we can just continue to flow.
They locked you up in Bethlern.
Not quite. It's a royal castle. They leave me to my own devices there. Frankly, this so-called banishment has been a bit of a blessing. I have peace and quiet to attend to my opus and a band of able assistants. Although I have lost quite a few of my patrons thanks to all this unrest.
And why are you here in Sassa?
To be honest, I need the money.
Money, sir? You don't seem like a man who lives in want.
Dear me, no. I don't need it to support myself. It's to fund my opus. That's why I agreed to help with the construction of the monastery. So you see, I can't simply take my leave.
What the fuck are you working on?
What is it you're working on, sir?
Belli Fortis. A great book of war machines and weapons. My opus magnum, my legacy. All you have seen here are but snippets of my great work.
It could be put on hold for like a week.
One day, our whole world would be run by machines and inventions not yet dreamed of.
You got that right.
Of course. Any day now, they'll plough our fields and milk our cattle.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking aloud about things for battle. Could I help you escape, perhaps?
Who says I want to?
But you said you couldn't leave, sir.
Young man, I can't leave because I gave my word I'd help with the building of the monastery here. And my word is my bond. I have no intention of sneaking away like some criminal.
You just take 5.
Who do you work for here?
My contract is with the abbot himself, but I discussed the work details with Carol, the monastery's master builder.
Could I not just pay off the master builder for your services?
I doubt it. Carol is only interested in the construction. As long as he has the money to pay the craftsman's wages, that's all he needs.
Ah, as long as he has enough for wages, you say?
Yes. What are you thinking?
Couldn't Carol be persuaded somehow? After all, the defence of the province is at stake.
I realize that, but Sassa Monastery has always kept its neutrality. What's more, the abbot isn't here at present, and without his permission, Carol won't be persuaded. But I might have another idea.
What do you suggest?
Carol received his commission in writing. If you found it, we could, we could copy the abbot's seal and signature on our own document.
That's a curiously interesting idea.
My inventiveness has many applications. I could be back here before the abbot, so he won't even know I was gone.
How do I get my hands on the commission?
It will be somewhere in his quarters. You'll need to get it quickly and put it back before he notices it's gone. I suggest waiting until evening. That's when Carol usually goes to the tavern to play dice. He's fond of his dice. Maybe you can take advantage of that somehow.
Right. I'll see what I can do. You really can't come with me right away?
Damn. I'd like to rain some boulders on those heathens of Sigismund's.
Why?
Okay, let's just go
And
through the. I was just making sure there wasn't going to be anything else.
And why are you here in Sasau?
To be honest,
Couldn't Carol be persuaded somehow? After all, the defense.
But I can't.
There we go. Okay, what do I save? Let's see. It's 11 and a half hours stream. We got all this stuff we gotta do. I got how many more potions to brew? I'm halfway there. So we got plenty of meat. We'll take care of this. How is the meat doing? Is it gonna spoil on me? Bacon's looking mostly fine. How much dried meat do I got? That might help out a little bit. Because we got, that's 4, 6. So 100 meat is good. Okay. All right. I think what I'm going to do, I'll look at this door. I'm going to have to say but. And we're also going to do that. Let's go ahead and do this. A little bit of this. A little bit of that. A little bit of this. A little bit of that. Okie dokie. I'm going to go ahead and call it here for the evening. I could go for a few more minutes, a little bit longer. Could go for a little bit longer or some stuff, but honestly, I feel like I think I would be better suited to just go tomorrow. Let's see. I was going to try and do that, a bit of grinding of like the alchemy stuff, but then I was like, while I was looking at it, I'm like, you know, it is 35. It's like I make like 3 in a patch, and I went from having like none to having 17 within like 15 minutes. So, what I can do honestly is just in game tomorrow. Run around. I could go knock out this part of the quest, and then before I go talk to, I could even stop doing this right now. I could run and grab, like, deliver all the meat. Now that it's good, I could deliver all the meat, deliver the beer stuff. That all taken care of. Then I could go fuck off to somewhere to make potions really quick, and make the rest of the potions. And also stop by like 1 or 2 more potion vendors, and all I gotta do is make like 15 to 20, and that's a lot faster and easier to do than trying to make 60. And what I'll do is just we'll knock that out first thing tomorrow, and then I'll come back and finish up this quest, because I think that's the last of the stuff I gotta do for the optional objectives. And I'll take a peek around to see if there was any side quests I missed around the map, and then we can go from there. But yeah, I think it's a good spot to end it. That's a good stopping point. Good at little spot to end it on. I don't know how much more there is in the game. I'm not rushing things, but there's a good chance I might beat it tomorrow. I will. Actually, I can even see without spoiling. there's a good chance. Excuse me. There's a good chance that I might beat the game tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see where things go. I won't rush stuff, but we'll just be efficient, knock out a couple things tomorrow, and then we'll just kind of go from there. If we hit the point where it's like it's clear the game's gonna end and somehow I got to like stretch the stream out or something like that, we'll figure that out. Cross our when we get there. But yeah, it's looking like might actually beat the game tomorrow. I think what I'll do is I'll just do what I did with 13 Sentinels, where I'm like finale time ? And then do something like that. Not entirely sure. Because like I was thinking about like I could try and in the next 15 minutes try and run back and forth and knock out some of this stuff. And that would be like, oh, that'd be 15 minutes that I won't have to worry about. But like that's just 15 minutes for the next stream. Like it's not gonna be that long. And I don't know, it's just, you know, if there's, depending on how much left of the game there is, depending on some things, you know, I probably will beat it next stream. We'll see. We'll find out for sure. But yeah, that's gonna be it for Dan tonight on Kingdom Come Deliverance. Thank you to everyone that stopped by. There's a number of people here. There's still a number of you in here, which is wild to see, which I appreciate that. See ya, Dan. Or actually, sorry, correction, I read that wrong. See ya, Dan. There you go. That was the correct way to say how you wrote that. There you go. I did it. Yeah, that's where we're gonna end it tonight. We'll see what happens tomorrow. No matter what, Wednesday, and there might be impromptu stream on Tuesday. We'll see. Typically on my days off from streaming, if I do a stream, unless it's a weird week, typically it's gonna be like a short stream, like a couple hour stream at most. Like not even like short stream. It's only 5 hours. Like I say, like I'm seeing like actually like 2 or 3 hours at most. Might actually be like a short stream on Tuesday. We'll see. I'm not promising anything, but it kind of depends. For sure, no matter what, Wednesday, we're hell diving, baby. We are going to be hell diving for sure Wednesday. The new update drops. We gotta go into the bug caverns. We got to go deep, and we gotta hit them where they live. So that is Wednesday. And then Thursday, if there's anything more for Kingdom Come Deliverance, we'll be clean up and finishing up Kingdom Come. If I don't finish it tomorrow, I for sure, probably 98.3% sure I will beat it Thursday. And then we'll start the game. Then we'll start the next game in between that, which I am comfortable talking about it. Because I got planned. It's going to be Aliens Dark Descent. I played it before. Absolutely love that game. I think it's great. But Aliens Dark Descent, for a quick little thing, it's basically a real-time XCOM game in the Aliens universe. Where you're fighting aliens. And it's fucking hard. I love it. I've been wanting to play it again. So I'll play that. Once I get done with Kingdom Come, we'll play that. It's like a 30-hour game. We'll play that in between this one and Trails. And then I got a couple other games lined up. If I beat that one, we still have like a good week or two before Trails comes out. Because I could probably knock out Aliens Dark Descent in like a weekend. But we'll see. Anyways, thank you again to everyone who stopped by. Tomorrow, more Kingdom Come. Potentially the finale. Same bad time, same bad channel. I believe the next week and next couple weeks, this should be the same schedule of everything. But But I will be posting that stuff and doing all that jazz. So, with that being said, thank you to everyone that stopped by today. Thank you to everyone that stopped by right now. Doesn't matter if you were chatting. Doesn't matter if you were viewing. Doesn't matter if you somehow were listening to this and you were only listening to this. Yeah, Concha. Doesn't matter. I appreciate it. Follows, subscribes, views. It's nice. You know, like I said before, past couple streams, especially that raid, that the trail stream with the raid, I really appreciate that. Again, shout out to Tom Berry. Been like this last week, been feeling like some traction has been found, and we'll just see where that goes. We're gonna see where that goes. But anyways, I'm gonna leave you guys for tonight. Thank you again for having me. Until next time, see ya.